This name is well known to every person in the wizarding world. An uncontrollable swordmaster locked within four walls, gradually going mad there. We're talking about Count Bertium's useless eldest child, Ghislain, and he certainly wasn't as harmless as he seemed. Unfortunately, even the strongest knight of the North was convinced of this. Even though he fought desperately against this spoiled brat, he still couldn't win. And he fell into the insidious fire trap of the Count's eldest son. Even though the guy was wearing armor and his helmet covered his face, the man easily recognized him. The cruel Ghislain not only knew about the knight's plans in advance, wanting to catch him out, but also found out something else. He also knew how many people were in the squad, one of whose tasks was to capture him. He did not hesitate to beat all the details out of his informant, and he knew who from the squad was spying where, and who sent help to the great northern knight. He had it in the palm of his hand. The chances of deceiving such an enemy are negligible. The knight, not believing his failure, croaked that he still had an ace up his sleeve. But here, too, Ghislain was one step ahead of him, eliminating any possible risks. So, without fear, he hit the knight in the face with a heavy boot. Ordering him to close his mouth, he threw him back several meters with his blow. No matter how hard the enemies try, he will still win this war. Like any other confrontation, no one can compare to Ghislain Bertium, a powerful and cunning warrior. But Ghislain was not always so all-powerful. Just take a look at the kingdom of Ludania, near the Bertium mansion. Just a year ago, the future hero woke up in his bed in a cold sweat, not understanding what was happening. Why is he alive? He shouldn't be here, he lost. Horror constricted his throat, and memories transported him to the past day, as the guy remembered it. He clearly remembered the clang of his sword flying to the side, a killer pain in the chest from multiple bleeding wounds, and the satisfied grin of the enemy, who was savoring his victory over Ghislain Bertium, the king of mercenaries and one of the 7 strongest swordsmen on the continent. The noble swordsman Eden thus put an end to the long and bloody war. He pointed his sword at the young man and allowed him to speak his last words. The only thing that worried the mercenary king at that moment was that he had not yet taken revenge, which caused a disdainful grin to appear on the stranger's face. It is surprising that he wanted to avenge the family from which he fled immediately after the death of his sister. Ghislain glared at him. How could a stranger from another kingdom know about this? It wasn't difficult. Eden easily tracked down the enemy's past and found useful leverage. After all, it was he who once worked together with the Dolphin family to overthrow the Bertium family. After this confession, a powerful electric discharge ran through the blond man's body. So there were other people behind that incident besides Duke Delphine? Eden was not only reveling in his victory, but also in the fact that he had trampled his enemy. That was enough, so he decided to end it. An angry Ghislain found the last of his strength to jump up from his seat and at least try to attack the guy. But at that very moment, Idun cut off the enemy's head with his sharp sword. But the most amazing thing is that somehow Ghislain was still alive. What happened after the sword flashed right in front of his face? Looking at his reflection in the water, he thought, maybe he's just hallucinating? In addition to the fact that he survived, he also became younger. Maybe he was given to magicians for experiments, and this is part of their experiment? However, at that very moment, all his crazy guesses had to be cut off. A knight of the Bertium family named Ricardo entered the tent where the young man was. He came simply to tell the owner the news, but froze in the doorway when he felt a sword being pressed to his neck. Ghislain hugged him and said that he would leave him alive only if he obediently answered the questions asked. However, surprisingly, the guy was not scared. He just sighed heavily and told the young master to stop messing around. The guy was completely confused and loosened his grip. Ricardo took advantage of this and tore himself away from his hands. He irritably reminded Ghislain that yesterday he had worn everyone out with his hysterics and fallen asleep. And now he's doing nonsense in his sleep. Yesterday he threw a tantrum because he wanted to lead a squad to clean up the orcs. The blonde's eyebrow arched and rose questioningly. He had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. He still had no idea why he was alive and what he was doing here. Meanwhile, Ricardo began to hurry him for some reason. He took some important things from the tent and, leaving it, said that they were heading to the Bertium mansion. A shiver ran down Ghislain's spine. He stopped the brown-haired man and asked him to tell him more. The only thing left in his memory was the memories of the destroyed Bertium mansion that fell in the war between the families. However, as soon as the guy ran out of the tent and stopped at the edge of the nearest cliff, he saw that it offered a beautiful view of, for some reason, an entire settlement. It really was the Bertium family mansion. But why was it safe and sound? The guy had personally seen the devastation that reigned there. Ricardo, still thinking that the Count's son was simply taking a long time to wake up, advised him not to call his own house a ruin. Gilan pinched his cheek in fear, thinking that it would help him wake up. However, he felt real pain and realized that he was not imagining it. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces in his head began to come together to form a single picture. First death and then a carefree awakening, a rejuvenated face, an intact mansion. Could his guess be correct? He has gone back in time. When Gislin was young, everything in his parents' house irritated him. Due to his feelings of inferiority caused by his own immaturity, he created problems. As time went on, more and more of the mansion's residents began to turn against him. Then he couldn't stand the criticism of those around him and ran away from home. And after a few years, he became a mercenary, survived many fights, built up his strength, and made a name for himself. He then returned to the lands of Burdium to atone for the mistakes of the past, but found only the remains of the mansion, which had been razed to the ground. Then he lost everything, his family, his home, and a significant part of himself. But how is it possible that now he woke up and everything that was lost was back in its place? It's not just the county, but the people he cared about are here too. The longer the boy looked around thoughtfully, the easier it was to believe that everything around him was real. He couldn't hide his sincere smile and almost cried from joy. However, no matter how joyful this event was, it was too early to rejoice. Ricardo just mentioned that there was an orc purge planned for today. Ghislaine would never forget those events. On this day, most of the participants of the expedition died. In his past life, he tagged along with the cleanup squad to gain fame. Intelligence reported that there were only 3 orcs, and he decided that even for someone like him, who had no experience in command, it would be easy. However, on the spot, it turned out that there were at least 20 orcs there, and the people died because Ghislaine stubbornly wanted to command. It's not like their task is impossible. The only problem is, can these guys trust Ghislaine? After all, they all think he's an insufferable idiot. As soon as Ghislaine put on his armor, a terrible roar was heard behind him. The makeshift reconnaissance tower flew over his head and crashed noisily a few meters ahead. The time for preparation was over. The orcs were already there, and without giving the squad a minute to comprehend the situation, they pounced on them with weapons. Ghislaine was taken aback. He didn't remember the orcs attacking so suddenly last time. However, there is no point in thinking about that now. The battle began quickly, and the crowd of orcs confidently smashed the people with strong, chopping blows of their hammers. At that moment, the commander of the cleansing operation, Skoven, ran out onto the battlefield and ordered his men to immediately go on the defensive. But it was too late to try to calm the squad. They had lost their vigilance. The sudden attack threw them off course, and now the advantage was on the orcs' side. But before the man had time to get properly scared, he heard Ghislaine calling him to him. The guy noticed that a huge, scary monster had approached the commander from behind and warned him of the danger. Moreover, the commander did not have time to react, but the brave young man threw him aside, entering into a fight with the monster instead. He drew his sword and attacked him bravely. The orc's weapon could have hit the guy, but he was quicker and stuck the tip of his sword right into the orc's wrist. The arm shattered into tiny pieces as Ghislaine followed through with the blow. It only took one repeated attack to knock the huge monster to the ground. It was a piece of cake for the guy. He thoughtfully twirled the sword in his hand and was upset only because mana seemed to be unavailable to him for now. Having dealt with the enemy, he turned around and walked closer to the commander. Ghislaine extended his hand to the man, helping him stand up, and at the same time asked him for a favor. Ghislaine was confident enough in his abilities that he asked the man to hand over the command to him. Although the guy surprised him with his dexterity, Skoven could not do this. The lives of many soldiers are at stake, and Ghislaine already has a reputation as an irresponsible fool. Even though he was the Lord's son, the man could not give him the power that the Lord had given him. A bit of surprise appeared inside the young master, but he understood that in Skoven's place he would have done the same. At that moment, another fierce orc was already running towards the warriors. The commander covered the count's son with himself and said that he would take care of everything. Allegedly, the young man did not have enough experience to lead the knights anyway. Then a new plan was immediately born in the blonde's head, and he decided to act in his own way. He swung his sword and threw it to the side with all his might, almost hitting the commander. He wanted to scold the boy, but to his surprise, the younger one's sword flew forward and stuck right between the orc's eyes. He fell lifelessly to the ground, instantly weakening. Drawing attention to himself again, the young man asked the elder if he knew what was most important in battle. And, without waiting for an answer, he said that the most important thing was not to panic. They would never win if the troops were shaking with fear. They need incentive, and Ghislaine knows how to lead people. Therefore, without waiting for approval from the commander, he immediately rushed into battle to carry out his plan. Jumping upward, the young man flew surprisingly high above his enemies and landed on the shoulders of one of the orcs. The guy fearlessly plunged his sword into his skull. Not only did he deal with another enemy, but he also attracted the attention of the remaining orc battle. Another orc who tried to attack the guy instantly lost his arm as soon as he swung his blade. The orcs' heads flew into the air one after another. None of them could resist the young talent. Skovan was also in complete shock. Even he, who had mana, had a hard time doing anything in this fight, and some skinny kid was pulling off such tricks. Moreover, it is noticeable that the guy is already exhausted but still continues to fight desperately. He uses minimal movement to dodge attacks, allowing him to outmaneuver the clumsy orcs. And the fact that he only hits weak points helps him maintain the pace of the fight, despite the fact that he is exhausted. His technique was similar to that of a swordmaster who was unable to use mana. Or maybe he is a real genius. Well, no matter how successfully he carried out his attack, the guy can't continue it forever. So at some point, he quickly rushed forward, running away from the crowd of orcs who attacked at the same time. The other warriors immediately tensed up as they saw a whole gang of monsters chasing their young master, and they turned to the commander to ask him what to do. But Skovan himself did not understand what the blonde was thinking about. His attack in getting the orcs' attention was good, but he ran away so suddenly. But there was a cliff in that direction. The commander became even more frightened when he remembered this fact. Therefore, he ordered his soldiers to raise their shields and form a wall. They are obliged to follow the young master and back him up. Meanwhile, the orcs were already catching up with their prey in the person of the young master. Running away from them, the young man hoped that Skovan, as an experienced commander, was able to understand his plan. So, as soon as Gislin reached the cliff, he abruptly turned to face the orcs, and they also stopped. Even though he had run out of strength to fight the orcs with swords, this duel could still be won with cunning. Luckily, everything was going as planned, and Gislin noticed that his army was standing behind the orcs, waiting in support. And at that very moment, the guy surprised everyone by boldly jumping off the cliff to avoid being captured by the orcs. Both warriors and orcs froze in fear as they saw the young master flying down from a great height. And at that very moment, a detachment of knights, lined up in two dense walls, attacked the enemy. With a powerful run, they crashed their shields into the orcs, pushing them down after the blonde. They didn't have time to figure anything out, so their feet slipped on the gravel, and the monsters flew down the cliff. Having flown several dozen meters, they all crashed violently into the sharp rocks that awaited them below. As soon as this happened, the commander immediately ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Just a meter below the edge hung Gislin, unharmed. He managed to thrust his sword into the stone cliff and saved himself from a dangerous fall. The commander extended his hand to him, wanting to help the young man get to the top. But at the last second, the blonde's hand slipped, and he fell down in horror before the world went dark in his eyes. The first thing he remembers after this event is a thin girl's voice calling him by name. When Gislin opened his eyes, he was disconcerted by the place he was in. There was no point of support or visible horizon around, and in a space reminiscent of endless space, shapeless fragments were flying. In each of these fragments, the young man saw his younger sister, Elena. Almost all of them were sad. In the reflections, the girl often cried, screamed at her brother, and had a hard time coping with the traumatic events of her life. Ghislaine realized that these were his memories of his sister. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and pulled it hard towards him, despite the noticeable fragility of his palm. When he turned around, he saw Elena. She was calling him to come with her and bursting into tears. After this, everything in the young man's eyes began to swim again, and when he came to, a bright light hit his face. He came to in a warm bed with a compress on his forehead. He was alive. It seemed they had pulled him out after all. Could it be that the endless space and memories of Elena were just a dream? His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain that pierced his entire body in different places. His body ached terribly, probably as a result of the vigorous racing with the orcs. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and a smiling maid ran into the room. Ghislaine could not help but recognize her. It was the well-known Valinda. The girl put water on the table to change the compress and scolded the guy, saying that she was very worried about him. Only Ghislaine didn't listen to her grumbling at all. The guy pounced on her with a tight hug, barely holding himself back. It was so spontaneous that Valinda immediately forgot about her indignation and asked, "Maybe something is wrong." Valinda was Ghislaine's personal tutor. She was the only one who stayed by his side until the very end, tolerating his idiotic behavior. But after the fall of the family, she was never found, so he never saw her again. The guy would never have thought that they would meet again. So now he hugged her, as if she could disappear into thin air right now. The girl asked why he was so joyfully attacking her if they saw each other every day. Then the guy decided that he had to tell her the truth. So he pulled her away and asked her to listen carefully. He told her that misfortunes would soon befall the mansion. The thing is, he came back to life after death, but the girl didn't take him seriously, thinking that he was acting weird because of a head injury after the fight. She began to make the bed and said flippantly that misfortune would soon fall not on the Birdium mansion, but on himself. Because if he continues to do all sorts of naughty things, then there may not be a good future. She didn't believe him at all, and didn't even want to listen. Valinda asked him, what would he do if he suffered so much that he couldn't even go to the festival? And then something seemed to short-circuit in the guy's head. A festival? The mentor reminded that Lady Elena was looking forward to the day when her older brother would take her to the festival. And, giggling, she suggested that this was a good chance to get closer again. Then Ghislaine remembered that there was one festival that was celebrated during this period of the year. In his past life, due to a negative experience with the orcs, he was unable to enjoy the festival with his sister. Ghislaine learned from his mentor that the festival would be next week. This means that another terrible event could happen very soon. The festival was another day that changed Ghislaine's life in the past, memories that still haunt him to this day. Suddenly the front door creaked and another person entered the room. The young man's mind flashed with memories of a tearful Elena begging him to go to the festival with her. The girl died at that festival because he was not there for her. And then the veil of the past cleared, and the boy saw his younger sister in front of him, still rosy-cheeked and alive. He also attacked her with a strong embrace, pressing her even closer to his heart. Like Valinda, the girl was confused. But unlike her, she thought that her brother was trying to play a trick on her. However, this was not the case, and Ghislaine whispered in her ear that he missed her very much. In surprise, the younger one pushed him away so hard that he flew to the side. How could so much power fit in such small hands? The girl shook herself off and said that it was Valinda who asked her to come in. For some reason, she was very upset with her brother, and she reminded him that not long ago they had a fight, and the elder one had told her a lot of stupid things. Ghislaine remembered that he and Elena weren't very close in their past life because of his nasty personality. So, not wanting to repeat the same mistakes, he apologized to his sister for his words, which shocked both her and his mentor. They had never heard Ghislaine apologize first. They thought it was because the orcs had hit him on the head. But the guy got puffed up and said that he had defeated them. But there was no strength to quarrel for long. The body was again pierced by pain and fatigue. That's why my little sister laughed, thinking that she was right after all. The guy didn't even want to convince her of anything anymore. The most important thing for him was to see the smiles of his loved ones again. They were the same as he remembered them. Why had he made such a big fuss about nothing last time? The festival, which will take place in a week. He refused Elena's request to go to it, justifying himself with the disappointing results of the trip. And then he saw her for the last time, tearful, begging, alone. The girl was found in pieces after the festival, along with the bodies of her bodyguards. He was supposed to be with her, to accompany her and protect her. This time, he had to make things right. His thoughts were interrupted by another loud knock on the door. It was his younger sister's bodyguards, Jamal and Philip, who entered the room. The servants asked Elena to evaluate the preparations for the festival, so the boys conveyed their request to the girl. Ghislaine was surprised. Why are they asking Elena about this? Valinda noticed that due to his idleness, the younger one was unaware that the mansion was short of workers. Sometimes even the ladies had to work because of this. In his past life, he didn't care about all this, so obviously he doesn't know the details. So he was quite surprised by this news. But he offered to help his sister with organizing the party, since it came down to it. Elena turned to him again in surprise, and her eyes widened. Having his brother volunteer to help with the work was another event that was akin to fantasy for Ghislaine's loved ones. In any case, Elena went to the main square, and her brother followed her. The workers were alarmed by the fact that the Count's son had also come to supervise the preparations, so they worked fearfully and sluggishly. Elena tried to drive him away, but Ghislaine insisted on taking part in the work. One of the main goals was also to find out who could be the potential killer of the young lady. He also made a mental note to find all the entrances and exits of the castle to prevent a surprise attack. While the brother and sister were arguing on the steps, some knight ran up to them, whose face seemed familiar to the boy. And when he came closer, Ghislaine remembered old Fergus. The old man ran to the blonde to make sure that the young man was okay after the campaign against the orcs. Elena decided to take advantage of the opportunity and told her elder brother that he had woken up and was acting strange, so she asked him to take him to bed. Ghislaine didn't want that, but there was no point in arguing with Elena, so he decided to slowly gather information about the castle for now, and also decided to ask the old man where the abandoned training ground in their castle was. He knew that there was one, and he would like to take advantage of the opportunity to get some privacy and practice on it. Although this desire discouraged the elder, Fergus obediently took the boy there. The spacious training hall turned out to be much better than the guy imagined. He had never seen anything like this in his years as a mercenary, so he was very happy to find such a place. Fergus said the knights were keeping a close eye on the equipment in case the Earl's son wanted to use it. Fergus was one of the few who believed that the boy's difficulties would sooner or later be resolved and that he would want to learn the art of swordsmanship. And at that moment it dawned on the guy that the poor old man had maintained order in the training hall at the castle in his previous life, hoping that the master would take advantage of it. The blonde suddenly felt very ashamed of himself in his past life. He patted the old man on the shoulder and said that he wanted to live a long life, so he needed to be able to stand up for himself. It's as if he died and then was reborn, so it would be stupid not to appreciate what you have. After this, he released the knight and said that he was going to train alone. In his past life, Ghislaine was always hostile to those around him. But now, after such a long journey, he realized how blind he had been. So, he only has a week to train and prepare to protect his little sister at the festival. In a past life, the Bertium family managed to find out that one of the neighboring lords was behind Elena's death. Because of this, the Bertiums got involved in the war and lost it. The death of Helen was the starting point of the fall of their family. This means that if he is going to change the future, he should start with this event. First of all, he should take care of his body. It's a shame that there isn't much time for that. But he must at least have time to open the mana paths. Mana is a supernatural power that allows people to surpass their limits. Many people think that unleashing mana and storing it within is a difficult task, but Ghislaine was able to do it even in the midst of the chaos of battle. He must first sense the mana particles floating in the air and then concentrate them, as if winding threads onto a spool. For someone who has gone through thousands or even tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core is a piece of cake. But it wasn't only this that allowed Ghislaine to become one of the 7 strongest swordsmen on the continent. There was one method that he read in a half-burnt book he found. With this method, he could improve himself. Naturally, mana is the core of a person. However, if you try really hard, you can create 2 or even 3 cores. And the network of interconnected nuclei reveals unprecedented power, recreates destructive force. It's just hard to use this method on a body that isn't prepared for it. That's why Ghislaine's nose started bleeding when he tried. 3 cores is his limit for now, although in his past life he could have created all 5. This method allows you to create destructive power in a short time, but in exchange it requires a fairly large amount of mana. This is the main reason why he lost to Idun in his past life. He attacked Ghislaine with his knightly order at the very moment when the boy's mana ran out. If it was a fair fight, he wouldn't lose. This technique isn't very reliable, but it'll do for now. Well, for now, Ghislaine has a young body and plenty of time, so this time he'll take Eden's head off. And he will deal with the scoundrels from the Dolphin family, as well as the henchmen who had a hand in the fall of his family. He will destroy them all and protect his family from misfortune. So, a week has passed and the long-awaited day of the festival has arrived. Ghislaine, of course, did not go to the festival without a sword and small weapons. As they had agreed with Elena, the guy met her near the entrance to the square. The sister was very happy, but also less surprised that her brother had come after all. She also heard that the guy had been working out in the gym all last week, so she praised him for his progress. He only modestly turned away, saying that there was nothing unusual in the air of the family training hard. His sister reminded him that he used to say the opposite, that his father irritated him and that he didn't need any training at all. However, his younger sister is only pleased with his changes. It was as if her older brother had returned, someone she could rely on. The guy froze upon hearing such pleasant praise and held his breath in awe. A lot had happened in the last week, and he had realized some things. Due to the changes in his behavior, his present and future also change. The big events will likely not change, but he cannot predict how his actions will affect the smaller events. He is obliged to use the knowledge of the future to his advantage. Therefore, it is necessary to think through the most effective actions in each probable situation. He prepared. After this conversation, Ghislaine and her sister went for a walk. They happily ran around the festival all evening, relaxing. They had a good time, but Elena complained that the entertainment was the same every year. Meanwhile, my brother was worried that the festival was almost over, but nothing happened. Suddenly, someone called out to them, moving closer to the couple. A guy came up to them and told Elena that some new entertainment had appeared nearby and he could take her there. The girl happily accepted the invitation and followed behind. Only Ghislaine did not take this very happily. So it was them. It was Elena's bodyguards who deliberately lured her into a trap. Elena's escort knights, Jamal and Philip. They were trusted unconditionally because they had protected Elena since birth. In Ghislaine's past life, her family was told that they died protecting her. But apparently in reality, everything was different. After some time, Philip and Jamal brought Elena to the place they had spoken about. However, instead of some new entertainment, there was only an empty, deserted square. Elena looked around in confusion and said that there was nothing here. How could one have fun in such a wretched place? Jamal said a little uncertainly that apparently the entertainment had simply not been prepared yet, but the organizers would arrive soon. Elena didn't believe him, but she didn't suspect anything was wrong, unlike her brother. At first glance, they found themselves in an ordinary alley. But looking at these blockades, cutting off the paths of retreat, an unpleasant feeling crept in. It seemed that everything had been prepared here in advance to catch the Count's children off guard, but Ghislaine had not had time to think about it. The dissatisfied sister grabbed him by the arm and suggested that they leave here, since there was nothing interesting here. Ghislaine was once again surprised by the little girl's unnaturally great strength. But just as she was about to leave, Philip blocked her path. His face became not only agitated but also very creepy, threatening. He asked Elena to wait a little longer. The knight's ominous aura became so strong that even Elena noticed that something was wrong. Jamal said hesitantly that they didn't mean to scare her. And they really were her bodyguards up to some point. They just recently received a tempting order. And, as if seizing the moment, new people appeared behind the company, who were their customers. 2 men in black cloaks emerged from a dark alley into the light, and their leader walked in front of them, wearing a hat that hid his face. Coming closer, the man raised his head and Ghislaine could see his face, but his cunning eyes were hidden behind sunglasses. Jamal smiled contentedly and offered the man to complete the deal. They fulfilled their part as agreed. They brought the young lady. But first of all, the customer paid attention not to the little girl, but to her older brother. He doesn't remember ordering the eldest son of the Bertium family to be brought. Jamal grinned and said that the guy was a bonus. He tagged along with them and made things worse for himself. Ghislaine looked reproachfully at Jamal and said that he would not get away with such impudence. But it was clearly not the knight who should be worried in such a situation. Jamal is already pretty fed up with these impoverished lands of Bertium. The barbarian raids don't bring joy either, so the setup of the Count's family could provide him with an opportunity to escape and start a new life. After all, the state of the county was getting worse every day. Not wanting to listen to this treacherous speech any longer, Ghislaine cut the elder's body in half with one powerful movement. Without having time to utter another word, Jamal fell lifelessly to the ground. The aura around Bertium's eldest son seemed to become electrified, and his eyes lit up with a fierce fire. Philip grabbed Helena in horror, drawing his sword, hoping to defend himself. But this action did not save him either. Ghislaine accurately threw the sword straight into the knight's forehead. The blonde hugged his frightened little sister closer to him. He would never let anyone hurt her. The customers looked at each other in fear and were surprised by the young man's skill. They even doubted whether this was really Bertium's eldest son. They thought that he did not know how to fight at all. However, judging by his appearance, it was still him. There could be no mistake. Even though the knights themselves were distracted, it wasn't that easy to kill 2 grown men at once so quickly. In addition, Mana was clearly invested in the attacks. Elena, barely holding back her tears, looked at her brother and asked him what was going on. Instead of answering, he knocked out his younger sister with a clear but not strong blow of his hand. And then he carefully laid her on the cold ground so that she would not interfere with him and would not become a witness to the duel. After this, the customers spoke to him again and even thanked him for killing the knights. So they were going to get rid of these 2 to eliminate the witnesses. The leader of the opponents noticed that the guy was very different from the rumors that were going around about him. Is he hiding his skills? Ghislaine raised his bloody sword, not particularly eager to talk. Ghislaine studied his opponents carefully. The 2 in the cloaks were nothing, but their leader was radiating an abnormal amount of mana. It's better to deal with them quickly so that you have the strength to fight the elder. Ghislaine asked all 3 if they were really the ones who ordered the attack or if they were just pawns of someone more powerful. But, as expected, his opponents were not going to confess to him. Then Ghislaine got really excited and decided that he would beat the information out of them by force. The leader grinned and ordered his henchmen not to kill the guy, but just grab him for now, and maybe break his bones. He said with a crazy smile that in order to create a masterpiece, you need to go through a lesson in pain. Following the order, the Black Cloaks pounced on the young man. Remaining in a defensive position, Ghislaine threw a firecracker towards one of his opponents. It flew at great speed into the man's forehead, leaving a bloody trail. And, taking advantage of the fact that his enemy had relaxed his vigilance, Ghislaine thrust the tip of his sword into the bridge of his nose. The first one is ready. Now we just need to figure out the second one. He tried to strike the young man in the back, but the young master dodged in time and blocked it. With his free hand, he skillfully grabbed the blade of the other player's ball. And with a jerk, he snatched it, disarming the enemy. One more swing of the sword and he was already lying on the ground decapitated. But the last enemy crept up from behind and at the same moment stunned the young master with a blow to the head. Only when he tried to strike him in the back, he only hit the young man's second sword, which was clamped between his arm and shoulder blades. The man was very impressed. How did he block his attack from such a position if the elder came from a blind spot? Having caught the elder, Ghislaine turned sharply, launching a counterattack. His blade whistled right past his opponent's ear. The blow landed right on the man's neck, but for some reason didn't hurt him in any way. It only grazed his arm, and the pipe the gray-haired man was smoking was cut in half. After this, the swords of the enemies clashed again in a desperate confrontation. The gray-haired man seemed not to be scared at all, but rather impressed. If he hadn't had mana, he would have definitely lost his head after such a blow. Ghislaine landed a direct hit on his neck, but the old man concentrated his mana around it and reduced the possibility of damage. The old man grabbed his sword with both hands, filling it with magical energy. No matter where the young master got such unusual skills, he is no match for an experienced enemy. Besides, Ghislaine's mana reserves were quite meager compared to the old man's. The man, increasing the pace of his attacks, already felt the sweet taste of approaching victory. But at that very moment, Ghislaine thrust both swords that were in his hands into the ground and leaning on them did a somersault, during which he kicked the elder in the face, knocking him out of his lane. With difficulty maintaining his balance after the strong blow and the ringing in his ears it caused, the old man remained on his feet, although he flew a little to the side. The lenses of his glasses were broken, but he remained okay. But this is just how it seemed to him at first glance. And the first impression was deceptive. Just a moment later, a sharp pain burned through his chest and the man collapsed with blood pouring from his mouth. What is this? The guy didn't hit that hard. Could he really break through the elder's charm with such a low level? Ghislaine waited a few seconds, then walked closer to the man. He didn't know that there was a real conspiracy behind Elena's death. Anger boiled inside the guy, and from this he only became stronger and more frightening. The rage inside him boiled over and Ghislaine cast the third core release technique. What scared the older opponent? Where did such a mana increase come from? Gripping his two swords tightly, Ghislaine charged at the old man with incredible speed. A veritable avalanche of attacks rained down on the enemy, and he barely had time to block the young master's blows. From the blows alone, the enemy's hands became numb and his legs gave way. No matter how much mana a person has, its effect is always limited. But the old man had never seen a method that released mana in such powerful gusts. It was as if the young master had suddenly become a completely different person. Older, more powerful, more experienced. Ghislaine's final blow was so powerful that it shattered his opponent's blades into pieces. Sharp fragments flew around the area, and a deep, jagged wound stretched along the entire body of the gray-haired master. And the fatal finishing blow hit the enemy straight in the stomach, piercing him right through. Ghislaine pressed his enemy against the stone wall to make him talk for sure. Pressing on the handle of the sword that was sticking out of the other man's stomach, he ordered the man to confess who made him attack Elena. But he was not going to give up so easily, and at the last moment he released a sharp dagger from his sleeve to throw it at Elena. You should at least take the girl with you to the grave. Only at that very second his hands seemed to be enveloped in strong red threads. With his magical power, Ghislaine tied up his enemy, cutting off his last chances of salvation. He advised the elder not to do anything stupid and answer questions. Then he might draw his sword. The old man tried to move, but he couldn't move even a millimeter because of the strong threads of mana that enveloped him. Ghislaine twirled his sword slightly in the open wound, manipulating the enemy's pain. He still had a choice, to surrender and perhaps survive, or to continue to resist, but Ghislaine would destroy his mana core and it would all be over. And at that very moment, as proof, he directed a powerful stream of energy into the gray-haired man's body. The old man felt the mana inside him slowly begin to dissipate. The man was furious. How dare the young man use such risky techniques? One wrong move and the mana that would burst out would destroy everything within a radius of several dozen meters. The blonde grinned and said that only amateurs could do that. He could handle it. Goosebumps of horror ran through the gray-haired man's body, along with another stream of energy destroying the body. He could see from the younger man's eyes that the boy wasn't bluffing. A few more moments, and he would meet his death. Then suddenly the old man gave in, languishing in pain, and confessed that it was Count Desmond who had ordered them to kill Elena. He said that a precedent had to be created to ignite a war between the Bertiums and the Degrads. Ghislaine looked at him seriously, considering what he had heard. In his past life, all the dirty work was dumped on the Duke's allied families. Duke Dolphin cunningly conducted this concert from behind the scenes. For a moment there was silence between the old man and Ghislaine, and then, completely unexpectedly, the blonde plunged the sword even deeper into the old man's body, finishing him off. He howled, tensed up, trembled with pain. The younger one had promised to let him go if he got the information. But Ghislaine had no intention of doing this from the start. A man who had killed so many innocent people did not deserve to live. But before his death, the old man bared his teeth and said that his death would not solve anything anyway. The degraded would still get a precedent as they wanted. Will people really believe the tales of a good-for-nothing like Ghislaine? Soon the Bertiums will be drawn into war, and nothing will change. But the blonde had no desire to listen to this smug nonsense. Confidently flashing his blue eyes, he confessed to the old man that he had been reborn after death, which meant that everything would be different in this life. And for the last time he plunged the sword into the gray-haired man's chest, destroying his being with his mana. A huge bloodstain covered the wall where the man was pinned, his body falling like a sack to the ground. Ghislaine turned around, making sure that his sister was still sleeping peacefully on the ground. It was over. The guy first sighed calmly, and then suddenly fell to the ground, vomiting everything that was inside him. Wasting 3 cores wasn't a problem when he was the king of mercenaries, but since he had returned to the past, he had to be careful with his weak body. However, Ghislaine had not yet figured it all out. His gaze was drawn to the nondescript wooden door of one of the buildings. Ghislaine, pulling himself together, burst inside, knocking down the locked door. He remembered that in his past life, besides Elena, another body was found, which the guy just discovered on the floor. From what the old man said, it was the body of Degrad's son. It seems he was killed along with all the knights accompanying him. So that's how they silenced them, by making them out to be Elena's murderers. Once this is revealed, war will be inevitable. So we need to get rid of the evidence immediately and not let Count Dolphin's plans come true. Taking another firecracker out of his bag, Ghislaine threw it into the building, starting a fire inside so that the fire would take away all the evidence of what had happened. He picked up the sleeping Elena in his arms and hobbled home, not even suspecting that all this time he had been watched by a man hidden in the shadows of the trees. Once Ghislaine had sorted everything out, the spy also disappeared from the scene, leaving no trace behind. Less than an hour had passed before the spy arrived at Count Dolphin's estate with bad news. The best knights who were sent to get rid of Lady Helena failed. The man, listening to various accusations against himself and his dead comrades, reported that the mission had failed miserably because Ghislaine Bertium was there. The ministers sitting around the large round table could not understand how this useless cretin could interfere with them. Everyone has known for a long time that Ghislaine is just a stupid, worthless child. But the spy objected. Ghislaine was not at all what the rumors described him as. It was as if there was another person in his skin, more reasonable, more experienced, more powerful. However, even if they didn't kill Elena, they did deal with the Degrads, so starting a territorial war won't be difficult. But the council was deaf to his arguments. In their eyes, the executor had failed to complete the simplest task, so they ordered the servants to get rid of him. But at that moment, from the far end of the hall, someone's majestic, dissatisfied voice was heard. The man in the shadows stopped the council and asked the executor to elaborate on the plan he was asking to be allowed to carry out. The guy boldly declared that he would get rid of Ghislaine Bertium. He has a trump card, a fearless warrior who will personally fight the young man and crush him. This warrior's name is Cain Lodges. He is famous for his sword-fighting skills. He is a true embodiment of strength despite his young age. The performer is ready to confidently declare that in the entire North there is no one equal to him in strength. Plus, Cain is Ghislaine's cousin, so it wouldn't be hard to pit them head-on. This proposal interested the Count and the Council. But if the performer fails again, don't wear his head. There won't be another chance. After some time, Bertium Mansion, training hall, Fergus visited the arena to inform Ghislaine that it was time for lunch. He trained tirelessly and didn't even notice Fergus's arrival until he hit the sword that was next to the old man with his magical lasso. One light movement, and the magical threads of mana pulled the sword in the opposite direction to the knight. and the sword flew with ease, hilt first, into Gislin's palm, as intended. Only after this, having made sure that it was safe to enter the hall, Fergus approached and greeted the young master. He was very curious as to how Gislin was able to pull the sword towards him from such a distance. The guy demonstratively pulled the magic thread between his hand and the sword, and he said that these are threads of mana. They allow mana to be used as a pull. In his past life, Gislain used them often, but with his current skill level, he has to squeeze out mana cores to use them. Although if he uses only one thread in order to save mana, he will be able to reach the same level. Fergus admitted that he thought he was over the moon in his knowledge of mana training, but he had never seen anything like this before. It was surprising that Gislin hadn't used mana at all recently, but he was so quickly coming up with such incredible uses for it. In any case, Fergus came to the hall with a specific purpose. He bowed to the young man and thanked him for saving the young lady. The guy modestly replied that he simply did what he had to. And together with the senior knight, he went to the dining hall to have some refreshment. A few days later, the festival was suspended. This was necessary to ensure the safety of the young lady. At dinner, the sister complained to her brother that no one believed her when she said that Gislain saved her. She suggested that Gislain prove to them himself what he was capable of, but the guy assured her that no one would believe him anyway. Valinda was still furious that Philip and Jamal had turned out to be traitors. If they were alive, she probably would have twisted their heads off herself. While discussing what happened, Gislain noticed that his younger sister was keeping a lot of things quiet, and Gislin was only content with the fact that he had prevented war for the time being. He was sure that the enemies would not surrender so easily. He himself won't be able to stop them, so he should start gathering his army. While he was thinking about this, a maid entered the hall bringing lunch to the children. She carefully placed the plates first in front of Elena, and then in front of the older child. But upon examining what was inside, Gislin discovered that he had only one piece of bread for lunch. The guy asked Valinda what it was and where a normal lunch could be found. She told him that the castle was now in a critical situation, and, as confirmation, the cries of peasants were heard from the window. They demanded compensation for the losses they incurred due to the cancellation of the festival. A whole crowd of people with pitchforks, axes, and other dangerous tools gathered at the castle gates. People demanded that the Count's family pay them compensation and stop hiding in their castle. Panic slowly washed over Gislin as he watched this action from the window. Valinda was the only one who suspected that this is how it would turn out. Their country is full of traders who live on the proceeds of such festivals. Last year, for example, they made a lot of money. But now the festival was closed after just one day. That's why they're outraged. Gislain realized how bad their situation was with regard to compensation payments. This is not good. If nothing is done, the situation will only get worse. The boy asked Fergus to take the soldiers and pacify the crowd. But Fergus suddenly announced that they had no soldiers yet. Most of them were sent to clear the forest of monsters due to the increasing number of orc raids. The lands of Burdium were initially mired in wars because of the barbarians from the north. On the other hand, they have a forest teeming with monsters that can start to attack at any moment. There are no soldiers, no money, the county is in total disarray. Gislain put his arm around Valinda's shoulders and pulled her aside to talk. Since Valinda is in charge of the Count's eldest son's money, Gislain would like her to use it to pacify the merchants. Valinda said in confusion that Gislin didn't even have his own savings, because the Count ordered not to give him money, so that his son would not spend it on all sorts of nonsense. So, in fact, Gislin could be considered a beggar. He then tried to borrow money from Valinda, but she didn't have any either. The guy sat up on the window and looked into the distance, trying to figure out what to do in this situation. They had nothing left at all. Without a penny in his pocket, Gislain, even with knowledge of the future, will do nothing here. He needs to somehow get some money. But is there a way? There must be something in the estate. At that moment, Ricardo ran into the young master's room, out of breath from running so fast. He paused for just a moment, catching his breath. And then he said that they had another problem. Young Master Kane wanted to see Gislain. While Ghislaine was going down, Mr. Kane had already started to beat Scoven unceremoniously, just out of boredom. When the guy went down to the hall where his cousin was waiting for him, Scoven had already been beaten to the point of insensibility and was lying helplessly on the floor. A tall and very muscular guy stood in front of the blonde, trying to put pressure on the younger one with just his appearance. He smiled crookedly and greeted Ghislaine, his snake-like vile eyes shining. Ghislaine remembers that face. Standing before him was the heir to the lands of Lodges, with whom his family had an alliance. Kane Lodges. In his past life, he was Gislain's only friend. But this is only in words. In reality, they were sworn enemies and rivals. Ghislain, looking sternly at his brother, asked Ricardo to explain what was going on here. Ricardo said they had received reports of disturbances at a local tavern, and on the spot they found Cain in the company of knights accompanying him. He began to ask if the rumors about the young master were true, and then Commander Scoven began to tell everything in detail. And at that moment, Cain grabbed the commander by the face with his large palm. Asking how Scoven dared to lie so brazenly to the heir of lodges, the man beat the commander unconscious. Cain proudly recounted Scoven's stories about how Ghislain, who hadn't even trained properly, managed to defeat the orcs with his bare hands, and then the traitors as well. So he decided to give Scovan a once-over to awaken the remnants of common sense. And he shamed his cousin, saying that this would not have happened if he had not spread the tales. Ghislain remembered that this was exactly how his brother had always been, always treating him like his lackey. Every time he visited the lands of Birdium, he caused trouble. Even when he went too far, no one could say a word to him. No one dared to look down on Cain, including the previous Ghislain, who suffered from an inferiority complex. Cain's confidence and arrogance were seen as traits befitting an heir. This made Ghislain even more criticized. But now, things are different. Even Cain noticed with interest that something had changed in his cousin. Usually he would start screaming even at such a slight provocation. What happened at the Lodge's estate shortly before the current events? The executor of Ghislain's enemies visited Cain to persuade him to kill the young man, and he promised that if the thug succeeded, a certain venerable person would provide significant support to the Lodges. Cain said it wasn't a difficult task, but Ghislain is also the heir to his lands. How can he just get rid of him? The messenger suggested provoking Ghislain into a duel and then pretending that an accident had occurred. From the outside, it would look like a typical quarrel between heirs. He himself will go with Cain under the guise of an escort knight and regulate the situation. This is a good opportunity not only for them, but also for lodges. Without thinking twice, he agreed to the deal and set off on his journey. There was no reason to put off the plan. Now, facing his cousin face to face, Cain thought that the enemies wanted to get rid of Ghislain precisely because they noticed changes in him. Having stretched his arms, Cain finally decided to get down to business and asked how his brother was doing in general. And also, doesn't he want to bring his cousin what he's owed since he came to visit? Lodges heard that his brother had put the festival on hold, so he suggested that he liven things up and have a good time. Ghislain involuntarily understood what Cain was getting at, because this was repeated not even 2 or 3 times. Cousin always demanded women and drinks when he came to visit. Ghislain danced to his tune then because he didn't want to get beaten up. But now it's different. He's not going to spend his hard-earned money on his brother. And besides, he didn't even have any to spend right now. Suddenly, Ghislain saw another side to this thought. He was here all this time, source of income. It would be a sin not to take advantage of the current situation. Cain hurried Ghislain and told him to immediately bring the drinks and other treats here. He was waiting. Ghislain said that he would bring everything now, but his voice was not the same as always, confident, with notes of disgust. He said he could bring whatever his cousin asked for, but only if he finally paid his bills. Cain made a sour face and asked what his brother meant. Ghislain calmly said that his cousin had been living in luxury at his expense all this time. It was time to pay up. Including interest, he owed his elder brother 1,000 gold pieces. He grimaced even more and said that not only had Ghislain not spent even 100 gold pieces on him, he had also simply treated his brother as a sign of friendship. But Ghislain wasn't going to let him walk all over him any longer. So he looked at him menacingly and ordered him to pay the money until he beat it out of the guy himself. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Cain, as if gathering his strength, looked at the floor, and Ghislain, fearlessly, straight at him. And then Cain suddenly straightened up, towering over the blonde. Did his cousin really think that because Cain had been lenient with him all this time, he had the right to be impudent? Or did he really believe that he had become stronger by spreading a couple of false rumors about his victories? Everyone in the north thinks that Ghislain is worthless because he does nothing as the heir and only wastes time on nonsense. Unable to contain his anger, Cain swung his fist at Ghislain, aiming straight at his face, but the guy easily dodged the blow and didn't even bat an eyelid. This only angered the elder even more, but he was able to dodge his blow again, this time slipping under the heavy fist. Taking a good position, Ghislain delivered a powerful punch straight into the exposed Cain's ribs. The next blow was supposed to hit the cousin in the face, but Cain reacted in time and intercepted the younger man's fist, stopping him. Suddenly he fell to the ground, wheezing and coughing heavily. The escort ran closer, worried about the master's health. But Ghislain was not impressed by this reaction. He told Cain to get up and not to embarrass himself, since he had blocked the blow. But the escort did not let Ghislain approach the gentleman any closer. He even attacked him, saying that Ghislain was such a scoundrel he beat up an important person. There was a real commotion in the tavern. Everyone started talking, discussing how Ghislain could beat Cain. How did it happen? But Ghislain was the only one who understood his cousin's plan and realized that he was just playing for the audience. Cain deliberately made it look like Ghislain had started the conflict. That was more than enough to call a duel. Gaining public support is a rare opportunity. You need to impress them. Moreover, he will receive great help from one honorable family and enrich his lands, and also get rid of the impoverished Bertiums. Cain reached into the inside pocket of his coat with a satisfied smile, taking out a glove. He accused Ghislain of lying and of attacking his brother simply for trying to establish the truth. But before he could throw his glove, Ghislain's glove flew into his face. Cain got ahead of him and was the first to challenge Cain Lodges to a duel for unfairly insulting him, the heir of Bertium, right in front of his people. He also vilely attacks his subordinates, which defames the dignity of an aristocrat. Let Cain just try to deny it. He'll get an even harder punch in the face from Ghislain. Ghislain's courage only caused his cousin to smile madly. He always considered his relative stupid, but his confidence in his victory was completely inadequate. He grabbed his sword and announced that he accepted the boy's challenge. Let him not regret it later if he dies without proving anything to anyone. But it was clear from Ghislain's face that he would not be the one to feel sorry. His blue, even dark blue eyes were filled with excitement and slight arrogance. Ghislain turned to Ricardo and asked him to bring all the merchants protesting at the castle gates to the tavern. And he asked to tell them that the Count's son would soon get money for them. So, it is known that the festival was cancelled too suddenly. The festive atmosphere, which was reaching its peak, suddenly subsided, leaving behind dissatisfied people who were letting go of regrets. They remained in a state of tension because they were unable to idle away their time and spend their money. In such a situation, a good show would help them let off some steam. So there was quite a crowd in the square where the cousins were going to have their duel. The crowd was jubilant. They all wanted a good show. The merchants did not complain either, as their sales increased after the residents gathered in the square. Many people also bet on the fight, and not surprisingly, the vast majority bet on Cain to win. In their hearts, they all wanted him to teach their master a lesson, and they didn't believe that Ghislain had any chance against the bully lodges. Only Cain was unhappy that so many people had gathered around them. How dare his cousin turn their duel into a cheap show? Before the duel began, Cain warned his brother that his blade would not stop even if he begged for mercy. And at that moment, Ghislain realized that his death was the real goal of his cousin and his henchmen. Ghislain was not going to delay the start for long, so he suggested starting the duel, but he was interrupted. Lodges' escort stopped the boys and said that the bet on the fight was not entirely fair. No one bet on Mr. Ghislain, so the bet cannot win. All the spectators thought that the boy had no chance against Mr. Cain, but they needed at least one fool who would bet on him. Cain found it very funny that no one even valued his brother at the market. People have even started thinking about changing the bet and betting on how long Ghislain will last against Cain. When suddenly a man finally appeared and threw a whole bag of gold coins on the table. It was Commander Scoven, who had bet his entire savings on the victory of Ghislain's heir. And on top of it, another little bag flew onto the table, even fatter than the previous one. It was Elena's money. She also wanted to bet on her brother. Valinda tried to dissuade her, but the girl was adamant. Everyone around was surprised by this outcome, but no one said anything against it. The fight can finally begin. Since Ghislain is considered the elder, he decided to let Cain start the fight first. They both drew their swords and Ghislain told the younger one to attack. Cain did so immediately, sending a powerful slash of his sword towards his opponent. In his opinion, Ghislain had already fallen too low to try to save face. Ghislain blocked the first blow and deftly dodged the second, slipping under his opponent's sword. One more blow and the same thing happens on the battlefield. Cain jumps back with such a crash to regroup that the tiles beneath his feet crumble. There is talk in the crowd that they are not surprised that Bertium's son does not even take a punch from Cain, but only dodges. Valinda and Ricardo, unlike Elena and Scoven, were afraid for the life of the young master and even offered to stop the duel, but it was too late. The messenger thought with a smile that anyone who decided to cross blades with Cain was doomed to die. Such a huge advantage in strength makes a counterattack impossible, so all Ghislain can do is dodge. And as soon as the opponent gets exhausted from endless dodging and opens up, he will meet his end. Cain always won in exactly this scenario. This time, Cain didn't strain himself at all and wasn't even impressed by the guy's agility, although he admitted that he had improved his skills a little. Deciding it was time to knock his little brother down, Cain grabbed his sword not by the hilt but by the blade in his style and struck Ghislain with all his might. The blow landed right on the guy's blade, and he, as if by inertia, suddenly soared into the air. But while everyone thought that this was the end for Ghislain, he deftly turned around in the air, and he landed firmly on his feet, without losing momentum, preparing for a counterattack. He confidently glided across the arena, running behind his cousin. The spectators were amazed at how skillfully he maintained his balance by concentrating his mana in his legs. And after that, Ghislain even dared to say that Cain was a lousy swordsman and that he only intimidated his enemies with his strength, not his skills. So Ghislain is ready to open his brother's eyes to what he is really capable of. Only his cousin's boldness angered Cain even more, and he swung his heavy sword with all his might. And at that moment, Ghislain twisted away, kicking straight at the hilt of the other man's sword from below. And then he pushed off and jumped up, spinning above his younger brother in the air. Describing a circle, he dodged a quick sword strike and landed on the ground again, safe and sound. Cain's patience was wearing thin. He made a fencing motion with his sword, straight ahead, but his brother pushed away from the other's blade again. And leaning forward, he pressed his cousin's weapon to the ground. And he swung his sword so easily and quickly, but left several lacerated wounds on his opponent's body. Blood gushed from his arm, torso, and even his neck. Cain didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. The crowd roared. The heir of the Birdium family had advanced so far. Did he really have a chance to win? Cain, meanwhile, noticed that the wounds on his body were not deep, even though Ghislain had the opportunity to strike harder. Did he do it on purpose? But when did this idiot manage to master the sword so well? Suddenly Ghislain went even further and threw his sword aside. In his opinion, such a big difference in strength does not look particularly spectacular. So now he will fight with his bare hands to further inflame the atmosphere. He must take full advantage of the opportunity to teach his brother a lesson. And fists will be more than enough for this. Ghislain rolled up his sleeves. Cain is no match for him in fencing, so he will give him a head start. Ghislain wants to fight with his fists, because Cain will have an advantage there. And he bets another 2,000 gold, twice the initial bet, that he will win. The astonished crowd began to buzz, completely confused by what was happening on the field. Cain's companion was already sweating coldly from fear, but now he finally exhaled, not doubting that at least in a fist fight Lodges would defeat him. Meanwhile, people even opened an additional betting collection for fistfights. People still bet on Cain, believing that it was stupid to try to overcome a man with such a setup using pure force. However, this time, there were already some people who were ready to bet on Mr. Ghislain's victory. Cain chuckled softly, considering his brother's suggestion. He nevertheless agreed to this condition, straightening up to his full height. Cain rolled his shoulders and threw his coat aside as the fighting grew more intense. But unlike his cousin, who agreed to fight with his fists, Cain kept the sword with him and angrily swung the blade at him. Valinda got upset, shouted that it was not fair, and advised the blonde to quickly pick up his sword. But it was too late to reach for a weapon, and Ghislain had no intention of doing so. He guessed that his cousin would decide to play by the rules. It was time to knock some common sense into his thick head. Ghislain slipped, as before, under the broad blade of the sword. He ran around his opponent while he was trying to get his sword stuck in the ground, and he hit his cousin hard first in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, and then from below along the jaw, so much so that the teeth clicked against each other and there was a ringing in the ears. Cain doubled over in pain. Where the hell did the guy learn to do those moves? The crowd cheered again. What passion! The young gentleman really can win. Looking at his beaten cousin, Ghislain calmly ordered him to get up. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Cain, filled with hatred and shame, jumped to his feet and pounced on his cousin with another furious attack. The sword whistled past the blonde. Cain barely kept his balance. His bruised cheek swelled. Ghislain still hadn't dared to even look at him before all these events. The elder himself bowed his head in his presence, was quieter than water, lower than grass. Ghislain grabbed his cousin and hit him in the side with his knee, blocking the other's movements. And then another blow hit Cain's body, and another, and another, and another. As a result, Ghislain beat the younger one to a pitiful state and seriously injured him. Looking at the boy in such a state, Ghislain admitted that he felt sorry for Cain's father. Count Lodges helped the Birdiums when they were on edge only because he and Ghislain's father were friends. It's a pity that his son turned out to be alien to his father's ideals. Cain's memories surfaced of a fight with his father that had happened between them several years ago. The reason was precisely the Count's desire to help the Birdium family, because his son was against helping these worthless people who would bring nothing in return. Besides, my father had just returned from a hike. Not even a week had passed, and he was already getting ready to jump up and go somewhere else. His son tried to dissuade him, asking him not to go to the Birdiums. Moreover, it is not only Cain who dissuades him, but also other respectable representatives of their family. Cain remembered that his father had justified his actions by saying that Count Birdium was his friend, and he could not act otherwise. At that moment, he realized the importance of those words, regretted that he had not realized it earlier. Ghislaine swung at Lodges one last time, but instead of hitting him, he extended his hand to him, deciding that he had learned his lesson. And Cain, humbly bowing his head before his elder, admitted his defeat. The square exploded with shouts and enthusiastic exclamations from the spectators. Young Mr. Ghislaine had won. A miracle had happened. Ghislaine's loved ones were the most joyful of all, and Valinda stood there with her mouth wide open in surprise. Only one person in the square was more angry than anyone else, Cain's escort. He started getting angry, yelling at Cain, scolding him. How dare he give up? He trusted him. He hoped. But Cain wouldn't hear of it. He limped to his feet and said he was leaving. Now the messenger is in trouble. He has failed his second mission in a row. But before that, there was something else waiting for him. Ghislaine had not ignored the man's participation in this adventure. It was time to take his own. Ghislaine looked at the crowd and announced that the man in the blue cloak had volunteered to pay for the meat and drink for everyone who came. The man trembled, almost choking from horror and indignation at the same time. He angrily shouted at Ghislaine that he had not given his consent to this, and ordered the blonde to take his words back. Ghislaine said that was the price for losing. Surely he should at least have done something. And to be clear, it wouldn't count towards the bet. On top of that, the man will still owe Ghislaine 2,000 gold. And if he decides to run away, Ghislaine will get him, and it's scary to even think what he can do to him. The last warning was convincing enough for the boy to quietly agree, and Ghislaine was able to leave calmly, knowing that he would do everything. After this, the Count's son returned to the castle to get a well-deserved rest after the duel. The next day, a fairly large chest, filled to the brim with gold coins, was brought into Ghislaine's room. With that amount of money, you could hire a small mercenary force. That's a lot. But the mercenaries will take a long time to work them off. This method is not suitable. In order to implement his plans, Ghislaine needs to quickly complete the preparations. Suddenly, right next to the guy, out of nowhere, Elena and Valinda appeared. His younger sister innocently asked him what he was going to spend the money he won on. Valinda suddenly said that she knew exactly what the guy would spend it on. Lady Amelia's birthday was coming up soon. Valinda thought that Ghislaine would want to surprise her pleasantly. The sister grumbled discontentedly that there was no need to put on such a show just to please the bride. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow at this point. He had forgotten that he had a fiancée. He did not hesitate to ask the girls who they were talking about. Those close to him have already come to terms with his oddities and forgetfulness lately. So Elena simply told him that they were talking about Amelia, the daughter of Count Reinfold. Amelia is the noblest of aristocrats, loved by the people for her kind nature and actions that go beyond what is normal for social classes. However, in the future, she would lead a rebellion and become famous as the Witch of the North. She also assisted Duke Delphine in his plan to overthrow the Birdium family. For some reason, Ghislaine asked Valinda that his father would be returning home in about a week. Before that time, the guy still had some things to finish. He immediately said that he was going to go to the Reinfold estate. Even though Lady Amelia's birthday is not so soon, he needs to have time to collect some debts from her. Meanwhile, in the Reinfold family's county, Amelia was walking the streets of her estates. She was a beautiful woman with a distinctive feature, a small spider on her lip, and at some point she noticed a little girl in the yard. She was dressed in rags and walked barefoot, so the lady could not pass by and gave the girl her shoes. In her opinion, if anyone should walk barefoot on her lands, it should be her. In addition, Amelia ordered her servants to provide the poor residents with shelter and food. Numerous boxes of provisions were immediately brought to the impoverished village, and material assistance was provided in every possible way. People were grateful for the lady's support and were once again convinced of the kindness of their hostess. After this, Amelia returned home. It was quiet and calm in the girl's garden, and her personal servant kept her company in the gazebo. The closest person to Amelia was Bernard, her bodyguard. The girl worked hard today. Her father always demands absolute obedience from people. Therefore, it was necessary to give the impression of a merciful hostess, because the stupid gray mass more willingly follows those who provide them with warmth and bread. Bernard praised her and promised that, thanks to this, he would definitely be able to turn the race for the inheritance in her favor. Instead of gratitude, the girl only unprincipledly kicked her faithful servant in the face. He obediently washed her feet when she asked what was going on with his duel against the swordmaster from the north. The man apologized for having to lose. If he had won there, he would have certainly attracted unnecessary attention. Now was not the time to bare his claws. So he obediently kissed the girl's feet, reminding her that his sword would always serve her. But the girl didn't like it. She didn't raise him that way. Amelia lifted his face by the chin towards hers and told him that he shouldn't be so weak. Bernard also reported to her that there was no need to worry about the Actium Guild, which she was interested in. They successfully bought all the materials needed to build a checkpoint in the wild forest near the Birdium lands, which was half destroyed by the orcs. In this way, they would get back all the funds that Count Reinfold had sent to their family as support. They would also buy off all the soldiers and knights who had left the Birdium lands. There are many trained fighters among them, so it is a good investment. But it is necessary to continue to maintain the image of an ordinary trade guild so that the plans are not revealed prematurely. While they were discussing this, Lady Amelia's butler appeared in the garden. He did not wish to disturb the lady's peace, but he had received a message from the gatekeepers. His lordship, Ghislain Birdium, had arrived to visit. Amelia was completely unprepared. She asked what this walking problem was doing here. The butler visibly tensed up and stuttered that Ghislain needed to discuss something with them regarding the merchant guild. Both Bernard's and the lady's hearts sank and their eyes widened in fear. Amelia immediately headed to the living room, where the eldest Birdium child was already waiting for her. He sat down confidently enough on her sofa and said hello. The girl had no intention of answering him. On the contrary, she glared at him with displeasure, and even the cat in her arms hissed angrily at the young man. Instead of greeting, she reminded the groom that it was bad manners to show up unannounced. The guy, without going for provocation, only said that he decided to give her his birthday present early. He put a flower on the table in front of her and said that he had found it at the front of the guild. They smelled wonderful, and from now on he would only buy flowers there. The girl asked which guild he bought these flowers from, and he replied that he bought them from the Actium Guild. She tensed up when she heard the name and said sternly that she didn't understand what the groom was getting at. His gift has been accepted, so let him go home, that's all. But the young man, in a low, harsh tone, ordered the girl to sit down and continue the conversation. Normally, she wouldn't have listened, but this time she froze in place, as she was discouraged by such pressure from his side. Is this really the guy who could only bleat when he saw her? Ghislain, as if nothing had happened, picked up his cup of tea from the table and admitted that he needed money. Only 10,000 gold pieces. She was outraged that he had shown up only to borrow money from his fiancée. Moreover, he was asking not on behalf of the county, but for her to lend it to him personally. Besides, he knows that she won't marry him anyway, so why stand on ceremony? And at that moment his eyes gleamed dangerously, and the tea demonstratively spilled on the table. Ghislain knew that Amelia was actually planning to marry her bodyguard. Once she took over his head, that would be possible. The lady cat hissed discontentedly at the impudent guy, but he had no intention of stopping his monologue. Amelia will be in trouble if anyone finds out that she is secretly building up her powers to win the race for the inheritance. The girl looked at him with her bloodshot eyes and said that such words should not be thrown around even as a joke. Ghislain promised to keep her secret only if she paid him the specified amount. But she wasn't going to let that happen, so she called Bernard inside. The man, although not very friendly, greeted the young man. Bernard has always been a strong support for Amelia, at all times. Already at this stage, he possesses strength comparable to the swordmasters of the north. Not wanting to start a conflict, Ghislain warned that if he died in their castle, a land war would begin. But Lady Amelia was sure that the people would talk about this incident, that the walking nuisance Birdium was killed by a bodyguard because he unexpectedly broke into the lady's chambers. Therefore, without a second's delay, she ordered Bernard to get rid of the annoying fiancé, and he obediently drew his rapier, fulfilling her will. But since Amelia has gone this far, Ghislain should not be petty and be more serious. Suddenly it wasn't even Bernard who attacked Ghislain, but some other warrior who jumped out of nowhere. Fortunately, the guy reacted and parried the blow. He threw his attacker aside so hard that he flew across the room and into a high window. Ghislain smiled mockingly. He saw that he was being attacked by an assassin. What a sudden attack, covered by the mask of a polite reception. Lady Amelia showed her fiancé terrible hospitality. Ghislain and Bernard's swords crossed, filling the entire room with the ringing sound of blades. The blue eyes of the Count's son gleamed with a murderous fire. They clearly don't teach manners in the Reinfold household. Bernard noted with irony that it was Ghislain who had shown disrespect first. He had burst in without warning, upsetting the lady. The dark-haired man swung his rapier, but at that moment Ghislain thrust his sword between the man's body and his free hand. He dodged the other's blade, and Bernard, as planned, pressed his sword tightly to his body. Using him as a support, the agile blonde did a somersault and jumped over Bernard. And at the last moment, when he was almost landing, he kicked him in the torso, knocking him off his feet. Bernard instantly flew back several meters by inertia, feeling a dull pain in his ribs. He was surprised by the guy's technique. In Rhinefold County, Ghislain was also known as an arrogant idiot with no abilities. However, judging by his fighting style, one can see that he is clearly not an amateur. Amelia was not impressed by the blonde's strength, and she told Bernard to pull himself together and finally fight more seriously. She needs Ghislain's head immediately if Bernard's sword still serves her. This instruction gave Bernard additional motivation, and he promised that he would not let her down. He took up an attacking stance again, while opening up the mana pathways within himself. Ghislain was amused by the other's self-confidence. The fight promises to be interesting. Bernard invited Ghislain to attack first, being completely confident in his abilities. But Ghislain yielded this opportunity to the knight, who did not argue. Therefore, at that very moment, he made a powerful lunge towards the enemy. The rapier flashed right in front of Ghislain's face, and he dodged the blade at the last moment, but a short scratch was left on his cheek. However, Bernard was very fast. He showered the young master with blows at incredible speed, but Ghislain managed to block them at the last moment. Lady Amelia's face darkened. How could the worthless Ghislain fight on equal terms with someone like Bernard? The brunette meanwhile made another lunge, and his rapier whistled past Ghislain's ear. The guy put his sword out and hooked the other guy's blade with the hilt, pushing it aside. He tried to counterattack, but Bernard dodged again, trapping the blade of the sword between his arm and torso. Ghislain once again decided to take advantage of the opportunity to somersault using such a support and dodge the rapier. But the same trick didn't work twice. Bernard threw Ghislain to the floor with all his might, taking his sword for himself. He tried to thrust the tip of the weapon into the young man's head, but he was able to reach out and push the rapier away from himself with his foot. Ghislain did a quick backflip, moving away from his opponent, and stood up. The knight apparently used mana to counter his attack. Bernard admitted that Lord Ghislain was indeed different from the rumors that were circulating about him. It is true what they say, you know a man in action. He threw away Ghislain's sword. The Lord's swordsmanship indicates that he is seasoned by real combat. Is it because of frequent skirmishes with barbarians? In the chaos of the field, such techniques work well, but against Bernard, these tricks will not work. He smiled smugly, hoping that by disarming Ghislain, he could put an end to the battle. But Ghislain was prepared for it to turn out this way. These precise strikes, the minimum of gaps and deadly attacks, the perfect timing and sense of distance. In close combat with Bernard, it's definitely hard to overcome the difference in physics with technique alone. It seems like this guy was never worth bothering with. But it turned out that Ghislain didn't have much time to waste on preparing for a fight with him. At this moment, Ghislain used his trump technique and created a strong thread of mana. He tied it around the sword and pulled the weapon towards him, and on the way it hit the back of Bernard's head painfully, stunning him. Pulling the thread closer, Ghislain jumped on the bent-over Bernard, and with all his might he hit him in the face with his knee, probably breaking his straight nose. Bernard was left confused and bewildered. How did the guy manage to do this? The fight was not over yet, and Ghislain was ready to attack the man from above with renewed force. The blades clashed again as Ghislain threw his entire body onto Bernard. He managed to hold the weapon in his hands with difficulty and threw the young man aside. Realizing that the hall was becoming unsafe, Bernard told Lady Amelia that she had better leave. From now on, he can't guarantee her full protection. He'll have to lay out all his cards in this fight. Ghislain was not at all scared. On the contrary, he was even glad. It had been a long time since he had encountered worthy opponents. Lady Amelia did not argue with the bodyguard and, picking up the cat in her arms, ran out of the hall. This Ghislain, how dare he humiliate her? And did someone in the Merchant Guild leak the information to him? Ghislain is not smart enough to figure it out on his own. These rumors about him killing orcs, saving his sister from assassins, and even defeating lodges. Isn't it all fake? Is it all real? First of all, Lady Amelia flew out into the main corridor to find out what her guards were doing and who let Ghislain inside. But turning the corner, she saw that her guards were lying unconscious all along the corridor, and in the center stood a strong female figure in a black cloak. The girl turned to face her, and under the hood it was impossible to recognize who it was. But it was Valinda. She greeted the lady with a strained smile. Amelia did not recognize her, but only guessed that this girl must be the Birdium's servant. Valinda quickly moved behind Amelia and grabbed her, pressing the dagger to her fragile neck. The girl smirked as she removed the spider from the blonde's lips and almost laughed when she noticed that she still had that nasty thing on her face. Valinda overheard a conversation between Earl Reinfold and their lord, learning why Amelia was wearing the spider. Her brothers constantly teased her sister for having creepy spiders following her around, so she went and personally raised a brood of tame spiders to get revenge. Valinda even became interested in whether the girl was wearing a spider on her face because of an injury or for self-affirmation. She threw the spider on the floor and crushed it mercilessly with the toe of her boot. Meanwhile, the fight between Bernard and Ghislaine continued. Bernard decided to fight seriously, so he began to concentrate an incredible amount of mana. Even the air became heavier as the situation became more and more tense with each passing minute. Bernard grimaced and said that Ghislaine's phrase about a worthy opponent was only suitable for a pathetic mercenary and not for a young aristocrat. Ghislaine said that such phrases did not humiliate him in any way, and he did not understand such a claim from the lips of an ordinary bodyguard. Making a quick lunge, Bernard dropped the ceremony and openly attacked Ghislaine, not hiding his anger. And then his blows and lunges became so fast and strong that Ghislaine's vision began to swim. He did not have time to react to where the opponent's rapier was at the moment. Because of this, one of the blows almost grazed the guy's neck, and several more subsequent furious blows were very close to winning. But then Ghislaine pulled himself together and struck the man's rapier, closer to the hilt. In this way, he wanted to knock the weapon out of his opponent's hands, but he failed. Taking advantage of the moment, Bernard was about to deliver the fatal blow and finally finish off the blonde. The rapier rushed forward and Lord Birdium's blood actually spilled onto the perfectly clean parquet. But that wasn't the end. The boy was ready to hurt himself and deliberately used his shoulder to deflect the blade. With Ghislaine, you can't let your guard down until the very end. While Ghislaine was a little confused and disoriented, Bernard gave him a powerful kick in the thigh, sending him flying. The knight did this on purpose to demonstrate the difference between him and the lord who was waving his sword for show. Ghislaine flew into the wall, hitting his back painfully, but stayed on his feet. As he thought, this fight is very addictive, but it's time for him to play at full strength. Bernard's overwhelming speed, reach, and consistency of attacks allow him to control the fight. Any attempt to close in is immediately negated. In direct combat, he made it appear as if their blades were locked in an attempt to make Ghislaine believe that they could no longer be separated. With his current mana, Ghislaine can't overcome him in strength, but this only applies to the mana he currently has. Bernard is strong, but he is missing one important thing. This is Ghislaine's unique mana cultivation technique. The boy raised his shining eyes and began the process of releasing the third mana core. Just one blow, and Bernard didn't even notice how his opponent knocked the rapier out of his hands. The young gentleman surprised him again, only this time Bernard had nothing to counter him with. Where did this young man get such destructive mana right in the middle of battle? Ghislaine nearly killed Bernard with a powerful blow to the head, but stopped himself at the last moment when he heard a female voice begging him not to do it. Lady Amelia, who was being held hostage by Valinda, appeared in the hall. Tears rolled down Amelia's cheeks. She irritably told Ghislaine to take his 10,000 gold pieces and get out of her sight. The guy calmly said that she should have given him the money when he asked politely, and not started all this fuss. Ghislaine obediently removed the blade of the sword from Bernard's face. Valinda looked at the destroyed hall with surprise and noted that this could not even be called a quarrel between young lovers. Ghislaine came closer to Amelia and said that he wanted to tell her some bad news. Now, after all these scandals, only 20,000 gold pieces will satisfy him, no less. Having taken his money, Ghislaine went home, leaving behind destruction and unrest in the Rainfold estate. Amelia, in her suppressed feelings, smashed dishes and did not know where else to vent her anger. Bernard apologized to her for his defeat. Ghislaine was much stronger than rumors said. It turned out that he already knows how to release mana. Ghislaine Birdium had changed greatly. His skills now surpassed even some high-ranking knights. Birdium asked if Amelia wanted to report this incident to Duke Delphine, but instead of answering, she gave Bernard a resounding slap. She ordered him to watch his language. Duke Delphine is a terrible man. Their heads will roll if today's events become public knowledge. The reason she allied with Duke Delphine without telling her father is because it's a secret agreement. She helps get rid of the Birdiums. He supports her rebellion. She would be killed by her own brothers if this was revealed. The same would happen if anyone learned the secret of the Merchant Guild. They need to find a way to kill Ghislaine and stop this from happening. After the battle, unfortunately, Ghislaine was still in normal condition. There is a deep wound on his shoulder, but otherwise only small cuts. Although he used a huge amount of mana, so he will need time to recover. But you can't use the Knights of the Rhinefold family to eliminate him if they don't want to leave a trace. So, they'll need the hunting dogs that Amelia has been raising specifically for situations like this. The girl spoke of a squad of wild cats who could carry out any of her dirtiest assignments. This group are war orphans, without family or status. She ordered Bernard to send them to get rid of Ghislain. Let's gather a dozen assassins who are good at mana control. Bernard knew that there was a valley between the territories of Burdium and Rhinefold. Almost no one goes there, so this closed area is perfect for covert operations. He promised that he would prepare everything properly and would not make the same mistakes as today. Lady Amelia decided that Ghislain would have to pay dearly for humiliating her today. Meanwhile, Ghislain, having bandaged his shoulder wound, set out from the county of Rhinefold. Valinda and old Fergus were also in the carriage with him. Ghislain convinced them that the wound was not serious and there was nothing to worry about. And it was true. The wound wasn't particularly deep. For such a risky act, that's for sure. The 20,000 gold he took from Amelia was more than enough for the initial capital to build up his lands. It would save Ghislain years of time. It would be nice to wring Amelia's neck, but he doesn't need territorial wars yet. He can't let his emotions endanger the clan's territory. They are already fighting desperately to defend themselves from the barbarians, so it is better to get by with a little bloodshed now. The fact that he knows the secrets of the Arctium Guild makes it difficult for them to play. This time Ghislain uses Amelia, not the other way around. Valinda, after thinking about something for a while, asked the gentleman if everything had gone as he had planned. Before arriving at the Rhinefold estate, he ordered her to take charge of the guards if she heard sounds of a struggle, and to take Amelia hostage if she tried to escape. Yes, that was the plan, but in reality it was not Valinda that Ghislain asked about this, but old Fergus. Suddenly Ghislain began to cough heavily, bending over in pain. There was coughed-up blood on my hand. This is the result of the third core activating. It's not as serious as last time, but it could cause problems over time. He needs a safer way to build mana quickly. Valinda suddenly took the boy's hand and ran her fingers along the veins on his wrist. The girl felt that the flow of the Lord's mana was greatly disrupted, so she took out a thick, sharp needle to fix it. With quick stabbing movements, she began to cast a spell over the master's palm, and he hoarsely gave up the ghost, as if an otherworldly force had pushed the air out of him. Ghislain was surprised to see that the congestion in the mana pathways had cleared up a bit. This type of healing was only possible with deep mana compression. Valinda, she said that his mother brought her, so he didn't think that she was an ordinary servant. But who is she really? Why would such a gifted person work as a servant chief in their wilderness? Still, the more strong allies he has behind him, the better. The talented people Ghislain has met along the way are just the beginning. Valinda suddenly said that she believes in Ghislain and will always help him, no matter what he does. But she wants to know why she took so much money from Amelia. Ghislain said that he needed a large sum of money now, and Amelia was the only one who had it in such quantity. Valinda scolded him, saying that it was too dangerous to get involved in problems without a specific goal, but Ghislain assured her that everything would be fine. Amelia will never tell her father or anyone else what happened. Valinda believed him, but she was still dissatisfied. She asked him to at least tell her what he would spend the money on, since she too was risking her life for it. And Ghislain surprised her when he gave her a truly worthy reason for wanting the money. He was going to use the resources he received to clear the forest of monsters. Fergus stated that it was impossible. Attempts to clear the forest had been made since his case, but Ghislain interrupted him, and he asked what was going on with the request that Ghislain had made before leaving. Fergus wearily confirmed that the man the boy was interested in was exactly where he had mentioned, but his condition left much to be desired. Ghislain said that the only thing that mattered now was that he was alive, and he ordered the carriage to leave immediately. Valinda suggested that they first return to their lands and patch up the Lord, but he said that it was not safe to return there now. Although Valinda had sworn to protect him, as had all his subjects, it was better not to take risks. Besides, circumstances had changed. Ghislain needs a responsible commander, and soon they will get one. Soon enough, the carriage arrived at the place Ghislain had designated. It was a small house in the forest, surrounded by mountains. Valinda said that the place looked abandoned, but Ghislain still came closer and knocked on the door. There was a commotion inside, and soon a tall, large, gray-haired man opened the door for them. Ricardo, Valinda, and Fergus stared at him, because this was not the responsible commander they had imagined. Valinda asked the guy if it was definitely not a mistake, because the old man looked pretty pathetic. but he was exactly the one they needed. The man hurried the guests so that they would quickly say why they came, or get lost and not delay him. This old man was the captain of the Ratatosk mercenary group. His name is Jillian. Ghislain knew him in his past life, and he missed the old man very much. Ratatosk is a fairly well-known mercenary group that only a true master of all kinds of weapons can join. This group had long since disbanded, but it was so famous that even foreign knights knew about it. And the leader of the squad was none other than Jillian. Ghislain greeted him respectfully. But the distrustful old man, instead of greeting him back, threw an axe at Ghislain. He was alarmed by the fact that the guy knew about him from somewhere. The man was sure that he did not come here with good intentions. So he asked menacingly what some aristocrat wanted from him. Valinda shielded Ghislain with her body, deciding that Jillian was definitely out of her mind. But then the guy said something that interested the mercenary. Endless punishment. He knows how to cure the man's daughter's incurable disease. Therefore, I suggested not to rush to conclusions, but to sit down and talk calmly. Jillian's daughter had terrible symptoms. Fever, coughing up blood, red rashes on her skin that looked like petals. It is an incurable disease, and the one afflicted with it will writhe in agony like a tortured criminal. This is the disease called endless punishment. The mercenary's daughter lay in bed, screaming and shaking. She had been ill for quite some time, and it seemed her strength was running out. The poor girl's name was Rachel, and she was in such a disgusting state that every hour might be her last in this life. But it's not too late to save her. Ghislain tried to hire Jillian in his past life, but he left this world. After his daughter's death, he followed her. Looking at the state of his house, it is obvious that he spends all his energy and savings on treating his daughter. The only thing left here is the weapon. Rachel at this point began to scream again, bursting into tears. She was in such pain that it seemed easier to give in and die. There is no time to hesitate. We must begin treatment immediately. But just as Ghislain was about to begin, Valinda suddenly stopped him and suggested that he leave. They say that this disease is some kind of divine curse. Even the priests could not come up with a cure. But Ghislain, unlike them, knows how to help a girl. He turned to Valinda and asked if she believed him. She didn't answer, but she didn't argue or deny it. Ghislain handed her some paper. It was a list of medicines that Ghislain wanted Valinda to bring him. For a mercenary who is not tied to any specific place, knowledge is the basis of survival. Endless punishment is considered incurable, but a cure was eventually found. It was such a much-discussed sensation that Ghislain remembered all the details of its production. After all, the method turned out to be quite simple. The only problem is that the ingredients are incredibly expensive. In order to make the medicine, it was necessary to obtain a flower called Fairy Blessing. First, it needs to be ground and mixed with other herbs. Then transfer it into a bottle and fill it with alcohol for a while. Then shake well to mix everything and let it sit. Next, you need to add the remaining herbs and mix. When Ghislain finished preparing the medicine, he gave the bottle to Jillian, and he said that his daughter should drink it, and then she would feel better. There was no other choice. This was Rachel's last chance for a normal life, so her father gave her a drink from a bottle. And then suddenly, a miracle really happened. Rachel suddenly stopped crying, and the red spots on her pale skin immediately disappeared. Not only the father, but everyone present watched this incredible healing and fascination. The medicine really worked. Ghislain had discovered such a progressive method of treatment. At least that's what it seemed to people who didn't know the truth about it. Ghislain smiled contentedly, happy that everything had worked out for him. Jillian was certainly happy, but he didn't understand how the guy managed to do it. Even the healers with sacred powers couldn't help. Ghislain told him that the power of the saints is not unlimited. Its effect depends heavily on the health of the organism itself and the will to live, which can overcome diseases. Jillian fell to his knees before the young gentleman and, not believing his luck, asked if it was true that his daughter would be completely healed. Ghislain said it would only take her 1 or 2 months to fully recover. Then the old man bowed respectfully before the young man and asked him what he wanted in return. He had probably come all this way because he wanted to ask the old man for something. Unfortunately, the only thing he has left is his own body, but if the guy asks, he can become either a slave or a dog. But all Ghislain needs is the real Jillian, the leader of the Ratatosk mercenary squad. The man looked Ghislain in the eye and tensed a little. What are they looking for? But at that very moment, he grabbed an axe and chopped off his gray braid of hair, which he had not cut since he retired from military affairs. Those around him froze in mute surprise, looking at him. The man straightened up, squared his shoulders. His gaze became cheerful and fresh. He looked like a completely different person. Looking back at Ghislaine, he asked if there was anyone else following their small group. Enemies, perhaps? But Ghislaine said that everyone with him is here. There is no one else in the forest at the moment. Then the old man asked if the gentleman had any envious people. He answered honestly that yes, and in the future there will only be more of them. Suddenly the man took the spear closest to him and threw it at the wall with such force that it broke through the wall. The spear made a large hole in the wall because it was soaked in mana, and the old man tied a long rope to one end. So when he felt that she had reached her goal, he pulled the rope back towards himself. And a spy flew into the room, his body pierced by the old warrior's spear. It was one of the spies of the Wildcat squad. The mercenary grabbed him by the neck and asked who had sent him. He wheezed hoarsely, not believing that the old man could sense him at such a distance. Ghislaine said that the mercenary doesn't have to beat out all the information. He already knows who sent the assassins after him. The guy didn't want to get his hands dirty today, but it looks like he'll have to get rid of one opponent. Then the old man stopped him and said that he would deal with this assassin himself, after which he squeezed his neck even harder, blocking his airways. When the man had finally dealt with him, and not much time had passed, he changed his clothes and reported to Ghislaine that he was finished. Valinda looked at the elder with intensity and thought that there was not a drop of doubt in his movements. Why does the young master need such a dangerous person in his circle? Bowing to Ghislaine, Gillian said that from now on his life belonged to the Lord. Now a significant part of what is needed for Ghislaine's plan to restore the territories has been obtained. Gillian will be of great help to him in its implementation. But bad news came to the lair of wild cats. The reconnaissance detachment was shamefully destroyed, and only one of them returned to report on the results of the expedition. Hearing this, the bandits raised a fuss, but their leader, Viego, ordered them to be silent. According to Mr. Bernard's information, with the current strength of the heir to the Burdium Duchy, he couldn't even detect them, let alone kill them. Was the reconnaissance squad that incompetent? Or was the information incomplete? Then, one of the assassins told his leader that it seemed that Burdium's son had hired Gillian. After these words, the leader became furious, not believing his ears. He grabbed one of his subordinates by the neck and he swore that he saw everything with his own eyes. But the man wasn't exactly afraid of Gillian. On the contrary, he was glad that the man had finally shown up. Meanwhile, having prepared for the journey, Gillian set off with Ghislaine. Valinda, sitting inside the new wagon that had to be hired specifically to transport Gillian's weapons, complained about how much he had. Couldn't he have just taken one sword or an axe? Ghislaine advised her to forget it. They needed another wagon to transport Rachel anyway. Behind them, riding in an old cart, were Rachel, old Fergus, and Ricardo. Ghislaine asked his mentor to be patient. Sooner or later, all these weapons might come in handy. They still have to somehow get out of this dark canyon. Then Valinda decided to change the subject and asked the young gentleman about the man who had been following them. She wondered if it could be a spy sent by Lady Amelia. Ghislaine said that it was certainly so, which was quite problematic. The spy was wearing a mask typical of the Cat Guild, and they are quite influential in Rhinefold. Valinda knew that this was a gang that was involved in murder, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and smuggling for money. The Wildcat gang is considered the dregs of society who will take on any dirty work. Among them, there are often seasoned retired mercenaries. This is a fairly powerful dark guild. Valinda just wanted to tell Ghislaine to be extra careful. These guys are way too persistent. The guy nodded towards Gillian and said that they had nothing to worry about as long as he protected them. Then, as if on cue, a gang of cats pounced on their cart, bursting out of the night shadows. Gillian reacted quickly and parried the blows of two opponents at once with his weapon. With a deft movement, he first cut off the hand of one of them, and then pierced the second with his sword. The chopped-up bodies of the enemies were left behind, and the cart continued on its way. But then a new trouble awaited the cart. The gang set a trap for them. The cats had thought of everything. The cart was ambushed. The bandits surrounded the cart from all sides, leaving no room for retreat. The squad leader stepped forward and addressed Gillian directly. He called him a coward who had disbanded the gang because of his little daughter. Gillian got down from the cart and replied that he did not understand what the man was talking about. Viego got angry and told Gillian that his life had gone downhill because of him. Was the old man no longer able to recognize his former comrade? Gillian didn't recognize the man standing in front of him, but the commander didn't seem to mind. He narrowed his eyes and said he would make Gillian remember, and at that moment he ordered his men to attack the travelers and kill them. Ghislaine asked Gillian if he needed help to deal with this gang. The man refused and said that he had a personal score to settle with the commander. So Gillian had to confront 10 clever bandits at once, but with his strength, He could kill 3 people at once with one swing of his axe. The opponents ran towards him in a row, and each in turn received crushing blows from him, which fell on the most sensitive places, depriving them of life. Ghislaine was right when he said that they had nothing to worry about as long as Jillian was around. The commander, looking at this, thought that the strength of the greatest mercenary had not gone away from Jillian. However, he is not so simple. The man suddenly ordered his squad to split up and attack the old man from both sides. But at that moment, Jillian deftly jumped onto the horse and reached for the next weapon. Also an axe, but heavier and sharper. He rushed forward on his horse and with powerful chopping blows knocked down the assassins who were standing on the ground. And as the icing on the cake, he skillfully coordinated the horse so that it spun around its axis. Like a deadly tornado, he got rid of another group of enemies. One of the mercenaries tried to pounce on Jillian from behind, but nothing escaped his keen eye. The man put up his shield and stopped his attack before the mercenary could reach him. The bandit said contemptuously that Jillian could at least not interfere with the one whose life he had destroyed. Jumping back, he plunged his daggers into the neck of the horse Jillian was riding. She kicked and threw the warrior off of her, but he managed to recover and stay on his feet. The mercenary commander took advantage of the moment and tried to strike the old man with his sword. He hit him back and said that he was no longer the leader of the Ratatosk squad and should not be held responsible for this. Viego hissed, "What nonsense! If not Jillian, then who?" The old man said that he had left that behind. Now he was nothing more than the arms and legs of Duke Gislinberdium. Rage boiled inside the commander, but this was definitely not the feeling that should be used in battle. He made many attempts to attack the old man, but not a single blow hit his target. The commander shouted angrily that with Jillian's departure, the mercenary squad had disintegrated. Because of him, Viego lost his purpose in life and continued to live a miserable existence, barely surviving in this damn world. The old man tried to hit him with an axe, but the man slipped right underneath him, and he took advantage of the old man's vulnerable position by kicking him in the leading arm. But this blow only made a hole in the warrior's shield. The commander said that he dedicated his entire life to Ratatosk, putting everything he had into it. How dare Jillian ruin all this to become some nobleman's errand dog? The bandit's eyes lit up with a red, all-consuming fire. He said that he would never forgive Jillian for this. Several more daggers fired at Jillian shattered against his armor. The short sword's slash also missed his body. Jillian had certainly been strong when he was a mercenary commander, but was he still as capable now? Viego doubted it. While the man was fussing over his sick daughter, the commander continued to harden himself in countless battles. Now they are not equal. The commander has gone far ahead in his skills. He came from behind and threw several more sharp darts at Jillian. They bit into his arm, but did not penetrate the old warrior's armor. But it was just a distraction. The commander did it to get closer to Jillian. His dagger should have ended this battle, but Jillian, even after all these years, was still much stronger than him. So he grabbed the blade with his palm, and he asked his old friend if this was really his only reason for revenge. The commander tensed. The old man had blocked the blow by wrapping his hand in mana, so he hadn't been fighting at full strength all this time. As soon as Viego thought about this, he immediately got a fist in the face, so hard that he flew back many meters away from Jillian, and he crashed into an old tree, leaving a dent in it. Blood flowed down his face, all his muscles ached, but Viego was still strangled by resentment, and hatred prompted him to continue the fight. There was only one thing Jillian didn't understand. The commander had plenty of opportunities to take revenge on him. Why didn't the man come for his soul earlier? Viego quietly said that he had just come, but the mercenary commander Ratatosk was not there. He found only an old man who made him sick to even dirty his hands. He was furious. Where had Jillian, whom he had once idolized, gone? Where had his idol disappeared to? Then Jillian suddenly changed. He said that, although he was now serving another, he would honor his old comrade one last time. He is ready to fight the man with full force as a former captain of a mercenary squad. Viego is not so much a villain as a man with a broken fate. Therefore, Jillian will fulfill his last will and fight his friend with dignity. Delighted by the new opportunity to vent all those negative feelings that had been accumulating in his soul for so long, Viego instantly pounced on his former idol. This was exactly what he wanted, to come to blows like they had in the old days, not watch Jillian play it safe while defending a pathetic feudal lord. They fought desperately, the clash of weapons echoing through the forest until Jillian grabbed his comrade's arm, squeezing it. Thanks to this, the opponent opened his vulnerable spots, and the old man plunged a sharp dagger into his side, under the ribs. The outcome of the battle was clear in advance. The mercenary swung his heavy axe to finish off the enemy once and for all. But before that, he suddenly quietly told the leader of the Wildcats, in the past, the commander of the 5th platoon of Ratatosk, that he would never forget him. Jillian couldn't help but recognize Viego Villanos. He called him by name for the first time and said that he would honor the memory of his former comrade. In the last seconds before his death, Viego smiled. For him, it was a dignified end. And at that moment, Jillian finished off his friend, freeing his suffering soul. Noticing that the old man had finished, Ghislaine came up behind him and praised him. The man had done a great job. Jillian apologized for wasting so much time dealing with Viego, but Ghislaine wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was delighted with the man's skills. Jillian was capable of much more than the young man had assumed. When he left his home in his past life, he often heard stories about Jillian from his mentors. It was these stories that laid the foundation for his rise to the mercenary king. It was good that Ghislaine was quick to react and lured Jillian to his side. Ghislaine was only curious about the gang leader the old man had fought, and he told him how they had been comrades in earlier years. The blonde looked dreamily at the sky, wondering where his comrades from his past life were now. Most likely they were just living peacefully, since they hadn't even met yet. Someday Ghislaine will find them, but for now he still has time. Before setting out, Ghislaine and Valinda collected all the weapons and valuables from the dead bandits that could be resold later. 2 days later, a small detachment in 2 carts finally entered the lands of the Berdiums. Jillian looked around with interest at the surroundings where he would be working. Ghislaine thought it would be nice to have a home to return to. After his first escape, he had thought it would always be like this, but fortunately it wasn't. Jillian, smiling insincerely, said that they had a wonderful county. But Ghislaine hastened to tell him that there was no need to flatter him. He himself knew what a disgusting state the estate was in. The houses of the residents have long since fallen into disrepair, and no one grows anything in the fields because all the farmers have been called up for service. Jillian had heard that the Berdiums were being harassed by the northern barbarians, but he had no idea that the situation was so dire. But Ghislaine promised that he would soon sort out all the accumulated difficulties. That is why he needs Jillian's power. It will be a long battle to eliminate any ties to Duke Delphin and reclaim what is rightfully theirs. He will bring life back to the lands of the Berdiums, no matter what it takes. At this time, the carriage slowly approached the castle of Berdium itself. And in front of the gates, Valinda and Ghislaine saw something they did not expect at all. Ghislaine's father returned from his expedition early. After unloading the cart, father and son went up to the spacious conference room in Berdium Castle. Ghislaine and his father, as well as the people closest to the count and advisors, discussed the state of the lands. They did not have many resources, and the border had to be protected. It would be possible to ask the Reinfolds for help, but according to intelligence, they are hiring soldiers and actively stockpiling food. There's nothing to be done. They need to find money and build a fortress in the forest with monsters. By cutting the knights' salaries, they can at least stay afloat. As Ghislaine expected, nothing had changed. Everything was just as he remembered. Even the county was run by the same people as in his previous life. One of them was Randolph, the commander of the Berdium Knight Corps. The second is a county treasurer named Albert. The third was the manager of the farm, and his name was Homer. For the mercenary king Ghislaine, it had been decades since he had heard of them. But for young Mr. Berdium, only a couple of months had passed since he had last seen these people. And of course, the main one among this whole company was Ghislaine's father, Count Zwalter Berdium. As a child, Ghislaine was afraid of his father because of his stern and severe face. Now the boy understood that this complete exhaustion and apathy caused by the weight of responsibility on his father's shoulders was the burden of an aristocrat. Having finished discussing urgent matters, the count took freshly brewed tea in his hands and asked his son where he had gone from the castle. The guy said he stopped by the Reinfold estate and had to lie that he hadn't caused them any trouble. Meanwhile, the treasurer was interested in another question. Albert heard rumors that Ghislaine had recently won money in a duel with Cain and wondered if the guy had managed to spend it all. The young man said that this was not so. He simply went to resolve a matter with Amelia. Homer modestly reminded the boy that when he went on such trips, he should remember that he was representing the Berdium family as its rightful heir. The guy waved it off, saying he hadn't forgotten. This irritated Homer, but he tried to hide it. Noticing how the men pounced on his son with questions, Zwalter reined in his assistance. He also had his own question that he wanted to ask his son. He had heard that there had been problems in his absence. He learned that Ghislaine had killed Jamal and Philippe, who were trying to kidnap and sell Elena. The guy had already managed to forget about these slippery traitors. Randolph found it unlikely that Ghislaine could handle them on his own, so he assumed the guy was embellishing the truth. Ghislain was not surprised. Even though the knights were traitors, they were under Randolph's command, so he was not happy about their deaths. So the guy decided not to get involved and amused the commander with a false confession that he only staged their fight so that they would kill each other and did not fight himself. And unexpectedly for everyone present, Svalter praised his son, saying that he was a great boy. Whatever happens, the most important thing is that Elena is safe and sound. So Ghislain did his duty. The blonde froze, barely breathing. For the first time in his life, his father praised him. Then Ghislain asked his father if he could ask for one favor. The assistants thought that his request, as always, concerned his personal salary and warned him in advance that this would not happen. They all remember how Ghislain sold military supplies to spend the money on bets and did many other stupid things. But, contrary to their expectations, the issue was different. He asked his father for permission to clear and conquer the beast forest. Upon hearing this, all 4 men stared at him with frightened eyes. As expected, his father gave him a firm no, raised his eyebrows and started screaming in surprise, which Ghislain later recounted to Valinda and Jillian. The girl wasn't surprised either. The beast forest is teeming with monsters. This doesn't bode well. While the boy was gone, Valinda told Jillian about the blonde's plan. He wanted to take over the animal forest with the money he got from Amelia. But we are talking about the forest of death, from which no one has ever returned alive. Almost nothing is known about it, because no one goes there. Ghislain agreed that the matter really didn't bode well for them, and with a mysterious smile he headed towards the exit of the room. Valinda stopped him, asking fearfully what he had in mind. Ghislain turned around and said that he had asked his father's permission more out of politeness, since he would do what he had planned anyway. Valinda followed behind him and complained that she didn't understand at all why this place interested him so much. He promised to tell later. If it comes out now, there could be problems because of rumors. But if the development is successful, the profits will be colossal. There is a place not far from the entrance to the Forest of Monsters. It contains large deposits of rune stones. This is a mineral imbued with magical power, an incredibly rare stone that all magicians go crazy about. It is used everywhere, for example, to create magical tools, and also for magic circles, scrolls, and alchemical research, anywhere magic is used. In Ghislain's past life, the Dolphin family took control of these deposits. But now only Ghislain knows this valuable information. Valinda would have liked to argue with the young master, but he was able to convince her that he had thought of everything. And Jillian, anyway, faithfully followed all orders. To begin with, Ghislain asked the mentor to go to the nearest mercenary guild and hire an army, about 2,000 people. Jillian stopped him, saying that the mercenaries were unpredictable. Such a large number of people were difficult to control. If they wanted, they could suppress them with their strength. But that's exactly why Ghislain decided to hold a selection. Speaking of useful guys, he knows one small group in the north. Their skills are among the best. Jillian knew what gang the guy was talking about, but in his eyes they weren't reliable, more like crazy dogs. They are skilled warriors, but if something does not suit them, they will tear their employer to pieces, just like real wild wolves. This squad of mercenaries calls themselves Cerberuses, and Ghislain is well aware of their characteristics. But he knows how to tame these dogs, so he sets off on his way to their camp. The Cerberus mercenary camp is located on the outskirts of the Zimbar lands. Ghislain had not even managed to enter the camp when local scouts noticed him and, thinking that he was just another traveler, decided to rob him. From the outside, the guy looked like another pompous aristocrat, so if everything went smoothly, they would grab a big piece. But the enemy had crept up unnoticed. Frightened cries came from the outskirts of the camp, attracting the attention of all the mercenaries. And then, the would-be scout flew into the crowd, and Jillian grabbed him and threw him aside so that he wouldn't even think of harming the master. Of course, this excited everyone else in the camp. People surrounded the warrior, their weapons ready for battle. Right in front of Jillian, the crowd parted in unison, and a tall man came out to meet him, laughing slyly. He smiled unfriendly at the stranger and said that no matter how strong and influential he was, he should not even think that he would leave their land alive. But then his attention was drawn to Ghislain, who, riding a horse, rode into the camp a little later than his bodyguard. He wanted to see the chief, but the tall mercenary did not answer him. He took out his weapon, a heavy mace head attached to a long chain, and spun it, and then he lashed out at Ghislain with it. There was no need for strangers to so brazenly enter their territory. But before the metal ball could hit the young gentleman, Jillian ran up to him and stopped the chain by wrapping it around his sword. The mercenary was amazed at the dexterity with which the man was able to pierce the chain link with his weapon. Ghislaine quietly but confidently said that the mercenaries did not understand in a good way, which meant he would talk to them differently. The guy ordered Jillian to act as he saw fit, but not to kill his rivals. Then he grabbed the chain he had caught with his hands and pulled it sharply, causing the man holding it at the other end to fly into the air. He flew to Jillian and the man hit his body with a heavy fist, knocking the wind out of him. The man fell to the ground and then the other mercenaries were outraged by the stranger's impudence. They ran straight at Jillian. Then he pulled the commander towards him again by the chain and threw him straight at the enemy. After this, the rest of the mercenaries were simply afraid to run into conflict. Ghislaine dismounted from his horse and again asked the nomads to bring him the leader of the detachment. He's had enough of the flunkies. He wants to see the boss. But there was no need to even call him. The guy was dozing peacefully, but such a rumble woke even him up. The commander of the Cerberus mercenary squad himself came out into the clearing. It was a red-haired young man named Kaor. Ghislaine said that he had come to hire a party for his journey. Kaoru didn't like that he first brought his people to an unstable state and then started talking about hiring them. Since he is an aristocrat, he must know manners. Ghislaine felt no remorse. He said that it was the best way to make the mercenaries obey. Kaora laughed at the word. Obey? And next time would he arrange a massacre as a greeting? Nevertheless, the captain agreed to consider his request. They went to Kaor's tent, and he asked the young man to tell him about his plans. He told him in response about the forest of monsters and death. But there was no need to say much. Everyone in the county and beyond knew about this place. Ghislaine said that he wants to hire mercenaries to clear the forest of monsters. The warriors present began to whisper tensely. Was he really talking about that very forest, teeming with dangerous creatures? Kaur quietly laughed and asked who Ghislaine was to invade such dangerous territory. He said that he was the heir to the lands of Birdium, so this matter was of great importance to him. But this made the attitude towards the idea and the guy himself even worse. He is known as Svalter's worthless son. What a stupid trick he came up with again. Kaor told Ghislaine that there was no place for such spoiled brats. He wouldn't even listen any further. He waved his hand and told his guys that the negotiations were over, so let them take Ghislaine out of the tent. But the blonde smiled slyly. Was the commander scared? They say their unit is good. Could this be another inflated rumor? Kaur put his feet up on the table in a businesslike manner and told Ghislaine to slow down. He was right. They are mercenaries. If the price doesn't suit them, they won't work. Ghislaine boldly called the red-haired man a weakling looking for an excuse for his cowardice. Kaur said he wasn't even going to argue with such a fool. Let him pay for the damage and get out. But Ghislaine said that this wouldn't work, and he wouldn't leave so easily. So the boy solemnly turned to the captain and asked him for Moriana's confession. Everyone present was taken aback, and their eyes widened in amazement. Kaur asked if the guy even knew what it was, but Ghislaine knew perfectly well what he was talking about. We are talking about a traditional duel in the world of mercenaries, Moriana's confession. The duelists must fight with blades without using mana, while their non-working hands are tied together. The duel is also held in a tiny circle, crossing which automatically means defeat. It is a tough fight for life. There have been many cases where both participants ended up dying. Ghislaine proposed to hold the fight on the following terms. The loser must completely obey the orders of the winner. Roughly speaking, to become his little dog, without having the ability to refuse this fate. Jillian was taken aback. The noble lord was going to follow the mercenary custom? In the mercenary world, refusing this fight was considered dishonorable. Neither Kaur could refuse, nor Ghislaine could take back his words if something went wrong. So Kaur agreed to give the young master a chance to gain recognition in the mercenary style. They immediately began preparing for battle, and less than an hour later, Ghislaine and Kaur found themselves in the same deadly circle. The mercenaries happily cheered for their commander and asked him to teach the arrogant aristocrat a lesson. Kaur smiled at his opponent as their hands were tied and warned that there was no turning back. And he suddenly pulled the guy by the hand, pressing him closer to himself. He slyly whispered in his ear that he had already won 5 times, so Ghislaine simply had no chance of winning. Instead of being scared, Ghislaine also jerked Kaur sharply but in his direction. For him, 5 is too little. He won such fights 100 times. In a past life, but the opponent does not need to know that. The battle began immediately after that, with Ghislaine taking advantage of the opportunity to attack first. But Kaur bent down and Ghislaine's hand fell on his shoulder. Several times the daggers quickly collided with each other, making an unpleasant grinding sound, and then just as quickly bounced off each other. Then Kaur suddenly leaned to the side and swung his left leg. He hit Ghislaine hard with it, and Ghislaine, by inertia, raised his leg to defend himself. But it didn't get any better. because the blunt blow filled my leg with pain right below the kneecap. Kaur grinned and said that Ghislaine was holding up well, but he didn't believe that Ghislaine had achieved Morian's confession hundreds of times. Even one was hard to get. If you're going to praise yourself, you need to come up with something more believable. The boys clashed again to the sound of a roaring crowd of fans, but Jillian glared angrily at the mercenaries who were especially actively rooting for Kaur, and they fell silent in fear, no longer interfering with the fight. Jillian turned back and continued to watch the fight. It was a losing battle for Ghislaine. The radius of the circle is too small for even one person. Given the rule about banning mana, this is a fight where only physical abilities decide everything. The difference in weight is critical, and the tied hands further restrict mobility. The young master can barely block and dodge. This means that a mercenary can easily seize the initiative in battle. But if things get dangerous, Jillian will immediately intervene to prevent the master's death. Kaur grabbed Ghislaine's hand and deftly rested it on his shoulder, to throw the guy into a bend and throw him outside the circle. Ghislaine landed on his feet, dangerously close to the edge, and his muscles were suddenly pierced by pain from the recent blow. Without mana protection, pain will accumulate in the part of his body he blocks blows with. Kaur was pleased to see the confusion on Ghislaine's face. The boy's attempts at resistance looked pathetic to him. Of all the nobles he had met, however, Bertium was the most stubborn, but that was all, perhaps. Ghislaine can block with his blade or dodge, letting small jabs through as long as they don't interfere with the strategy. But Moriana's confession is a manaless fight, and the damage only increases while Ghislaine blocks attacks. He probably already feels his legs starting to cramp. It's written all over his face. But he still continued to fight, and this only made it more fun. Kaur twirled the dagger in his hand so that its blade was pointing downwards and swung it with force. But instead of hitting with the blade, he kicked the blonde again on the sore leg in the same place. His legs gave way, Ghislaine exposed his vulnerable back, and Kaur swung a dagger at him. The audience gasped. Jillian was already ready to rush to the aid of the young master and grabbed his weapon. But the guy dodged the blade at the last second. He almost fell to the ground, but dodged the sharp blade that passed dangerously close to him. Miraculously escaping from this situation, demonstrating frightening agility, Ghislaine slipped back, and with the blade of his dagger he left a shallow wound on the commander's rib. He tried to retaliate furiously, but Ghislaine dodged his blow again. He again bent down as low as possible, dodging, and this time he cut the commander's chest from below on the other side. The crowd had thought up until this point that their captain was clearly dominating the fight, but things were not so clear-cut. They supported the man and asked him to pull himself together and show this sucker some class. But each new blow from the red-haired man missed the target. Ghislaine pushed him hard with his shoulder, confusing him, and he took advantage of his opponent's moment of disorientation to punch him in the face. And then he turned his dagger in his hand and thrust it with all his might into the man's non-working hand, piercing it right through. A wave of indescribable pain pierced the body, and the red-haired man began to chaotically stab the knife forward. But each time he missed Bertium. How did that brat even take over the battle? He was barely hanging on. What the hell? Jillian understood. Power jerks overstrain your muscles, significantly limiting your body's movements. In an attempt to seize the initiative, you gradually lose mobility. Ghislaine didn't put up much of a fight. On the contrary, he was calmly defending himself, moving at his own pace. Jillian never thought that the weight advantage could be overcome in this way. Kaor's strength gradually began to leave him, but he could not give up and disgrace himself in front of his squad. Ghislaine praised his opponent. His tenacity is impressive. In his place, many would have given up and used mana. Kaur noted that Ghislaine actually spoke as if he had been through 100 similar fights, and Kaur became captain thanks to Moriana's confession. Anyone who breaks the rules of this ritual has no place in the world of mercenaries. Taking a breath, the red-haired man admitted that in terms of skills he was clearly inferior. But the victory conditions don't stop there. An important condition of the duel, the one who crosses the boundaries of the circle, is considered the loser. Kaur swung with all his might and threw Ghislaine's body over himself. No matter how skilled a guy is, if he is thrown out of the circle, he will definitely touch the ground outside of it and lose. But right in the air, Ghislaine twisted and turned to face his opponent. Having regrouped, he found himself in a very comfortable position above the ground, and he kicked Kaur with all his might, so that the momentum would throw them both back, and the guys would remain within the circle. The fact that their hands were tied gave them additional security, and Ghislaine was able to pull himself even closer using them. Then he rested his feet on the commander's hips, and with his free hand managed to grab him by the shoulder. Unable to keep his balance, Kaur fell to the ground, and Ghislaine pinned him face down on the ground outside the circle. "It's over. Ghislaine has won a fair victory over him," Kaur croaked, turning his head. Who is Ghislaine anyway? Where did he get such skills? Instead of answering, Bertium proudly said that the commander's words lacked respect for the man who had just become his master. Pulling Kaur towards himself, Ghislaine helped him to his feet and find himself back inside the circle. The guy didn't understand what this was about since the fight was already over. But Ghislaine said that he hadn't yet. He hadn't left the circle yet. It's time to train your new subordinate. And with these words, he hit the red-haired man in the face with all his might, causing him to almost fall to the ground again. Kaur shouted indignantly and tensely that, according to the rules, if you have already left the circle, then the fight is considered over. But Ghislaine asked, would Kaur also tell the rules on the battlefield? The boy tried to object, but Ghislaine forbade him to doubt his master's words. Ghislaine hit the boy in the face many more times, and with each blow it became more and more covered in scarlet blood. The mercenaries were starting to feel very uneasy watching this. Maybe they should intervene. The fight was already over. Kaur begged for mercy, but the blonde remained adamant even then. He wanted to finish the job and force the guy to leave the circle entirely. Then Kaur could not stand it any longer and ordered his men to kill the young master, because he was very afraid for his life. But their path was blocked by Jillian, who promised to kill anyone who even touched the young master with a finger. The mercenaries trembled with fear and did not take another step towards the guys. While Ghislaine was desperately beating him, Kaur was thinking about only one thing. All the aristocrats who came to him before were just pathetic cowards. Arrogant pig, cunning parasite, narcissist. It was worth scaring them a little, and they immediately began to grovel. It was fun to turn the situation to my advantage and empty their pockets. This is how he earned the reputation of a mad dog, by demonstrating his strength. But how did he fail so badly in front of this wayward nobleman? Ghislaine beat him almost half to death, and the mercenaries were seriously worried about the health of their commander. But the boy didn't do it for his own pleasure or out of a terrible character. He needed to intimidate both him and the squad into obedience. So, having finished beating the captain, Ghislaine ordered his subordinates to bring water, bandages, and compresses. If he is not helped and his wounds are not treated, he may die, so it is better to hurry. The mercenaries immediately jumped up and immediately ran to look for everything that the Count's son had told them. Even Jillian was surprised by this and finally understood why Ghislaine had shown such cruelty. Thanks to this performance, the rebellious mercenaries instantly obeyed the order of the Duke's descendant. In the world of mercenaries, the fist is mightier than the law. It has always been that way. The young gentleman imprinted his authority on their minds in the most effective way. He showed who was in charge here. When Kaur had come to his senses a little, Ghislaine forced him to sign the contract that had been drawn up between them. He signed the paper with displeasure and handed it to the young gentleman. He didn't like how casually the redhead did it, so Ghislaine looked at him sternly. Kaur timidly corrected himself and asked Ghislaine to take care of him and his squad. Suddenly the blonde grabbed Kaur by the hand and pulled him towards himself. He smiled broadly and told the commander that from now on they were family. Therefore, they act together and do not endanger each other, but help each other. A couple of days later, the outskirts of the Bertium lands, the detachment of mercenaries that Valinda found the other day arrived at the border of the Bertium lands on the orders of the eldest son of the Count. The men weren't particularly happy about being gathered so early, but what could they do? Some of them wondered why they were called here in the first place and only now learned that they were hired by Ghislaine Bertium. There was talk among the mercenaries that they would finally be able to shirk work but still get paid for it, since they would be led by the Duke's talentless son. One of the warriors decided to draw attention to himself, taking advantage of the moment, and he announced that they needed to choose a representative who would communicate with the employer. So a muscle man named Gordon Muscles, put his name forward. He recalled that last time, due to disorganization, their communication with the employer did not go well. Therefore, this time we need to be more collected and not cross the boundaries of reason. Gordon Muscles will act as their representative and slightly interrupt the employer, and the mercenaries will simply have to agree. Everyone happily agreed, since Gordon, with his massive appearance, could really exert the necessary pressure on the employer. Then they heard someone coming towards them. The sound of hooves hitting the ground reached their ears. It was the Count Bertium's son himself approaching them on horseback. The mercenaries looked at him with sly smiles, already anticipating how the frail aristocrat would tremble before their Gordon. The leader nodded to them, telling them to also create the right atmosphere with their unwavering appearance. This nobleman must be taught a harsh life lesson. But when Ghislaine Bertium came even closer to them, they suddenly noticed that he was not riding alone, but with a whole huge detachment behind him. And these were not random people, but the Cerberus squad itself, who terrified not only ordinary people, but also other mercenaries. The mercenaries' knees began to shake. What had to happen that the Cerberi, the notorious rebels, began to peacefully obey a nobleman? All the determination of the nameless detachment vanished as if by magic at the sight of this majestic picture. So when Ghislaine approached their leader, he responded timidly and submissively, not as he was originally supposed to do. Ghislaine looked him over with an appraising glance and asked him to introduce himself. The man said his name was Gordon Muscles, looking nervously at the young gentleman from under his brows. Ghislaine gave him a friendly slap on the shoulder and complimented his cool nickname and physical fitness. And then he introduced himself and was pleased to see that the hired squad was looking at him submissively and with a bit of tension. So everything is going according to plan, and there is no need to worry about their behavior. Ghislaine turned around and ordered Gordon to gather his guys. They set out to clear the forest of monsters immediately. Soon, Ghislaine was making the final preparations for the campaign and putting on his black, sturdy armor. All preparations for exploring the forest are complete. A temporary base for the expedition has been established. Supplies have been provided, and the troops are ready, both the Cerberus detachment and the secondary one. Taking a quick look at his small army, Ghislaine asked Valinda to take a head count. In the end, it turned out that they had 148 contract mercenaries, and another 41 fighters from the Cerberus squad. Including Ghislaine and his personal assistants, there will be a total of 192 people. He approved the report and asked whether the girl had clearly conveyed Scoven's position. She confirmed. Valinda thought he would object, but he even volunteered to cover their entry into the monster forest. Having received confirmation that everything was arranged as it should, Ghislaine took command and ordered the warriors to line up. Right in front of them is a forest of monsters that they must clear. The mercenaries have probably heard about it. Unknown dangers lurk within. Monsters, secrets, and perhaps something even worse. However, clearing this forest is a must. At that moment, a wave of intense fear swept through the squad. What if they didn't return from there alive? Valinda shouted at them and ordered them to be silent while the master spoke. Then Ghislaine said that he was ready to let go of those who did not want to take risks, but in case of success he would guarantee triple payment to everyone. Valinda almost went white with nerves. What was he even talking about? They had already spent almost all their savings on organizing the trip. Ghislaine lied to her that he only said it to boost motivation, but he was confident that he could afford the expense, since if the trip was successful, it would pay for itself many times over. He turned to his mentor and asked her seriously if she trusted him. The girl sighed heavily and said that she had to. Meanwhile, Kaur chuckled and said that lying about triple payment was a very reckless plan. But Jillian only calmly replied that there was no need to doubt the master. So, the expedition to the Forest of Monsters begins. Right now. Ghislaine turned to face the forest and announced that they were setting out. The first thing Ghislaine did upon entering the forest was give the order to cut down the trees. This was necessary so that at least a little sunlight would penetrate into the clearings, which had previously been blocked by the thick, dense branches of the trees. Ghislaine pointed ahead and told the warriors to continue clearing a path in that direction. Let them cut down trees and load them into carts. Let those who weren't busy uproot stumps. According to the report of the Dolphin Duke's conquest of the monster forest in the previous life, the monster forest is incredibly vast. One day they will drive out all the evil spirits from here and conquer its resources. But for now it is more important to focus on money. Now they need to pave the way to the runestone vein. The profits from this expedition are critical to thwarting the jealous Birdium. Ghislaine also helped with cutting down trees and was not afraid to get his hands dirty, which pleasantly surprised Kaur. The other mercenaries wondered, was he setting an example for them with his work, or was this just another show-off by an aristocrat? But Valinda, who was keeping order, quickly dispersed the gossips and sent them to work. They really irritated her with their behavior, but she had to put up with it. Valinda asked Ghislaine why he was working himself if he hired so many people. They would start looking down on him because of it. The guy said it didn't matter. The more people working, the faster things would go. No one would want to linger in a place like that. Valinda pouted and had to agree. Besides, Ghislaine was acting smart as if he already knew everything about this place. Kaur, looking at them, joked that the lady was so worried about the gentleman that he was even jealous. And Jillian, supposedly by accident, hit him with a log that he was holding in his hands for such a joke. The way Gillian and Kaur quarreled over little things between themselves looked quite funny from the outside. Ghislaine thought with satisfaction that everything was going smoothly so far. Duke Dolphin, who had conquered the kingdom and founded a new dynasty, first of all focused on conquering the monster forest. Ghislaine did not immediately understand why. But then he received a report from his expedition, which listed key mineral deposits and monster habitats. Thanks to this, he was able to prepare thoroughly. However, the fact that nothing was happening made him worried. After all he has is knowledge from notes, not real experience. The deeper they went into the forest, the more tense the situation became, so Ghislain advised the warriors to remain vigilant. The forest is becoming increasingly dense and difficult to penetrate, and therefore could become more dangerous. However, while nothing bad was happening, the mercenaries had time to relax. Maybe they were lied to about the dangers of the forest all this time. Maybe it's all just rumors? Gordon didn't even lift a finger as he agreed with everything, although, of course, triple pay is a weighty argument. But then suddenly one thing dawned on Gordon Muscle. They felled a lot of trees to make their way here. The mercenaries nodded affirmatively, not quite understanding what their leader was getting at. Then Gordon lowered his voice from the tension and asked them, "Where then is the road they cut back?" He was not the only one who realized the approaching danger, so Ghislain ordered his men to take a defensive position. The warriors almost trembled. Why were they all suddenly so tense? Ghislain turned his attention to Gordon, who had not had time to react to the order and was still cutting down trees. And he called him to him, ordering him to walk very, very slowly, otherwise he would die. He tried to do this but became completely inattentive from fear. And with his log, which was lying on his shoulder, he hit a tree standing nearby, making a lot of noise. The earth immediately began to shake, and poor Gordon fell to the ground, dropping the unfortunate log. The tree behind him seemed to tremble at that moment, swaying its heavy branches. The mercenaries noticed this and realized that something was clearly wrong with these trees. Others, on the contrary, just laughed at this fear and said that their hapless boss was afraid of every rustle. One of the contract mercenaries pointed towards the trees and told his comrades to look closely. "There is nothing there. They lost their way because everything here is the same. This is not a forest of monsters, it's just a dense forest." Ghislain ordered him to move away from the trees, but the mercenary accused him of instilling fear in order to make it easier to control the people. But right in the middle of his speech, something from behind hit the man hard on the back and wrapped its tenacious, rough paws tightly around his waist. And then there was a sharp pull towards him, so much so that the mercenary could not stay on his feet and screamed in horror. A strong paw lifted him up, and then the monster with extraordinary ease threw the man into its huge fanged mouth. Their presence is completely unnoticeable. No one could predict their appearance. This is an entity for which you will become easy prey if you do not play it safe. A large, bloodshot and maddened, inhuman eye with a thin, elongated pupil looked at the squad of mercenaries. Ghislain looked sternly at the monster and said that they were dealing with Ent Dirus, and not just one. Suddenly, all the trees that stood in front of them came to life and began to advance in an even line towards the detachment. Their hollows opened up and crazy eyes appeared in the middle of their bodies. The tenacious roots, like tentacles, slid between the people and grabbed the warriors one after another to devour them. If you got caught in the tentacles, you would never see life again. The trees deftly threw their prey into the terrible fanged mouths that looked like funnels among the roots. Gordon was unlucky to fall into the clutches of the monster. Feeling a strong grip on his stomach, he immediately grabbed the roots of the nearest normal tree. His partner ran up to the man and began chopping at the wooden monstrous roots with an axe. But the vines were much harder than he expected and would not cut. With just one blow, his axe blade crumbled. The tree jerked hard on Gordon's body again, and he could no longer hold on to the tree with his tired hands. He was very lucky that at the last moment Ghislain managed to jump up to the vine and, using mana to strengthen the blade, cut off the monster's paw with his sword. And having flown over it further, he cut the blade with all his might straight across the monster's eye, and it howled desperately in pain. The mercenaries saw what their employer did and realized that the weak point of these creatures was their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ghislain shouted at his subjects in a voice that wasn't his own to wake them up. "If they are scattered, they will become an easy target. Everyone raise your shields and form a tight formation so that no one gets caught by the paws." Ghislain ordered them to focus on defense until his next order. The mercenaries lined up in several clear ranks and found themselves covered by shields on all sides. Meanwhile, Ghislain returned to the carts and, together with Kaur and several other people, took out a supply of oil lamps from there. Ghislain ordered to take them out and scatter them around the perimeter. This will burn the monsters. Meanwhile, the squad was terribly frightened by the fact that the monsters were increasingly closing the distance and advancing. Ghislain took advantage of this and ordered lamps to be thrown at the monsters while they were at a convenient distance. One after another they flew into the monstrous trees, Tiny lights flickered in the darkness of the dense forest, illuminating the terrible silhouettes of the enemies. But the monsters turned out to be more intelligent, surprisingly, and broke the glass lamps with their strong vines. The mercenaries tensed up. This way they wouldn't be able to burn the trees as their commander had ordered. One of the trees, a particularly large one, moved closer to the mercenaries and stretched its roots towards them. But right in front of them, Jillian ran out and knocked away the vines with his strong battle axe. Valinda ran up after him and threw 3 sharp daggers straight into the monster's eye. Ghislaine approved of their actions and told them to continue covering the Cerberus squad and continue throwing lamps at the monsters. He himself boldly stepped forward and said that he would distract the attention of the trees. Valinda wanted to stop him, but she couldn't, so she asked him to be as careful as possible. Ghislaine barely heard her. He charged his sword with mana and drew a huge figure 8 in the air. The trees suddenly crawled closer to Ghislaine, and one of them showed massive round feet that were hidden under a layer of thick roots. The mercenaries were scared. They were going to trample their master now. But Ghislaine deftly jumped aside from the leisurely massive leg and prepared to jump. And then he plunged his sharp sword into the monster's eye, crushing it. He lost his balance and the tree tilted back due to the impact. Valinda realized that they might not have a better moment. So I ordered the squad to throw the lamps right now. This time it will work. And so it happened. Glass lanterns shattered on the hard bark, and tiny flames instantly flared up in the trees as a big fire. There you go. They finally managed to seize the initiative in the battle. But Ghislaine ordered them not to rejoice prematurely and not to stop. The squad threw more and more lamps at the monsters to burn the monsters to the ground. The heat engulfed the entire clearing, and the air became hotter with each passing second. Unbelievable, they can actually fight these monsters. With such a strong fire, this entire demonic forest could burn down. The warriors were already happy that defeating them was supposedly much easier than they thought. Only Ghislaine was not happy because he understood that this was not the end. Now they will show the mercenaries their true nature. Gradually the fire began to die down and thick gray smoke spread across the field. Goosebumps ran down the men's spines. Somehow, such a big fire went out too soon and too quickly. Everyone immediately turned to the young gentleman with questions. What is going on? He said that only their shell is vulnerable to fire, but not the inside. When the flame reaches the wet core, steam is formed. And as soon as it dissipated, even more terrible monsters appeared before the detachment. Their bark was burned and only slippery tentacles and shapeless bodies remained. The monsters screamed shrilly, baring their old razor-sharp teeth. The mercenaries staggered back. They had hoped that the fire had killed their opponents. Ghislaine raised the blade of his sword majestically, calling for everyone to pay attention to him. It was time to take up arms and move on to the next point of the plan. Now they would engage the monsters in close combat. The mercenaries shook with fear, their hearts pounding like crazy. How could they fight these giants? They would simply be trampled. But Cerberus's squad proved braver than the other half of Ghislaine's army, so they grabbed their swords and rushed into battle with gusto. Valinda ran after him. It seemed that she was not afraid of anything at all, and was only concerned about the safety of the young master. Jillian turned to the contract mercenaries and asked them what they were waiting for. The order from the master has been received. They are obliged to trust him and help him win the battle. Having gathered up their courage, they joined the fight. Come what may. In any case, if something goes wrong, the employer will figure out what to do next. The monsters' shells have burned, so their bodies have become vulnerable. They can be defeated without mana only by skillfully wielding a sword. Now they are just big scarecrows that the warriors crush one after another with just one blow. Ghislaine's past life taught him that uncertainty is death. His job is to clear the doubts of the people who follow him, to instill in them the will to turn the impossible into possible. That's why he fought especially desperately and brutally cut down the monsters, so that it would be easier for the mercenaries to follow a strong leader. With this attitude, the fight did not last long. The entire clearing was covered with lifeless bodies of monsters that literally went out before our eyes. Silence reigned. Ghislaine ordered everyone to line up. He reminded them that they were dealing with a forest of monsters. Even the entrance was full of monsters like the horror of the Ent. But they don't have to worry, because Ghislaine will always be ahead. He looked at the squad seriously and asked them to trust him and follow him. This gave the men confidence in their commander. It was unusual to follow an aristocrat who was far removed from the world of mercenaries, but Ghislaine had already done a lot for them. So he earned respect, and together they went on an adventure further. Along the way they continued to cut down trees, clearing the forest, and they fought with a variety of monsters that they encountered along the way, from crystal monsters to wild tribes of orcs. Of course, it wasn't easy for them. The battles were always dangerous, and any of them could be the last, but the squad confidently made its way deeper into the forest. One day, they came across a huge mutant rat, weighing as much as 5 or even 10 people. Exhausted by long fights, the mercenaries could barely stand on their feet. How many more of these monsters would jump out? But the strongest in Gislin's squad confidently rushed into battle, controlling the forces expended. Kaur flew between the rat's legs, cutting off its thick leg with his sword in the process. Jillian jumped closer and used his shield to protect the squad from her attack. Then, Ghislain attacked from behind and pinned the monster's mouth to the ground, piercing its jaw with his sword. Everyone remained safe, and that's good. They dealt with this monster quite quickly. Mercenaries were once again convinced that if they want to live, they need to stay close to their employer. Jillian noticed that they were making good progress. With practice, the mercenaries began to behave more confidently and skillfully. The boys continued chopping down trees. They still had a long way to go. They needed to continue clearing the way. There were still some mercenaries who regretted ever agreeing to this mission, but even their fear pushed them forward. The sooner they finished, the better. By nightfall, the detachment had made its way to a small lake located deep in the forest. Their eyes lit up with relief. They happily rushed to the clean water, washing themselves and even drinking it to refresh themselves. Valinda was worried that there might be monsters in the lake too, but Ghislain did not stop the warriors. So far, everything is going according to plan. This lake is the most important landmark on the way to the Runestone Vein. The mercenaries set up camp on the shore of the lake and stopped for the night. The mercenaries lit a fire and sat down to dinner, chatting along the way about what had happened over the past few days that they had spent in the forest. During this time, many of the contract mercenaries had grown tired of the journey. They were so desperate that Manus even suggested that they secretly return home. Manus is one of the warriors of Gordon's detachment. He suggested not to take risks. Life is more important than money. Gordon replied that they had already walked quite a bit. According to the employer, the target was not far from the edge of the forest, which meant they were almost there. Manus said that Ghislain might be deceiving them. They didn't call him the Birdium thug for nothing. He was obviously just trying to curry favor with his father. The mercenaries besieged Manus with his loud words. They had already received an advance. They couldn't just run away like that. Besides, Ghislain had saved their lives so many times. The man didn't let up. Yes, Ghislain fights well, but they've just been lucky so far. One mistake, and they'll all die. Manus is sure that they will be used as cannon fodder when things get dangerous, as those damned aristocrats usually do with mercenaries. Little by little, he succeeded in sowing discord among the mercenaries. He wanted to escape, but trying to break through a crowd of monsters alone is suicide. So, at any opportunity, he uses his comrades as bait. But one of the mercenaries decided to put him in his place and said that without the employer, they would have been dead long ago. He pointed his finger towards Ghislain, who was talking about something with the other mercenaries. The guy took out a small pot of ointment and smeared it on his subordinate's wrist. He did it very carefully and told the boy not to let water get into the wound, otherwise it might fester. Well, it was also an expensive medicine. Valinda said so herself. But the guy didn't feel sorry for it. He said that the medicine was created to be used, not saved. After this guy, the next one in line approached Ghislain, and the young gentleman also happily helped him. The mercenary who argued with Manus said that the medicines and potions Ghislain uses are worth more than the medicines themselves. Would he treat his mercenaries this way if he wanted to use them as cannon fodder? He was different from all the employers they had dealt with. Manus had nothing more to say in reply. He turned away from them in irritation. He had failed to win them over to his side. After finishing helping the mercenaries, Ghislain told them to go to bed and rest. He himself called Gillian and Kaur to him to talk. Kaur, who had overheard the conversation between Manus and company, brought this to Ghislain's attention. But he said that there was no point in worrying about him now. Anyway, this coward won't do anything about the monsters yet. There is more important matter. On Ghislain's orders, Gillian, Valinda, and Kaur counted the remaining lamps. There were about 24 of them. As Ghislain thought, there were a few fewer of them. And this was after the battle with the Ents. Ever since they entered the forest, monsters had been attacking day and night, but the last 2 nights had been calm. Of the entire company, only Gillian understood where the commander was leading with his conclusions. This means they have entered the territory of night monsters, and very strong ones. Ghislain nodded gravely. The coming days promised to be very tense. He looked thoughtfully at the dark, dense forest. Its silence did not calm him down, but only frightened him. Only the quiet crackling of the burning fire could be heard. A real danger awaits them ahead. But for now, the mercenaries went to bed, stocking up on strength for the new day. At some point, Gordon woke up because a lamp suddenly started shining in his eyes. And what was his surprise when, opening his eyes, he discovered that this very lamp was literally floating in the air in front of his face. He jumped back in fear from the flying lantern, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a slippery and terrible monster appeared from behind and bit him on the neck with its sharp teeth. A frightened cry was heard, and it attracted the attention of those members of the detachment who were not sleeping and were on duty. There was not just one terrible monster. There were several of them, and Gordon drove them away from himself with whatever came to hand first. The officers on duty immediately ran up to the man and asked him what had happened. Barely able to speak from fear, Gordon said that a large monster had just been right next to him. His comrades looked at him as if he were crazy and were clearly speechless. What is he talking about? There is no one here, not a single monster that would stand next to Gordon or could be nearby at all. Gordon looked around and swore that this was not just a nightmare. He had just seen monsters with his own eyes. The comrades thought that Gordon was having a nervous breakdown due to their constant battles with monsters, but this is not so. But then Gordon was supported by one of the Cerberus squad. He said that he woke up from the feeling of someone's presence, and the lantern disappeared right before his eyes. Then other members of the squad began to remember that similar situations had happened to them too. Be that as it may, one thing can be said for sure. There is something here, lurking right inside the camp, and they need to quickly figure out what it is. At that moment, Ghislaine appeared out of nowhere and said that they were right. He walked importantly between the rows of excited mercenaries, and despite the rather late hour, he ordered everyone to gather. To begin with, he gathered his main assistants in this campaign for negotiations in his tent. Ghislaine informed them that they were already surrounded by monsters. Moreover, they were not visible. It is their peculiarity to hide from the eyes of strangers. They probably started pursuing the squad from the lake. This is a special kind of monster that rules the night forest. Phalor, hunter of darkness. They are able to blend into the darkness. Not only are they invisible, but physical attacks do not work on them. Hundreds of individuals follow their prey, absorbing the light around them. Their method of hunting is to drag their prey into the darkness where they have an advantage. That's why the lanterns are slowly disappearing. These creatures are just playing with their victims. Kaur, not wanting to endure this any longer, suggested smashing these monsters to smithereens. Wouldn't it be better to strike first than to dance to their tune? But Ghislaine said that it would be better to wait until they attacked themselves. That way it would be easier to fight back. Valinda said that already more than half of the lanterns were gone. Is it possible to just wait? But Ghislaine knew that a thoughtless attack would only anger them. They would retreat, change tactics, and torment them even more. Then they will miss the chance to finish them off in one blow. Jillian was surprised. Was there really a way to destroy hundreds of invisible and invulnerable monsters at once so easily? That's right. For that, they'll need the magic scrolls that Ghislaine had previously acquired for the expedition. Valinda had already given one to each mercenary. Then Ghislaine gathered everyone closer to him to explain how to fight them. He took his sword and sketched on the ground a flock of Phalors that had besieged their camp from 3 sides. They were stealing lanterns and gradually narrowing the area of encirclement. Mercenaries who are outnumbered will not be able to cover the entire territory, especially against such opponents. If they are met in good, they will be crushed from the flanks. Thanks to the fact that the camp was set up near the lake, the mercenaries cannot be surrounded from all sides. The situation is not the most advantageous, but not hopeless either, because the initiative in this battle is on their side. Ghislaine continued to explain the plan. First, they needed to split the squad into 3 parts. The defense squad will hold the line and cover the others. The crossbowmen will stand separately and hold back the enemy. And the last shock detachment led by Ghislaine will attack. Shield bearers and crossbowmen in the center will form a dense formation and hold back the enemy. Meanwhile, the strike force will concentrate all its firepower and quickly break through from the left flank. By joining forces with the central forces, they will surround them and defeat them. The plan wasn't perfect, but it was solid enough. If the center holds up, it could work out. Suddenly, Valinda stopped the discussion of the boys' tactics, and she asked, "Didn't the master say that attacks are useless because of the monster's ability to merge with the darkness? How is he going to fight them?" Then everyone present turned their gaze from Valinda to Ghislaine, also wanting to hear the answer. Ghislaine didn't say anything, and then Kaur suggested using mana. But Ghislaine smiled. In fact, he had that covered too. It wasn't for nothing that he bought the magic scrolls. Soon the army was divided and ready for battle. The units took up their positions as Ghislaine had planned. Their last lantern was taken away, So the monsters finally emerged from the darkness and surrounded the camp. The following was written in Duke Dolphin's diary. Failures are elusive in the dark, and even if you see their silhouette, you can quickly lose sight of them. Fighting them is almost impossible. But after they learned that the Failures could not stand the light, and when they directed it at them, the monsters appeared. Everyone who was given the first circle magic scroll activated it by tearing it, and the sheets emitted a weak but bright enough bluish light. A multitude of neon sunbeams illuminated the area, spreading across the clearing. A bright light illuminated the monsters, revealing their withered, bony bodies. The darkness that the Failures had created suddenly dissipated, revealing their true form as terrifying snake-headed monsters. They wagged their vile tentacles and tails and pounced on the mercenaries. The crossbowmen immediately grabbed their weapons. Their task was to hold back the onslaught. And the defense team, having covered themselves tightly with swords, stood in line, protecting the camp. Now it's up to the attacking team. The monsters have finally shown their true form. It's time to show them who's boss and cut off the heads of these terrible monsters. The strike force attacked the bloodthirsty monsters with all its might, cutting them down with their swords. Failures. They can blend into the darkness but are physically very vulnerable. The detachment reduced their numbers at any cost. With such a composition, they quickly broke through. Jillian mainly draws the attention of enemies to herself. Meanwhile, Cower deals with them, giving a worthy rebuff. No less useful person on their team was Valinda, who, with the help of her throwing daggers, creates a breach in the enemy's defense. Bloody shreds fly in all directions. The army of monsters could not cope with such an onslaught of mercenaries. They are all the best warriors in Birdium. Ghislain was lucky to get such a team. The crossbowmen continued to fire at the monsters from a distance, which significantly delayed their attack. However, they soon ran out of ammunition, and the strike force had not yet managed to carry out its plan. The monsters were already very close, and it was difficult for the knights to continue to defend themselves with shields. But just when the monsters were about to pounce on them, a strike force arrived and protected the rest from the attack. Ghislain praised both squads. They had held up well in their absence. The frightened faces of the mercenaries suddenly lit up with relief. Finally, the employer had come. Now they were saved. Ghislain ordered them to expand their formation and surround the remaining monsters from all sides. They tried to desperately resist, attacking the guys, scratching them with their sharp paws and claws, but the mercenaries bravely held their defense. Feeling that the advantage was not on their side, the Failures decided to flee. Ghislain was angry that the monsters didn't wait for their ambush. And they are smart. The boy ordered Valinda to find their leader. He is the only one with horns on his head. It was he who gave the signal to retreat. The monsters were about to leave, but they couldn't let that happen. Ghislain knew they were obsessed with their prey. Even if they retreated now, they would pursue him to the end. They don't have the strength for a second fight. They need to avoid a protracted battle. If they catch the leader, they will lose his control and completely disperse into the darkness. We need to take him here and now. Realizing how serious it was, Valinda agreed with the order, as did Ghislain's other assistants. Valinda activated her mana reserve and pulled out a thin but very strong rope from her bosom. She threw the end to the nearest tree and tied it around one thick branch. And then she suddenly pulled herself up to fly over the army of monsters and get the best view. She easily tracked down the leader of the monsters in the crowd and threw her rope at him. Hovering in the air, Valinda shouted to the young master that she had found the king, and Ghislain immediately rushed there following the rope. He quickly flew towards him and swung his heavy sword. With one powerful blow, he pierced the fragile body of the ruler. Blood gushed from his body, and the monster let out a loud, painful cry for the last time in his life. As he died and fell to the ground, Ghislain addressed his subordinates. He announced that the leader of the pack was dead. This meant that they could easily shoot the rest. And everyone instantly pounced on the monsters, forgetting all fear. The body was filled with adrenaline, and the soul with confidence that they could do anything. They spent the whole night exterminating dark monsters, but finally the long-awaited dawn came. The last monster was killed. Blessed silence reigned around. Although the body ached from fatigue, the heart was filled with joy that it was all over. Victory is theirs. This nightmarish night has come to an end. The mercenaries rejoiced, throwing all the energy they had left into celebration. They had survived. Victory. Ghislain's team looked at each other wearily, and they thanked each other for the work they had done. Ghislain asked Valinda to check the numbers and Kyor to bring people from Cerberus. He and Jillian would go and scatter the corpses of the Failures around the camp. Their scent will scare away monsters. Failures are one of the highest-ranking monsters on the outskirts of this forest. Jillian boasted that even he understood that this was necessary for the safety of the camp. Kyor only tisked in irritation at his pride. They, as always, began to attack each other, but Ghislain did not worry, since he understood that this was just pranks. It had been about 10 days since they entered this forest. Including the Phalors, they dealt with all the dangerous creatures in their path. All that remains is to develop the rune vein. Is this the end? When Valinda returned, she said that there were 126 contract mercenaries, 3 fewer than there were before the battle. Cerberus, 41, still no losses, which made Kyor very proud. 3 of the mercenaries were killed, but their bodies were not found, so it is impossible to establish their identities. But the mercenaries noticed that Manus was nowhere to be seen, so they assumed that he might have died in battle. But one old man said that knowing Manus, he most likely ran away. And they turned out to be right, and along with Manus, 2 more escaped, the same ones who were considered missing. They were frightened by how terrible the battle was, and deciding that they would not survive it, they fled. While the monsters are distracted by their squad, they need to try to leave the forest as quickly as possible. But here, Manus's comrades froze and turned pale. He scolded them for slowing down. But then one of the warriors pointed with a trembling hand at something behind Manus. The man turned around in fear. In the darkness, 2 red snake eyes the size of their heads glowed. Before them opened a view of huge mythical crystals that brightly illuminated the clearing, and between them swayed a scaly body. They encountered a huge carnivorous snake, and it grabbed them with its mouth so quickly that they did not have time to react. All 3 died. The mercenary squad, having finished with another battle, loaded the carts with logs again, clearing a passage for themselves further into the forest. Kyor noticed that after the last battle, the mercenaries became even more obedient and carried out orders without arguing. This is the first time he sees these slackers working so harmoniously. Jillian, passing by, sarcastically remarked that at least they worked, unlike some others. But Kyor ignored the reproach. The red-haired man was even upset that their squad would be disbanded after the mission, but Ghislain said that he was going to hire them as his personal guard. It is believed that in mass battles, unorganized mercenaries cannot defeat a regular army. But these guys have already surpassed the average level, thanks to the experience they have gained. They will be an excellent basis for expanding the influence of Birdium. Gazelle, Kyor's right hand, returned to the party and said that his team had scattered the corpses of the Phalors along the trail as ordered. Ghislain's plan is actually working. They haven't encountered a single monster since they left the camp. There should have been at least one. However, the young master was very uneasy in his heart. He hoped that he was worrying in vain. While the work was going on, Valinda flew up to Ghislain. She returned from a reconnaissance mission that the young man had sent her on. She found something ahead, just as he had predicted. The boy's heart sank in his chest. He ordered the squad to continue on their way at full speed. The goal was right in front of them. And the closer they got to the gems, the brighter it became in the forest. Neon light was shining through the thick tree trunks. Very soon they found themselves at the place. An unusually beautiful view opened up before them. Ghislain announced that they had reached the goal of their expedition. Here it is, a vein of runestones of the highest quality. For the first time, the mercenaries learned the real purpose of their journey. They could not even imagine that they would find something so valuable. Valinda joyfully flew at the young gentleman with hugs. How did he know about this place? The glowing stones were so inviting. They are so rare that you may not see one in your entire life, and here they are in such abundance. But suddenly, among the magic crystals, they noticed a dark human silhouette. It was the body of the dead mantis, and it looked so mutilated that the body was chilled with fear. Suddenly, the man fell to the ground and was dragged deeper into the pile of stones. Gordon immediately rushed to his comrade, hoping that he could still be saved somehow. But Ghislain blocked his path and ordered him to retreat. He swung his sword hard, clearing away the fog that covered the ground in front of the treasure deposits and revealing a multitude of gnawed bones. There were corpses everywhere, and not only monster corpses, but also human corpses. Ghislain voiced the general thought. Apparently they won't get by with just extracting rune stones. At this scale, there is probably a nest of a high-ranking monster here. Among the remains, there are also fresh ones, which means the place is not abandoned. The toxic fumes from the corpses mixed with the fog, so they didn't notice it right away. Damn, there was nothing in the notes about the danger at the vein. Ghislain turned to face the crystals and gathered people around him. But before he could announce his plan, he saw the head of a huge snake crawling out right above him, its mouth alone larger than his own. The monster opened its throat and tried to grab Ghislain, but he spun in the air and cut the snake's forehead with his sword. Ghislaine strengthened the sword with mana and tried to plunge it into the snake's head, but it stopped abruptly. Only a small wound remained on the head. Even magic cannot penetrate the monster's scales. Such a strong blow left only a shallow scratch. Faced with failure, Ghislaine jumped off the snake at that very moment. But she turned her face towards him and opened her mouth wide, spraying poison at the knight. The guy barely managed to twist so that the poison only got on his cloak. The fabric was immediately eaten away, and the edges were so split that they practically evaporated. The snake then tried to pierce Ghislaine with its sharp tail, but he held out his sword and parried the blow. The guy himself flew to the side by inertia, and his tail dug into the ground and left a fairly deep hole behind him. The snake's body began to move. The huge carcass shuddered in an attempt to crush the squad with its weight. The mercenaries were not prepared for this and had difficulty dodging the blows, running around to avoid being caught by the snake. Kaur led the movement of the detachment. Valinda used her strong rope to pull the particularly slow mercenaries away from danger, and Jillian parried the blows as best he could. They all dodged and tried to save themselves as best they could. The situation became so chaotic and tense that no one noticed that Ghislaine was missing. Now that the young master has seen everything with his own eyes, everything falls into place. This is the true owner of the rune vein, Bloody Python. He surrounded Ghislaine with his body when he tried to attack, so now the guy was isolated from the squad and was in a kind of cocoon. The Blood Python is one of the monsters that Ghislaine did not expect to encounter on this expedition. The python usually lives in the depths of the forest, not here. The chances are slim. Of course, you can retreat and come back later, that would be reasonable. But Ghislaine has no time to waste. He needs to return from his expedition with good results. If he retreats now, everything that has been done up to this point will lose its meaning. He had a huge responsibility. There was no retreat. So Ghislaine stood up resolutely and activated the mana core in his chest. Then he opened a second and even a third core and broke free from the python's tenacious grip. He drew his sword along its head, this time wounding it. Scarlet blood of the monster gushed from the head and the eye that Ghislaine had hit. He counterattacked and tried to swat Ghislaine with his tail, but the boy used his sword as a shield, strengthening it with magic. The one-eyed python got really angry and tried to eat the guy again. But even if the chances of winning are slim, there are battles that simply cannot be avoided. Before Ghislaine's eyes appeared the image of his father, who, albeit with suffering, proudly and bravely fulfilled his heavy duty. He should follow his example. It's time to do his duty and protect his squad. So Ghislaine ran up the snake's body. The squad finally saw the guy, and Ghislaine fearlessly cut the monster's upper sky with his sword. The slashed python paused for a moment, catching its breath. It didn't look like it was going to strike. Keeping the third core awakened for so long is too risky, so Ghislaine's mana will run out before he can kill this creature. But then his squad ran up to him from behind, and the guy was distracted from the monster. Kaur and Jillian covered him with themselves. The squad surrounded him from behind, and Valinda ran up and began to check if he was okay. Valinda told Ghislaine to retreat and promised that they would hold off the monster so that he could escape. But Ghislaine couldn't do that. His plan was exactly the opposite. He stood up and ordered all his comrades to get out of here. Even Ghislaine can't guarantee that he can protect everyone from a monster of that size. He can't afford to lose so many people in this fight. He won't forgive himself if they all die. Valinda was worried about the safety of the young master, but he resolutely said that he had to kill the python with his own hands. Valinda understood that the fact that they were all still alive was already a miracle. Then why does Ghislaine go so far and not give up, even in the face of such monstrous danger? At this moment, the monster came to its senses a little, and again sprayed its poison at the enemies. Ghislaine ordered his squad to retreat, but instead they rushed forward. They put up their shields and protected Ghislaine from the streams of poison flying at him. The boys told the commander that they would not run away, they wanted to fight with him. They had never met an employer like Ghislaine. He had saved their lives so many times. Cerberus and Valinda also stood up for defense. Just kill this snake and all the treasures will belong to them. Jillian also stepped forward and said that he would distract the monster and create a gap. They all prepared for battle and asked Ghislaine, just as they trusted him, so let him trust them. After just a moment of silence, Ghislaine sighed heavily and agreed. Monstrous size, deadly poison, and its blood-red scales are so strong that they reflect even mana-enhanced blades. If even one attack hits the target, they will all die for sure, but the snake has an open wound, and one eye is damaged, so it can be hit there. Ghislaine raised his sword and led the group. Since they all agreed to fight together, then let them all return from the expedition together. And right after that, they all pounced on the monster at the same time. The battle was difficult, but they were all determined to win. First, Kaur jumped up to the monster's face and pierced the python's already wounded eye. It howled in pain and shuddered. Jillian charged from the other side and cut through the tough red scales with his axe, causing a new wound. And Ghislaine walked around the snake's side and pierced its second eye with his sword, blinding the monster. Even with a good strategy, things don't always go according to plan. But if Ghislaine doesn't act, many will die. The mercenaries knocked the python's head to the ground and together began to strike again and again at its wounded eyes. But this could not continue for long. The snake suddenly rose up and threw off all the warriors, letting out a terrible cry. Ghislaine couldn't allow the enraged monster to attack them. Only he knows the future of these lands. He must lead them further. So Ghislaine bravely jumped straight into the open mouth of the monster. The snake immediately slammed it shut, feeling the heaviness on its tongue. The squad didn't even have time to get properly scared when the tip of a sword suddenly appeared from the snake's head. And then it cut a long stripe across the snake's head, blazing with blood. Ghislaine cut her head to the end and got out of the poisonous mouth, spending the rest of his strength on it. He is the future of Birdium. This blow proved fatal for the snake. At this point, the expedition to the Forest of Monsters could be considered almost over. A few more days passed from that time. It took time to get the crystals and return home. Meanwhile, things were very unsettled in Birdium Castle. Albert was furious. Ghislaine had committed a grave crime. He had ignored the manager's orders and entered the monster forest. They knew about the young master's willful character, but they did not expect that during their absence the boy would imagine himself a lord. However, it is too late to be indignant now. The young gentleman has already disappeared in this forest for 2 weeks. If it hadn't been for Scoven's false report, they might have reacted sooner. But he had distracted them, for which he was now sitting in the dungeon with Ricardo. Albert and Homer demanded that Zwalter take some action. They said that as soon as Ghislaine returned, if he did not die in the forest, they were obliged to put him in prison and punish him. And just in time, Randolph burst into the hall to ask the gentleman to go out into the yard. Young Master Ghislaine is back. The gentlemen were surprised that he had survived 2 whole weeks in the forest, and he even returned safe and sound with his sword at the ready. The boy was immediately brought to his father's hall so that he could report to them about the results of his expedition. Zwalter, instead of greeting, said reservedly that he had forbidden Ghislaine from entering the monster forest. Ghislaine bowed his head respectfully and apologized, but he had to do it. Randolph, like others present, was indignant. Did the boy really have a good reason to disobey the Duke's order? Entering the Forest of Monsters is a serious crime. And it's not just about the boy's life. What if these monsters came out of the forest and attacked the mansion? There was no point in arguing about anything, so Ghislaine just confidently cut him off. He was alive, after all, and the monsters were still not on county territory. The young man's insolence angered his father's assistants even more. Albert asked if Ghislaine was really amused by the current situation. In any case, they can turn a blind eye to it for now, since everything went without incident. However, they received a letter about another incident that was no longer justifiable. Ghislaine took the outstretched sheet of paper in his hands and read that it was a letter from Reinfold County. It said that Ghislaine had extorted money from Amelia. It was unforgivable because her family helps them so much. Count Reinfold is furious with Ghislaine, cutting off all support for the county of Birdium and breaking off his engagement to Amelia. The letter is written personally by Count Reinfold, whose favorite Amelia is not. But it does not look as if it was forged. The emotions caused by the manipulation of people obsessed with money are very understandable. This means that Amelia has joined forces with her enemy in order to destroy Ghislaine. All leverage over Amelia is useless at this point. Any secret deals or trades will be seen as attempts to cover up this situation. Had Ghislaine been just a little late, he would have been trapped inside the manor. Time really wasn't on his side. Albert looked at the young man seriously and asked if he had anything to say in his defense. First, Ghislaine had to return 20,000 gold pieces to the lady, which was a very large sum for the county of Birdium. Suddenly, Ghislaine confidently admitted to the gentleman that he had spent everything. This money went towards an expedition to the monster forest. A heavy silence fell over the room. The elders' eyes widened and their faces darkened. Ghislaine apologized for his outburst. He has no excuses regarding the situation with Reinfold County. Here, unable to bear this conversation, Randolph ran up to Ghislaine and angrily grabbed him by the collar. What kind of heir is Ghislaine, if he sells the future of the county with his own hands? Homer then attacked him. He accused the guy of no longer being a count but a criminal, and he ordered the guy to be thrown into prison immediately. But Ghislaine interrupted them in a calm, even voice and said that he could pay for everything. From now on, he would personally allocate funds for the needs of the mansion. Zwalter, who until this moment had sat quietly, gloomier than the night, asked his son what his words meant. Ghislaine called Valinda, who was just waiting for the signal outside the door. Randolph released Ghislaine, and the boy said that if he had simply wanted to go into the forest and return, he would not have started this at all. But he had a specific goal. He opened the box that Valinda had brought to the elders. It was filled to the brim with runestones. The men, not believing their eyes, took the crystals in their hands and made sure that they were not fake. But where did the guy get them? Did he really buy them with stolen money? Ghislaine told them that he had found a vein of runestones in the forest. Albert said that if it was a real runestone, the price for it would be enormous, but it would not be enough to fully maintain the mansion. Then Ghislaine took the elders outside to show them what else he had brought back from the expedition. Not only that, he had brought back more than a dozen cartloads of runestone. He also brought a lot of wood that they had obtained in the forest, as well as a huge carcass of a bloody python. The father's assistants were so shocked when they saw all these treasures that they thought they were imagining it all. And the young man got it in just 15 days. Valinda confirmed that all of this was discovered during the expedition. Ghislaine personally prepared everything necessary and led the people. The horrors of the Ents, a huge number of remains of the bloody python, and much more. But these carts of runestones are a small part of what they got. Ghislaine proudly said that all his actions were aimed at benefiting the county. Naturally, all this will go towards the upkeep of the mansion. Albert quietly said that, given the rough estimate of what had been gained, with that amount, they could stop struggling to keep the county afloat. At this moment, the father's assistants softened very sharply and realized how wrong they had been to scold Ghislaine. They praised him joyfully and offered him a rest from the journey. He must have been very tired from this long expedition. But then Ghislaine said that he had a few conditions if they were going to use Ghislaine's loot. First, they free Ricardo and Scoven. The knights were only following his orders. Second, access to the monster forest will still be closed to outsiders. Unnecessary rumors can only harm the county. The assistants, after thinking for a moment, agreed that all this was quite reasonable. The last condition is that Ghislaine will be personally responsible for security and recruiting mercenaries. He will waste time waiting for permission for every step. The assistants were outraged. That means Ghislaine will have a personal army? This is unacceptable. Who knows what goals Ghislaine sets for himself? Albert said that while Ghislaine deserved respect, he should apologize for his self-will rather than demand complete freedom of action. Ghislaine said he wasn't trying to distance himself. He was simply creating the conditions for them to become independent of Count Reinfold. And if small problems, like the one Albert voiced, negatively affect Bertium's finances, will they be satisfied with this option? Unable to come up with a proper response, Albert asked the Count for help. His son is now literally bargaining over the future of the county, but Zwalter didn't have time to say anything. His team ran up to Ghislaine. They reported to the guy that the loading of runestones was almost complete. They are only waiting for his order to move on. As Ghislaine said, the ENT's dreadbark can be stored without any additional processing. Then the boy gave another order. The python's carcass would soon be completely butchered. The poison, blood, flesh, and skin had to be separated from each other to prevent rotting. The Earl and Randolph looked at each other, listening to the younger man's conversation with surprise. The number of young master's mercenaries is impressive, but they do not understand how he was able to get such strong individuals to work together. Suddenly, Zwalter turned to his son and said that his subordinates looked like an elite squad. It was difficult to make unruly mercenaries willingly follow orders. But Ghislaine said that was not so. Without their help, that expedition would have been extremely difficult. Father smiled faintly. Then he turned to his assistants and ordered them to return to the castle. Finally, he told the younger one that this time he would turn a blind eye to his son's prank. But if he disobeys his order again, then he should prepare for the consequences. Ghislaine smiled and thanked him for his favor. As he left, Zwalter reminded his son that one day he would inherit this mansion. And, a little more quietly, he added that there really was a spirit of the Northern Wolf in him. The Northern Wolf is a title given to the Count of Bertium, who guards the northern border of the Kingdom of Lutania. But no one has ever reached the level that Ghislaine's father demonstrated. Due to the dire situation of the kingdom, the military power was not great, but he continued these endless battles on the northern border. Zwalter dedicated his life to protecting the mansion, even when he lost his wife, son, and daughter. In the end, his reward was a miserable death that no one remembered. Ghislaine's squad breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that they would finally have time to get some proper rest. But then the guy shocked them by saying that he was not going to return to the mansion, and he ordered them to be ready to set out at any moment. The boy's comrades said he was pushing himself too hard. Okay, but Gislin's body hadn't even recovered. He had been poisoned by python venom. Valinda had to put in a lot of effort to remove the poison from the master's body when he was in the snake's mouth. Ghislaine said nothing to their words, but he went up to Valinda and put his hand on her shoulder. He was counting on her. After these words, the team no longer argued with the blonde. They realized that it was useless. The news that runestones had been found in the county of Burdium quickly spread throughout the area. Of course, this has not bypassed those who want to get their lands. Therefore, the Burdiums must strengthen their power as soon as possible, become so strong that no one could even think of attacking them. But Ghislaine was only able to take 2 steps away from his comrades before he fainted from exhaustion. While Ghislaine had to take a rest, Count Delphin was concerned about the young master's progress, and he sent a carrier pigeon to one of his henchmen. It said that partial development of the monster forest was confirmed. Dolphin told him to start a territorial war with the House of Degrade and destroy the Burdium family, after which the duchy would intervene. The count immediately reported the plans to his ministers. They intend to destroy the Burdiums, and the duchy will appoint a new owner of their territory. To begin with, the man wanted to know how many of their people remained on the lands of Burdium. One of the ministers said that there were 2 vassals and 1 knight. The count ordered 2 more vassals to be sent there. The fact that their heir, thought to be missing, died in the lands of Burdium is enough as a pretext for war. A certain victor is appointed as the person responsible for this operation. The ministers were surprised, because this man is considered Desmond's strongest card. They were angry that they had to resort to this. If Frank had done everything right, Burdium would have destroyed itself. But maybe they have another backup plan? It's too early to reveal all the trump cards. Why does the duchy, which has been acting with the utmost secrecy, now want to directly intervene in the affairs of House Burdium? He had to explain that it was the monsters in the forest. They couldn't wait any longer. Count Dolphin had ordered action. His orders could not be questioned. Count Desmond, who had been in the shadows all this time, ordered his men to prepare for war. And he asked his subordinates if there was anyone else who knew about the current situation. They thought no. They had no idea that Lady Amelia knew much more than she should. Meanwhile, at the Rhinefold estate, the girl was bawling her eyes out, burying her tear-stained face in Bernard's chest. Her shoulders were shaking. Ghislaine, that idiot, had gotten his hands on a vein of runestones thanks to the 20,000 gold he had swindled from her. Even the assassins sent to kill him couldn't finish him off, and she herself had to humiliate herself before this damned father in order to stop supporting Burdium. She cried, thinking that she looked like a complete fool now, but the knight brought her to her senses. Such behavior is not like his mistress. The girl sighed heavily and pulled away. Yes, she had given in to her emotions too much. What happened happened. We need to move on. Bernard smiled, pleased that Amelia was back to normal. He told her to give him orders. Now that the Burdiums have found a vein of runestones, they will soon be out of their financial crisis. Looks like they will have a party. But the main thing is that they haven't managed to sell the runestones yet. According to the latest data, they found them 2 days ago at most. There was clearly not enough time to create distribution channels. The lady exploits this weakness. It is clear to whom the Burdiums will try to sell the stones. There is only one place in the north where you can sell runestones. The greatest magical tower of the north, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmod, is the Crimson Tower. Runestones are essential for magical research. Magic towers always take the issue of their supply seriously. Amelia ordered an ambush with assassins on the main approaches to the tower. The target is not Ghislaine, but the workers transporting the runes. Bernard told her that there was another tower of scarlet flame in the north. Was she sure that she should concentrate all her forces only at the Crimson Tower? Amelia said that it would have made sense before, but now it's different. There are reports that the Scarlet Flame Tower is in a bad way, having lost its former glory. Ghislaine is obsessed with money, and will not deal with it when there is the Crimson Tower to pay more. But Amelia will take it all from him. Meanwhile, in the county of Burdium, Ghislaine's squad finally got a well-deserved rest. But they couldn't stop worrying about the fact that their leader had been lying in the hospital for several days. Due to his fever and poor health, he had constant nightmares about a bloody python. It was that moment when Ghislaine got into his throat and the predator was ready to swallow its prey. Before closing its epiglottis and letting the guy down its esophagus, the snake secreted venom from its inner lining to soften the victim for better digestion. Fortunately, the mana from the 3rd core burns away the poison upon contact, preventing it from penetrating the body, but the toxic smoke that is produced creates a deadly environment. Most victims lose consciousness or die at this point, but not Ghislaine. He knew that if he lost consciousness there, it was all over. This expedition will end, as will everything that is dear to Ghislaine and his future. If poisoning cannot be avoided, he will take control of it. He concentrated the poison that penetrated his body into his mana core. Then he neutralized it with a furious rotation of mana in the core. Such subtle control is only available to superhumans. Ghislaine converted the poison into an alternative fuel that could withstand the mana blast. And every time at this moment the dream ends and Ghislaine comes to consciousness. Coming to his senses, Ghislaine looked around. The last thing he remembered was his father forgiving him, but nothing more. Then he noticed that little Elena was sitting next to the bed. She looked at him in surprise when he woke up, and then she hugged him tightly, hanging on his neck from happiness. The guy was completely confused. She, still holding her brother, said that he had slept for 2 days. He had left without warning, returned and suddenly lost consciousness. She was very worried. But soon enough she became embarrassed and pushed her brother away from her so that he would not notice how deeply moved she was. Hiding how happy she was, Elena ran out of the room and shouted to Valinda that her brother had woken up. Ghislaine sat up carefully in bed. 2 whole days had passed. No wonder. After the poisoning, he had received minimal medical care and worked for 5 more days. He tried to hold out until the runestones were sold, but his youthful body could not withstand such a heavy load. But even despite the strain, Ghislaine's condition is quite good. Such damage couldn't have been restored by just 2 days of sleep, could it? Ghislaine unwound the bandages on himself, thinking that this was all rather strange. His regeneration has noticeably improved, and for some reason his overall mana volume has increased. However, what was most surprising was that the nature of the mana inside him changed. Was it possible that when the poison was neutralized, the mana mixed with the energy of the blood python? In the past, he didn't even know that it was possible to become stronger in this way. Even though it was unintentional, it was worth the risk to life. We need to run some tests. But with this, you can become stronger tens of times faster. However, the priority now is to quickly sell runestones. In 2 days, everyone who needed to know about them would probably have already found out about them. He urgently needed to gather mercenaries and get down to business. He had already lost a lot of time. There was a knock on the door. Ghislaine thought it was Valinda, so he said she could come in without knocking. But it wasn't just her. Together with the girl, Ghislaine's father and younger sister also entered the room. The guy looked at them in surprise and almost jumped back in surprise. Valinda told Zwalter that Ghislaine had jumped into a python's mouth and was poisoned, so he was interested in finding out how his son was feeling. Ghislaine said that he was fine, and thanks to this, his father was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Valinda ran up to Ghislaine and examined him. She and his comrades were very scared when the boy lost consciousness. Then suddenly Zwalter spoke again, addressing Ghislaine. He said he needed to talk to his son alone. The Count has a small favor to ask of him. Ghislaine agreed to talk. And then they went down to the training hall together. Surprisingly, Zwalter asked him to train together. It was the first time they had done anything together alone. In his past life, Ghislaine did nothing but avoid his father, fearing reprimand. Entering the arena, the father apologized for calling his son so suddenly when he had just woken up. He said that he felt great after the rest. But his father's request was not only for joint training, but also for something else that Zwalter did not dare to talk about. That's what Ghislaine's mother told him when he was a child. So that's what she meant? One day, while sitting at the edge of the lake, Ghislaine's mother told him that their father did not know how to openly show his feelings. He says he must be an unbending support for the people of the estate. Always puts others before himself, never shows true feelings. The only exception was his declaration of love to her, and that was very difficult for him to achieve. That's why my mother asked me not to be angry with my father for being awkward and to forgive him. He just doesn't know how to express his feelings. Distracting his son from his memories, Zwalter prepared for training and told his son to raise his sword. Ghislaine followed his order and they both got into starting positions to begin the fight. Zwalter was the first to attack, but Ghislaine blocked his blow with his sword. Zwalter swung a slashing blow at Ghislaine, but the boy easily held his sword under it. They fenced without giving in to each other, but with due ease, masterfully dodging each other's attacks. Ghislaine noticed with interest that his father's sword was quite heavy and that it could be felt in battle. It has enough power to tame the wild barbarians from the north. And at the same time, there is a softness in it that can protect everything and everyone. Ghislaine admired his father. Although he was sometimes a little afraid of him, he looked up to him in everything. Their blades clashed again with renewed force. Zwalter did not spare his son at all, and it was not necessary. Ghislain suddenly twisted the sword in his hands and attempted to strike his father's back. He pushed his son away, but Ghislain still managed to pin his father down, pointing the tip of his sword at his neck. They were facing each other again. This moment could be considered as a victory for Ghislain, so the father lowered his sword and said that his son's skills had improved significantly. However, when Ghislain crosses swords, he had better try to ease off the pressure on the blade a little. He has the strength and reflexes to deal with the huge monsters in the forest, but a real opponent can easily figure out Ghislain's intentions. Come to think of it, this was the first time his father had taught him anything, so Ghislain was quite surprised. Ghislain's swordsmanship is based on practice and experience, so it can be called instinctive. Due to lack of proper training, he could have missed some important points. His father accurately pointed out the shortcomings and helped his son to realize them. He always thought he could only rely on himself and suffered alone, but it turned out that learning from others is not so bad. Ghislain smiled and thanked his father for his instructions. He thought for a second, and then honestly said that he was actually going to scold his son. Whatever his merits, he broke the rules. If everyone starts to disregard them because of their achievements, it will only lead to more chaos. But the father also noted with a smile that Ghislain had changed a lot. Unlike the time when Ghislain was causing trouble in pursuit of fame, he feels that his son's goal has become much larger now. He praised his son and told him to continue in the same spirit. Let him think about the lands and about his loved ones, fulfill his duty as an heir. Ghislain took his father's request seriously. He will definitely be there. And then, I remembered something else. My father had said that he wanted to ask his son for something, but he hadn't said what. Zwalter stood for a while, gathering his strength, and then admitted that he needed to borrow some money from his son. Of course, they agreed, and after the training, Ghislain went to the garrison in the Forest of Monsters. He greeted his troop, which had lined up in ranks upon his arrival, and asked if they were all right. The warriors answered in unison that everything was fine with them, so he didn't have to worry. Kaur said with a smile that Ghislain was looking better already. The boy thanked him and apologized to the team for keeping them waiting. The guy also didn't forget about other important things besides the runestones, so he asked Jillian how Rachel was doing. The man bowed to him. He had never thought that she would ever be able to walk again, but his daughter was getting better. He thanked the gentleman for everything. Ghislain was glad to hear that the girl was okay. Then Ghislain said that he had something to tell his comrades. Unexpectedly for them, he admitted that their lands were now in danger. Then they retired to Ghislain's tent to discuss everything. He told them everything about the attack on Elena and the true state of affairs, about how they prevented an attempt to kill her and use it as a pretext for war, and about the body of Prince de Grad being found, and in general about the forces that threatened the House of Bertium. Ghislain said that they were being watched. They had probably been operating within the county lands for a long time. They had neither the time nor the resources to prepare for an attack. Now it became clear why the young master was in such a hurry. Now, after exploring that terrible forest, war awaits them. As Ghislain said, Bertium is a perfect target right now. Weak military force, poor lands, and they've found a valuable vein of runestone here. So now no one will leave them alone for sure. Valinda was indignant. Ghislain needed to be told about such a serious matter right away, and she suggested telling the Count, but Ghislain said that it was not time yet. Even among Elena's knights there were traitors, so there may be spies among Father's assistants too. They cannot yet know for sure who their allies are. Thanks to Elena's survival, the enemy's plans were thwarted and they gained time. But after the runestones were found, the enemies will not hesitate. They are facing a tough battle and have little time left to prepare. However, they had the strength and motivation. Kaur said that the Cerberus were ready for everyone. Let Ghislain give the order. It will probably always be interesting to be around their master. Jillian smiled resolutely too. He had already dedicated his life to the master and would be with him until the end. And Valinda has always protected the young master and intends to continue to fight with him shoulder to shoulder in the future. The Bertium's main enemy is the Dark Duchy of Delphine, and also Count Desmond and Amelia, who carry out his orders. But Ghislain would not allow them to act as they pleased. He announced to his companions that they were heading to the Tower of Scarlet Flame. Valinda asked why there. The Crimson Tower was closer, and the prices were higher there. But Ghislain was not stupid, and understood that there would be fewer unnecessary problems in the Tower of Scarlet Flame. Jillian agreed. When transporting valuable cargo, uninvited guests often appear, especially when runestones are involved. After the head of the Crimson Tower, Delmud, became the Archmage of the Seventh Circle, the Tower of Scarlet Flame fell into disrepair. The Tower of Scarlet Flame is trying to restore its former glory, but it's not easy. And yet, that's not even the reason they're going there. Gislin's squad immediately set out as soon as the commanders discussed the main plans. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Scarlet Flame, in a huge library among scattered books, a girl sat. She kept calling out to some teacher named Renato and kept talking about some light that was supposed to appear. Gislin's squad, having saddled their horses, reached the Scarlet Tower of the Mages. She was tall and as majestic as they had imagined. The mercenaries had heard so much about her, but they had never thought they would be able to see her in real life. Even from the appearance of the city, it is clear this is a completely different level compared to the lands of Birdium. There were stalls with various magical things around. For example, many magical scrolls were produced in this city. Ahead, as they drove through the city, the mercenaries saw wizards laying asphalt with the help of magic. The mercenaries saw magic for the first time outside of a scroll. They watched the strangers at work with interest. But the locals were not at all friendly towards them and glared angrily with narrow eyes. And then, unhappy with the fact that they were being spied on, they completely disappeared into thin air. The mercenaries were not embarrassed by this. On the contrary, they considered such a departure very cool and thought only about it. Ghislaine said it was invisibility magic. It seems the mages aren't too happy with them here. Valinda was focused on the tower. Although it had lost its former grandeur, it was still impressive. Jillian said that the lands of Brevant are considered to be among the richest in the kingdom. On the outside, yes, who would have thought that this mighty tower would fall into decay? They finally arrived at the entrance to the wizard's tower grounds, although it was still a long way to the main gate. But there was one odd thing here that was alarming. There was no guard at the entrance. Only armor lay scattered on the ground. But as soon as the squad drove a little closer, a wizard appeared on top of the gate and ordered them to stop. With the help of magic threads, he suddenly lifted the lying armor into the air and began to control it. They quickly gathered into shape, as if a real invisible guard had put on his armor and stood in line. There were only 2 guards, controlled by 2 different mages. They crossed axes, blocking the stranger's way. Entry into the tower is forbidden without permission. The wizard ordered the travelers to state their name and the purpose of their visit. The team looked in surprise at the armor floating in the air like dolls. And then Jillian announced that the hereditary count of Birdium, Ghislain, had come to visit them, and asked to call the person responsible for trade. They have excellent goods. But the guard, without even listening to him to the end, said that they were not interested in their proposals. Valinda yelled at them. They didn't even see what they were going to be offered. The guards knew that Birdium was an impoverished domain in the north, from which they could only bring materials from low-level monsters. There was no point in wasting time on the likes of them. So the armor dolls stepped forward and threatened the travelers with their axes. The guards ordered them to get lost, which angered Valinda even more. Then Ghislain looked seriously at the magicians and asked if they were in their right minds. The guy took a rune crystal out of his pocket and said that since the guards were also magicians, they should understand perfectly well what it was. Their eyes immediately lit up. A runestone? But where from? Only then did they realize that all the carts that were pulled behind Ghislain were filled with valuable runestones. The guy grinned smugly. Now they were interested in cooperation. The detachment was immediately allowed inside and given a warm welcome in the tower. They even apologized for the guards' arrogant attitude. Valinda and Ghislain were greeted by Sylvain, who is in charge of trade in the magic tower. Ghislain said that there is quite a lot of goods, so he needs someone to complete the deal. He wants to meet with the head of the tower. Sylvain was taken aback. Meeting with the leader is usually very, very difficult. But since they were considered important guests, Sylvain suggested that they go into the guest room while he called the chief. Valinda basked in the respect shown to her after the guards dared to insult their domain. As the guests were being escorted to the waiting room, strange loud sounds were heard from the upper floors. Ghislain was worried. Did something happen? Maybe someone needed help. But the wizard said that these were the usual sounds of magical research. Meanwhile, other wizards ran into the lab to check out what the noise was. There they found the same girl from the library. The leader of them irritably reminded her that he had forbidden her to appear here. The girl only takes up space here and doesn't really know how to use magic. How dare she ignore the orders of Alpha, the heir to the tower and master of the third circle? And she's still considered an accepted student. Alpha's assistants laughed at her and told her to be grateful to be there at all. The girl looked at them timidly from under her brows and said that she also had the right to use the laboratory. She was a magician, after all. Alpha looked down on her and said that then the girl should prove to him that she was a normal mage. He will direct a simple fire spell at her, and let her try to reflect it. He knew she couldn't, and he used a spell that was far from simple. He just wanted to teach her a lesson, punish her, assert himself at her expense. He created a small fireball and threw it at the girl lying on the floor. She tried to cast a protection spell, but it didn't work. And if it weren't for Ghislaine, who appeared out of nowhere, she could have been seriously injured. But the guy flew out in front and dispersed the fireball with his sword. Ghislaine understood that no one here was currently doing magical research, and just in case, he personally showed up to check what that noise was. As it turned out, it was not in vain. Ghislaine could not stand it when the younger ones were offended and the weak were mocked. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in the tower's head's conference room. The head of the tower, Hubert, had just been informed that their runestone supplies were running low. If things continue like this, the gap with the Crimson Tower will only widen. Hubert told the elders that they needed to stock up on runestones in advance, but no one gave them money for this, saying that there were more important things to do. All this time they did nothing but spend money on jewelry and luxury items to communicate with the nobility. One of the elders said that it was not only the stones, but the fact that the head of the Crimson Tower had already reached the 7th circle, and their master was only at the 6th. Hubert shut him up and blamed the elders, saying that if he had runestones, he could reach the 7th circle in a jiffy. Now the chief realized with disappointment that Delmud, the head of the Crimson Tower, must have already bought up all the runestones in the area. But then Sylvain burst into the room and said that he had urgent business with the chief. Hubert yelled at him for interrupting the meeting, but he had urgent business to attend to. He said that a huge number of runestones had arrived at their tower, so Hubert immediately shut his mouth and stopped cursing. That was exactly what they needed. Well, in the meantime, Ghislaine was seriously attacked by Alpha because the guy dared to interfere in their showdown. Another fire throw flew at Ghislaine, but he deftly smashed the flames in front of him. Then more and more other magic balls flew towards him. The guy cut them as well, creating 2 strong streams of magical flame around himself. Alpha was furious that some knight was humiliating him like that. He wanted to pounce on Ghislaine in anger, but Valinda appeared from behind and tied him tightly with ropes. How dare some wizard attack a young master without reason? Fortunately, at that moment, the head of the tower burst into the hall and ordered them all to stop the fight. He was outraged. What kind of mess is going on here? Especially with their important guest. Ghislaine ordered Valinda to let go of the blonde man, and she casually pushed him aside. As soon as Alpha saw the leader, he immediately ran to his teacher to complain about the vile violators. They say he tried to keep Vanessa out of the lab, but she suddenly attacked him. He supposedly just wanted to protect Vanessa because she doesn't have magic, and they're so bad. Valinda laughed and said that Alpha was whining just like a girl. Vanessa timidly and fearfully said that she only wanted to enter the lab and had done nothing wrong. Ghislaine's eyes did not deceive him. When he heard Alpha call this girl, he knew that this was the one he was looking for. In Ghislaine's past life, Vanessa was nicknamed the Red Nightmare and was one of the most powerful mages, so even the one who became a real nightmare had hard times. Hubert always believed only in his student, and therefore decided to use a spell to burn Vanessa to ashes because she not only came to their tower, but also attacked Alpha. Valinda looked at her master and asked what they would do. The situation looked dangerous. Then Ghislaine stood between Hubert and Vanessa and asked for the opportunity to introduce himself. He is Ghislain Berdium from the county of Berdium, and he came to them from afar to discuss that very deal on the runestones that Sylvain spoke of. Alpha was furious, mixed with contempt and surprise. Runestones? Someone like him? Ghislaine said that his workers were waiting at the castle with carts full of crystals. Then they all went down into the courtyard so that the head of the tower could evaluate the goods that had been brought. He and the elders were speechless when they saw how many of those very runestones Ghislaine had. There were no less than 10 carts of them. The elders quietly asked the master what they were going to do. At first he stood quietly with a completely impassive face, and then suddenly he squealed joyfully, seeing such a good product. It was like a sign from above. With them, his tower would finally be able to surpass the damned competitors. But he didn't say it out loud. To maintain his image as a tough boss, he said that there were fewer crystals than he expected, and the quality wasn't very good. Kaur was seriously angry. How dare he treat something they had worked so hard to obtain like that? Vanessa, standing behind the chief, said that there were actually a huge number of stones. Even 1 cart would be enough for them for several weeks. Hubert yelled at her and chased her away for daring to reveal his secrets, and he said that it was not true at all. And he got even angrier when he remembered her teacher, Renato. Like, he left them such a headache in the person of this Vanessa. The chief winked at his elders and asked them if they thought the same thing about stones as he did. The old men pretended to take a closer look at the crystals and also agreed that these stones were of low quality. Maybe they were fake. Valinda entered into an argument with them and said that her master had obtained them with great difficulty, and no one had the right to insult his efforts in such a way. The elders said that these are quite difficult times and there are many scammers, so they cannot trust only the seller. Ghislain asked if this meant that they refused to buy these stones from him. If so, they will go elsewhere and sell them at a higher price to the Crimson Tower, which understands this better. But Hubert and the elders could not allow this, so they decided that they had to agree to the deal after all. They again pretended that the quality of the stones was not very good, but they, as good people, agreed to buy them from Ghislain. Only they can pay for all these carts a price slightly below the market price, no more. Then Ghislain turned his back to him and said that there must have been a misunderstanding. He ordered Kaoru to leave one cart and remove the rest. He smiled conspiratorially at his friend and said that they had agreed to sell only one cart. Hubert and the elders almost had a heart attack from fright. Kaur smiled haughtily, understanding what the master's plan was, and said that he had completely forgotten that they had agreed on only one. At his command, the Cerberuses drove all but one of the carts back. Hubert ran up to Ghislain and asked him in horror what was going on. The guy apologized and said that his subordinates had simply made a mistake with the quantity. They say they're heading to the Crimson Tower and just need a little cash for the journey. The chief almost ground his teeth in anger when he heard that they were heading towards their competitors. He suddenly became very nice and polite, invited Ghislain to come to his tower and discuss the terms of the deal again. The guy, along with the representatives of the wizard's tower, went into the negotiation room. Hubert politely introduced the elders of the tower to Ghislain. They are all Fifth Circle magicians, his loyal advisors and assistants. Ghislain smiled and said that mastering Fifth Circle spells was impressive. Amazing power, as expected from the second most powerful tower in the north. Hubert cleared his throat awkwardly and said that it was just a rumor. The Scarlet Flame Tower still held the lead in the north. Valinda thought that Ghislain was wrong to offend her future partners, but Jillian convinced her that the guy had his own opinion, so let him do as he knew. Trying to change the subject, Hubert returned to the discussion of the price of the stones. He tried to convince Ghislain that he wouldn't get half of what Hubert was offering elsewhere, but Ghislain interrupted him. The guy said that, on the contrary, he would take money from Hubert twice the market price. As expected, the head became furious and said that these were completely unfair conditions. He doesn't know who taught Ghislain to bargain, but that's not how things are done. You have to negotiate, not set conditions unilaterally. Ghislain remained calm and said that for the Scarlet Flame Tower, such a price seemed fair. The elders were already outraged at this point. Who does he even think he is? Then the head stopped trying to have a polite dialogue with Ghislain. He told the boy to watch his language. It pisses him off when a green kid starts showing off without understanding anything. Of course, he is young and has the right to make mistakes. In the kindness of his heart, Hubert will forgive him for this only the first time. Hubert, agreed to add a little on top of the market price if Ghislain would sell them everything at once. Ghislain stood up without even listening to the end and said that he would then go to the Crimson Tower, since the leader was not in the mood for a serious conversation. And without saying another word, he headed towards the exit, but the man stopped him again. Barely able to withstand such stress, the head said that he was not giving up on the deal after all. He just got a little carried away. Ghislain turned back to him, ready to continue the conversation. Ghislain's comrades watched the unfolding dispute with interest. The man admitted that Ghislain had a temper, so he reluctantly agreed to buy everything at double the price, as Ghislain wanted. The guy also agreed to double the price, and the chief breathed a sigh of relief. But he obviously did it too early, because the young master agreed to sell him only one cart at double the price. The old man, trying not to raise his voice, asked what Ghislain was talking about. He had to sell them everything he had brought. The blonde said that after the sale, rumors would spread that Scarlet Flame was buying crystals from him at double the price. Then they could be sold at triple the price in the Crimson Tower. The man lost his temper and declared that Ghislain was a bastard and his patience was not unlimited. But the guy immediately turned around and, having said goodbye, went to the door again. There was nothing to be done. The leader even agreed to triple the price if only Ghislain would finally agree to the deal. And only then the guy sat down and said that these were already decent conditions, what he expected from the best tower in the north. Hubert headed for the exit and said that he would now organize the money for him, and that Ghislain should sit and not move. He cursed silently. How dare some country bumpkin trick a Sixth Circle mage? Something devilish has been happening lately. Ghislaine stopped him right at the exit and suddenly said that he had one last condition. Hubert shouted at him, ready to start arguing again. But Ghislaine said that he only needs the leader to give him Vanessa. He wants her to be his personal mage. Ghislaine first learned about Vanessa in his past life. He was on a campaign with his squad of mercenaries and was roasting meat over a fire with a comrade. Then, while cooking, he told Ghislaine about the Red Nightmare, Vanessa. Ghislaine had never heard of her before, but his friend had recently learned something interesting. There were rumors in the kingdom about a sorceress who burned down the entire north of Ludania, so she reached the seventh circle. Ghislaine turned this information over in his head thoughtfully. It sounded loud and ominous. They said she had gone completely off the rails. Being a mage, she for some reason studied mana development techniques. In general, she burns everything and kills everyone everywhere. The lords are ruined. Orders began to come in for her elimination, all for the sake of catching her. Ghislaine was interested in this. The mage had reached the 7th level using mana techniques instead of magic power. The man decided that it would be a good idea to take her into his squad, so he suggested it to his friend named Claude, with whom he spoke. Then Ghislaine couldn't do it. Vanessa couldn't control her magic, and when she was found, she was practically dead. But she had the talent to reach the 7th circle, even without learning magic. With a little guidance from Vanessa, it could truly shine. This time Ghislaine will definitely take her for himself. Ghislaine's team was puzzled by this sudden decision. Vanessa did not seem special to them. The elders were only too glad to get rid of the incompetent girl. They had already taken care of her enough to give the honor to Mr. Renato. But the leader, on the contrary, told Ghislaine that Vanessa was a wonderful magician who was appreciated by their tower. Then Ghislaine said that in addition he would need 3rd level and higher battle mages for his army in Burdium. They are needed for territorial wars, so they need to be especially bold and courageous. The elders were as surprised by the reason as the head of the tower. In total, Ghislaine demands payment of triple the price for the runestones, a year's placement of the 3rd circle mages on the lands of Burdium, and the transfer of Vanessa as a personal mage. At this point, Hubert's patience finally ran out. He stood up abruptly and stamped his feet so hard that dust flew in all directions. It seems that Ghislaine, the impudent guy, doesn't respect him at all. He told the boy that the tower's mages could not participate in territorial wars. Not only does he not know the basic rules of the kingdom, but he also wants to send 3rd-level mages, the foundation of the tower, to war. This is an insult to them. Hubert had placed too much magical trust in Ghislaine and his comrades. They jumped up and grabbed their weapons. Only Ghislaine remained sitting in his place, as if nothing had happened. Ghislaine told the chief that he would regret it if he destroyed him. A huge deposit of runestones was discovered in the lands of Burdium. There are tens of times more of them there than they brought today. And this information is already spreading throughout the north. This means that soon everyone will be running after Ghislaine to negotiate a delivery. The head himself understood that this meant that many would want to get the deposit. Ghislaine promised that he had no intention of starting a war. He only needed the tower's help until Burdium was stronger. If Hubert helps him survive this crisis, Ghislaine promises to supply runestones exclusively to their tower. If it works, it's only a matter of time before the Scarlet Flame Tower once again surpasses the Crimson Tower and becomes the greatest magic tower. This proposal pleased Hubert, and he finally agreed to the deal with joy. So he shook hands with Ghislaine, and he told his disciple Alpha to go with Mr. Burdium. The guy was indignant. Why him? There are many other magicians. But Hubert said that it was precisely because the boy was the best talent in the history of the tower that he was putting him in charge of this task. This experience will be very useful to the guy when he becomes the head of the tower. Plus, Alpha will be able to make sure that these rednecks do not take the stones to the side. If a war for territory breaks out, Alpha doesn't have to engage in combat. Hubert gives him his permission. He only needs to hold out for a year. Inspired by such flattering words, Alpha confidently agreed and promised that he would do everything in the best possible light. But his joy and motivation quickly evaporated when it was time to hit the road, because it means that he is now part of the Burdium squad, and he will have to get along with these people. The other mages were not so dissatisfied. The Burdium mansion was built in a rather old-fashioned style, not luxurious, but quite practical. But Alfoy was furious that he had arrived in some remote place. Ghislaine told the mages that they would have much work to do in these lands, so they should not relax and work hard. Alfoy became more and more angry. And this uncouth boor takes them for servants? At this time, Ghislaine managed to look around, and not finding one specific person, asked the guy, "Where is Vanessa?" The blonde guy said she must be behind, dragging their luggage. To confirm his words, Vanessa appeared behind him with her hands full of suitcases. Alpha also scolded her for walking so slowly and making their master wait. Ghislaine, on the contrary, told her to leave her luggage and come to him. She tiredly said that she had not yet brought the other's luggage. Alpha said that was what she did in the tower. Let her do the dirty work, since she can't use magic anyway. Ghislaine took one of the suitcases and then threw it right in the arrogant mage's face. He was so heavy that he fell on his back along with the suitcase. As soon as he came to his senses and realized what had happened, he became very indignant. Ghislaine told him that Vanessa no longer belonged to the tower. She was his person now, so the mages had no right to treat her like that. This time he will turn a blind eye to this incident. But if something like this happens again, Alpha will have to pay with his life. The boy mage screamed hysterically, "How dare Ghislaine treat him, the heir of the flame and a mage of the third circle, like that?" The boy's mage minions also stood up for him. Even though the master was a nobleman, this was too much. They didn't want to waste time on this backwater. Ghislaine only had to snap his fingers for his squad to get the hint and surround the mages from all sides when they began to threaten to destroy him. They also started arguing because they raised weapons against highly respected magicians. But Ghislaine ordered Alpha to shut his mouth and stop squealing like a girl. Whatever their relationship, a contract is a contract. The leader will side with Ghislaine if the student breaks the contract. In Birdium, mages are just a spare source of mana. If he wants respect, he should do his job properly. The nickname Source of Living Mana was beneath Alpha, and he did not agree to such conditions. Then Ghislaine realized that simply talking to him was useless, so he asked Kaur and Jillian to do some educational work. It was clear from Kaur's frighteningly satisfied face that nothing good awaited the mages. Their quiet life in the tower was over. There were different rules here. Alpha insulted them one last time, his voice now trembling, calling them rude animals before they grabbed him. Vanessa watched everything that was happening in surprise, not understanding what she should do and how to behave. Then Ghislaine approached her and greeted her in a human way. The guy told her that from now on she is his personal mage, therefore she should not listen to anyone's orders except his. At first, surprise appeared in the girl's eyes, and then she lowered them in shame. Shame and great sadness were visible in her gaze. She quietly said that Alpha was right. She didn't know how to use magic at all. But Ghislaine smiled at her with concern and extended his hand. He would show her how to use magic. Ghislaine immediately took the girl to his training room. There, he asked her up to what level she had studied the theory of magic. The girl awkwardly replied that it was up to the 5th circle, which pleasantly impressed the young gentleman. But all this, according to the girl, was useless. After all, she cannot apply her knowledge in practice. Ghislaine asked her if there was a specific reason for this, but it turned out that no. She has not felt magical power since childhood. She believed that one day she would be able to do magic. She studied hard, but the more she studied magic, the more she realized that she would never be able to use it. Now her teacher has died, and there is no one left to guide her. Probably because of the teacher's death, she was kicked out. There is no one left to stand up for her. Ghislaine looked at her seriously. The 5th circle. In terms of strength, it is comparable to the level of the elders of the magic tower. Magic cannot be learned by memorization. It requires an understanding of the principles, insight, the ability to put one's will and interpretation into it. Vanessa understands everything in her mind now, but her body can't cope. She must have gone through a lot of trials trying to solve this problem. Vanessa's efforts were not in vain. She was simply on the wrong path. The boy's mind was filled with memories of the evening when his friend told him about the girl for the first time. Her powers were legendary. Although she was a mage, she mastered mana techniques. Madness. Ghislaine looked at the girl and said that he would now teach her techniques for working with mana. She asked why a mage would need it. Ghislaine replied that both magic circles and mana techniques were based on working with mana. He asked if she had tried mana techniques before. She said it was madness. Using magic through mana techniques, if something went wrong, you could end up crippled for life. Ghislaine still extended his hand to her and offered to at least try. For some reason, his calming blue eyes and confidence in success instilled in the girl faith in the best, and also inspired trust. Maybe she could really use magic. It was her most cherished dream, so she finally agreed to the master's persuasion. Vanessa sat with her back to him as he had asked. They both sat on the floor, Vanessa on her knees, Ghislaine with her legs folded underneath her. At Ghislaine's request, the girl untied her dress to reveal her back to the guy. In her past life, Vanessa had the same look as Ghislaine. It was a mixture of regret, anger, and hatred. The endless thirst for magic caused the girl to fall into a bottomless abyss. Having mastered unknown mana techniques, she turned into a disaster driven only by instinct and burned everything to the ground. But now Ghislaine is here to stop her from falling into that abyss. Ghislaine activated his mana core and extended his hand towards Vanessa. He placed his palm on her skin and directed a stream of magic straight down her body. Branches of magical power began to diverge on Vanessa's back, leaving characteristic stripes on her skin. The sorceress felt a strange sensation. It suddenly became very hot and she tried to inhale more air. But Ghislaine ordered her to close her mouth, as it would cause her mana flows to become distorted. Ghislaine's mana is now entering her body. It is necessary that Vanessa not miss this feeling. So she obediently closed her mouth and allowed herself to feel the movement of the magical flow. Mana spread throughout her body, moving in thin streams through her veins and organs. It bypasses all possible edges and rushes straight to the center. Suddenly, Vanessa opened her eyes, and they glowed with an unnatural blue light. Ghislaine held her back when the girl's body became so full that it began to lose strength. At that moment, the sorceress fell deep into her memories. She remembered how Renato had quarreled with the chief because he wanted to stop supporting the girl. According to the teacher, Vanessa has talent. Without her, they would not have been able to prove the law of mana transformation into magical energy. The head was able to admit this, but there were still other problems. No matter how smart the girl is, she can't use magic at all. Can such a person be called a magician then? He said this to mean that no matter how hard you try, it won't work. Vanessa heard everything and felt very guilty towards the teacher for the fact that she could not use magic, no matter how hard she tried. If she had more talent, Renato would not have had to leave the magic tower. Renato, as he left, stroked her head and said that he was not leaving her, but was going on a journey to find a way to help the little girl. He asked the girl to raise her head and look at the clear blue sky. In this world, darkness cannot last forever. A bad series of events is always followed by something good. Renato promised the girl that one day the light would definitely come to her. And so, she met her light in the person of Ghislaine, who could become her mentor, support, and salvation. He already has. The master was right, and Vanessa happily trusted the caring young man. The light really came to her. Now her life will change for the better. After that, Ghislaine and Vanessa went to rest. Night slowly fell on the kingdom. In the county next to Bertium, in a bar on the outskirts, a fight broke out once again. Moreover, it was always started by the same person, proving that he was supposedly the strongest in the area. With his bare hands, he could take down a dozen knights with swords at once. And all this thanks to incredible strength, good reaction, and a pumped-up body. Another fearless participant in the fight attacked the thug from behind. But he grabbed the guy by the arm and spun him around so that he was able to knock down the second opponent with it. And then he smashed them both through the fragile wooden wall, throwing them out into the street. Verzila was jubilant. He hadn't even warmed up yet, and his opponents were already down. It ended up being a bar located on the territory of Count Desmond's army. They were in a good mood, as they considered themselves the strongest army, which was, if not impossible, then very difficult to defeat. Outside the bar on the shore of the lake, a man was lying and fishing. A messenger from the Count approached him and asked how the knight's training was progressing. Count Desmond gave the order for the detachment to set out in the morning, and the one who was lying on the shore of the lake was none other than Mr. Victor. He picked up his helmet, put it on, and went into the bar to tell everyone to get ready to leave in the morning. The trip was good news for him, as he had already become bored with nothing to do. That same night, Mr. Zwalter received a letter. It was from the Earl of Desmond. It said that his son had supposedly been killed by Ghislaine Bertium, so he promised to take revenge. Zwalter realized that this was a way to declare war and ordered all soldiers to gather at dawn. The Count's assistants were too outraged by the lies and haste of the neighboring duchy. They started a war under false pretenses. That's treason. They had friendly relations for so many years. What benefit do they want to gain by fighting them? Then Ghislaine spoke up and said that they had started this war because of the rune stones. The elders mentioned that 2 vassals had gone on an embassy to the de Grades while Ghislaine was in the magic tower. They must have blabbed about internal affairs. The vassals must have betrayed them, and Ghislaine is almost 100% sure of it. The Count agreed with his son's assumption. It often happens that actions for the good of the estate turn into a crisis. Looking at his son's calm face, Zwalter thought that Ghislaine must have known in advance what would lead to this. Randolph said that there was no need to think, just to act. In any case, their troops were superior to the de Grades, and they had much more experience. They will make them pay dearly for the fact that their opponents decided to attack at all. But then, Scoven ran into the room and excitedly said that they were in trouble. "They are here. The enemy is already standing at the castle gates and they haven't even had time to prepare. A detachment dressed in yellow armor and under a yellow banner was approaching the Birdiums. At the head was Victor, who led a huge army. The Count, Ghislain, and the other elders went out to the gate to assess the level of danger from the enemies. What bastards! They barely declared war and already showed up. When did they have time to prepare? According to known data, 6,000 armed soldiers arrived, and another 1,000 in the supply train. Also, many siege weapons were noticed. It seems they started preparing long ago, and now the difference in strength is too great. And Randolph warned that the troops should not be reduced. Unable to bear the bickering of his assistants any longer, Count Bertium shouted at them. There is no point in idle chatter. It is only a waste of time. All soldiers take positions on the walls. Let the inhabitants into the fortress and close all the gates so that they are safe. The Count ordered the soldiers to hold their positions and prepare for further action. The battle begins. Even though they didn't have much time to prepare, they have no choice but to confront the enemy. And the troops were getting closer and closer to the fortress, intimidating with their appearance, and were in no hurry to go on the offensive. Gilmore Degred was a useless bum, but he gave them a reason to attack Bertium. Count de Grad, Tamos de Grad, was very happy with the way things were turning out. The man ordered Victor to follow him. We need to talk to Senior Bertium. But at that moment, Zwalter himself addressed him from above the fortress wall. He asked his brother de Grad what kind of madness was going on. Tamos became theatrically sad and said that his beloved son Gilmore died on these lands. And at the hands of Ghislain Bertium too. What parent wouldn't be angry at the death of their child? Tamos said that if Count Bertium surrendered now, they could avoid bloodshed. But father's assistants decided that there was no point in continuing the conversation. He was lying about Ghislain's involvement and about letting them go without casualties. Even though Elena was saved, it was bound to happen after Gilmore's death. The fact that they brought siege weapons means that they intend to completely destroy the enemy, as Ghislain expected, although he wanted, of course, to believe in the best. Zwalter confidently stated that his son did not kill Gilmore. This is the only answer he will give. He intends to defend the honor of his family. Zwalter warned his opponents. If they valued their lives, it would be better to leave. Victor knew Zwalter Bertium as a worthy commander who had been defending the north for many years. Indeed, the Grey Wolf. Tamos sighed in disappointment. How much blood would be spilled because of the choice of Count Bertium? Tamos said that his brother would regret his decision, but it would be too late, and he turned his horse around. Randolph turned to the Earl and asked that the troops be entrusted to him. The Degradians were nothing but a rabble with superior numbers. He would crush them all. Homer and Albert tried to talk him out of it. Even with his strength, it would be very, very difficult to win. The men began to frantically generate backup plans in their minds. Maybe ask for help from other estates, or leave the castle and retreat to the northern fortress. Zwalter couldn't think calmly in such chaos. His heart was beating wildly. His thoughts were confused. The de Grads declared war suddenly, but they were already fully prepared. Moreover, such a number of troops. It is beyond the capabilities of the de Grads. Who supports them? Count Bertium's thoughts were filled with only one question. What to do? Then Ghislain calmly suggested to everyone present to prepare for defense. Almost 7,000 soldiers of the de Grad army against the barely recruited 2,000 soldiers of Bertium. The difference in numbers exceeds 3 times. They are fully prepared and their morale is very high. About 2 weeks. As soon as they finish with the siege weapons, they will begin a full-scale offensive. Right now, the best the Bertiums can do is call for help and hold the castle's defense. The father agreed. Yes, that's usually how they do it, but he doesn't see a way out of this situation. Then Ghislain leaned over to his father and whispered briefly into his ear about his plan. Suddenly, it seemed as if an idea had dawned on Zwalter. He looked at his son in surprise. There are supposedly 2 weeks left before the clash. The de Grads did not begin the attack immediately, but settled in the lands of Bertium, waiting for the beginning. Ghislain gathered the team in his camp tent. He promised to do everything to turn the tide in his favor. Valinda scowled at the table, so the war had really begun. Ghislain was forced to confirm this. Now he would tell his comrades what they needed to do. Ghislain's plan was to carry out a surprise attack. Before the offensive, they would attack the enemy supply detachment. If the supply was cut off, it would be difficult to continue the war. The difficulty is that there are already de Grad troops in front of Bertium Castle. They are being watched. They will notice any suspicious movement. Kaur, on Ghislain's orders, has already deployed troops in the monster forest. It's possible to hide there, so there's no need to worry about being discovered. Jillian also gave the soldiers ponchos lined with Ent terror. as per the master's orders. The dark material is perfect for night operations. A large army is, of course, easy to spot, but a small detachment in camouflage clothing is not at all. The only problem is they don't know the location of the supply detachment. So Ghislaine decided to leave this task to Valinda. The girl confidently said that the guy could count on her. The mission is dangerous. You will have to penetrate the enemy camp, risking your life. But Valinda will cope with it easily, and all that remains is to resolve the matter with the last step in the preparation plan. The decisive blow that will put an end to this war is Vanessa. A few days later, the camp of the supply detachment of Degrad. Pablo, the commander of the supply detachment and also a former vassal of Birdium, celebrated the beginning of the war with wine, because in case of victory he would receive lands into his possession. He was very glad that he had decided to join Desmond. With such support from the troops, he would gain a position even in the rear. Farewell, Birdium. Now part of these lands will belong to him. They were resting, celebrating, and didn't even suspect that they were surrounded. From the darkness, Ghislaine's assistants were spying on the detachment. The guy was at the head of the squad. He told them that now was the perfect moment to attack. The night was just dark enough to carry out such a plan. It's pitch dark, windless, quiet, perfect weather for a surprise attack. Ghislaine put a mask on his face, donned his full armor, and told his squad that they would take no prisoners. If possible, they need to kill everyone they come across. The guys decided to attack loudly without hiding, so in the first minutes they raised the ears of the entire enemy camp. They rushed past the guards like a hurricane and killed them quickly and without suffering. And from this moment on, they began to act strictly according to plan. Ghislaine ordered that they not let anyone escape. The enemy army immediately ran to their commander, Baron Pablo, to inform him that they were under attack and to receive instructions. The man, noticed what was happening, but they had a whole 1,000 warriors on their side, so stop panicking and finish off the opponents immediately. But the knights reported in panic that in less than half an hour, 70% of their people had been killed by Ghislaine's men. Not only were they not prepared for such a sudden attack, they were also a level weaker than Ghislaine's mercenaries, so they had no chance of putting up a decent fight. Instead of managing the situation, the Baron has put all the responsibility on his assistant. At this rate, he will lose his head and lose his lands. But right at that moment, a sharp dagger flew from behind the assistant's neck and cut his throat deeply. It was Valinda's doing. She rode up to the Baron, with whom she had once served in Birdium, and looked with disdain at the traitor. Soon the reserve camp of the Degrads was burned to the ground. All the people died. Only the Baron remained, who was brought to Ghislaine. Valinda reported that his name was Pablo. He was one of the vassals sent as envoys to the Degrads. Not only had he defected to the enemy, but he had also become a commander. She pinned the man to the ground, face down. He somehow raised his head and begged for mercy. Ghislaine ignored his request and instead asked his own question. Who was the instigator? Pablo politely replied that Desmond was the instigator, hoping that he would be forgiven for helping. He also lied that Desmond had threatened him and Pablo had no choice. Desmond? It turns out he really did supply the Degrads with troops. Pablo admitted that he was wrong and reminded them that he had served the Birdiums faithfully for 5 years. In addition, they could get a ransom for him if they offered to rescue him from the Degrads. Ghislaine did not give any specific answer to this request and only asked the man to raise his head. He jumped up happily, already believing that the guy had decided to spare him. But Ghislaine, in defiance, swung his sword and cut off the traitor's head. Ghislaine does not do business with deceivers. If a person betrays once, he will definitely betray again. The fate of those who betrayed Birdium and went over to the enemy's side is predetermined, and that is death. Pleased with the successful completion of the expedition, Ghislaine's mercenaries rode back to the fortress with him at their head. They did not even suffer any losses. The people asked Ghislaine what their plans were next. He announced that they were heading to the fortress, and that their help would be needed there. The enemies should have already begun their attack on the Birdium estate. They focused all their attention on the castle. Ghislaine's squad will strike them from behind and sow chaos in their ranks to weaken the enemy. On the way, Ghislaine told Kaoru and Valinda to head to the left wall once they arrived at the fortress, while Ghislaine would take the right one. The guy puts responsibility for the Degrad base on Jillian. Even if they have the element of surprise on their side, they will have to fight a small squad against 1,000. But Jillian wasn't scared. He looked at Ghislaine seriously and said that he could handle it. After thinking for a while, Valinda asked the master who would then go to the gate. The boy replied that no one, which surprised his team enough, but they said nothing, trusting Ghislaine. This war will be the starting point for a new history of Birdium. Meanwhile, in the fortress, the battle was in full swing, and Gislin's father took charge of the troops. The enemies began their attack by firing heavy shells at the gates of the fortress, wanting to destroy the wall. Randolph placed crossbowmen on the wall who shot at the enemies, preventing them from getting any closer to the wall. But they still pushed forward and began to climb the wall, penetrating inside. At the top, of course, the Knights of Burdium were waiting for them, and a fierce battle began. Unfortunately, it was damn hard to hold the line, as the Degrad troops were many times superior to the Beardiums. All efforts at the moment were mainly focused on preventing the knights from penetrating the walls. Tamos looked at all this, rubbing his hands contentedly. He had no doubt in his imminent victory. He ordered the catapults to prepare for a second shot. No point in delaying. Victor looked thoughtfully at the ancient fortress. So this is the end of the Northern Wolf? Victor had hoped that the fight would be interesting and that the Burdiums had a chance to win. But the Degrads were becoming more and more numerous. Zwalter did well considering how few troops he had. He stood up for his family, his clan, his county. But the walls are one thing. The gates won't last that long. Randolph asked Zwalter what the master was going to do. The man said to leave the gates and ordered to defend only the walls for now. Scoven unfortunately reported that all the places where they sent messengers asking for help responded with a refusal. Not a single family that Burdium County worked with was able to help them. How did they all refuse at the same time? Meanwhile, the catapults had already tightened their ropes again and were ready to fire at the gates again. But then one of the knights ran up to Count de Grad to tell him bad news. Apparently, the supply detachment was attacked. They only just now learned that their reinforcements were smashed to smithereens. The soldiers sent for supplies never returned. The Count did not believe that such a thing could happen. How would these rats from Burdium stuck in the castle know the location of the supply detachment? Victor noticed that in the direction where the supply detachment was located there was smoke, and very heavy smoke at that. So in Burdium there still remained a smart enough person capable of developing a strategy. Victor was very interested in this. He was not so much interested in the outcome of the battle and its consequences as in the process itself. It was like a competition for him. Count Tamos was seriously scared and asked Victor what they should do. They had only just begun the attack and there were no supplies left. The man glanced confidently at the fortress and said that they didn't need supplies. They would conquer the castle by the end of the day. The Count was surprised by this attitude but did not object and even calmed down a little. The siege of the right and left walls has been going on for a long time, but so far the Burdiums are holding out. An elite squad, including the Northern Wolf, is holding the line. But compared to this, the main gate is a tasty morsel that will be very easy to get. Therefore, Victor turned to a detachment of warriors who were awaiting orders to come to the aid of their own, and he sent his men to attack while they still had the opportunity to enter through the gates. Victor told his partner Aiden that he would break through the gate himself. Therefore, the second one remains in place and holds the defense while Victor is gone. More and more warriors of Degrad approached the walls of the fortress and climbed up. Then Burdium's squad noticed that the enemies had also begun to climb up the fence ladders, surrounding the estate from all sides. How did they even know the height of the walls? It's hard enough as it is, and with this they have no chance at all. Then Zwalter asked Randolph what was wrong with their catapults. They would be needed badly now. The soldiers, fortunately, had just prepared them and brought them to the walls from the inside. Zwalter ordered to immediately open fire on the enemy and stop them from invading. The Degrids weren't ready for this. The Burdiums had assembled the catapult so quickly. The projectile was flying straight towards its target until a sword infused with mana was launched at it, which smashed the cannonball into dust halfway to the siege works. The shell was intercepted. Zwalter and his knights were speechless. How is this possible? The sword that was thrown at the projectile belonged to Victor. He noticed the shot in time. Zwalter easily understood who had interrupted them. He knew this man well, but he had not expected to see him today. Victor drew his new sword and told the Burdiums that their efforts were in vain. No matter how much they resisted, their death was sealed. And then he ordered the huge battering ram to go to work and knock down the castle gates. More than a dozen warriors dispersed the heavy structure and directed it forward towards the entrance to the castle. At that moment, the siege fortifications right next to Zwalter were completed, and a crowd of enemy knights climbed the wall. The Count did not have time to monitor the situation. The ram began to try to break through the gate, but of course nothing came of it with the first blow. Moreover, there were warriors behind the gate, and they controlled the situation. At this moment, the mages received from the Scarlet Flame Tower sat tied up in a circle with their backs to each other. Alpha had been screaming for a long time, demanding that they be let go. They were mages. They couldn't get involved in these pathetic territorial wars. Fergus said that he could not release the mages, since it was against the young master's orders. Then Alpha screamed in fear. If the Birdiums had let the siege weapons get so close, then the war was already lost. The fortress is finished. How come they don't understand? Why keep trying to prove something to someone? Then Vanessa spoke up. She told Mr. Alfoy not to worry. The girl believed that the young master would fix everything. He definitely had everything under control. Alpha objected. Because of Ghislain, all they do is suffer. What kind of fix everything? Is Vanessa so blinded that she is willing to follow the orders of this madman? But the sorceress was not going to retreat. Ghislain is not a madman. She realized this a few days ago when she was training with the guy to use magic. She was doing it very poorly so far, but she was pleased with the fact that the method of converting mana energy into magic worked. Ghislain was pleased and promised Vanessa that the missing magical power would accumulate over time. The main thing was that she could now use it. And then he took her out into the yard to show her something. In the yard, his workers were burying the runestones they had mined in the ground for some reason. Vanessa was even more surprised when she saw that even Alfoy was forced to dig the earth and work. He just went to Ghislain to complain about it. The guy has plenty of other subordinates who can do it. But Gordon came up behind him and squeezed the guy's neck painfully, ordering him to get back to work. Vanessa looked at Ghislain in bewilderment, not understanding what he was getting at. The guy said that this is all preparation for war. The mages are standing in the yard and hiding runestones underground so that the degrads don't take them. The simplest and most powerful tactic in war is to overwhelm the enemy with superior numbers. No matter how hard they resist, the gates will fall. However, Ghislain knows that there is a way to win, and he promised that he will do everything possible to achieve it, but he can't do it on his own. He needs Vanessa's help for the plan to work. And now the time has come to implement it. Vanessa must try very hard. So they drew a magic circle in front of the gate, inside which the girl stood, and around her sat the magicians, as Ghislain had said, acting as sources of mana. She used the magic transmission technique, and the air around her shook. The girl's body was filled with magical power. Vanessa put all her efforts into making her plan work and managed to take control of this flow of magic. The sound of hooves could be heard in the distance. Someone was approaching the castle on horseback. The gates were almost breached. The Birdiums were barely able to hold back the enemies and were already ready to engage in battle with those who had broken through. At this moment, Randolph and Zwalter noticed a familiar approaching detachment nearby. It was Ghislain. He had finally returned with reinforcements, just in time as they were running out of strength to defend the estate. At that moment, one of the Degrad knights ran to Victor with a report. An unknown cavalry attacked both sides from behind, and they brutally killed their troops with incredible speed. These were warriors led by Valinda and Kaor. They did their job well. The situation began to escalate. Birdium's reinforcements were even higher level than the knights who remained at the Count's castle. For the first time in all this time, the Degrads were seriously scared. What kind of sudden attack was this? They had been told that Birdium would not receive reinforcements. Several crossbowmen ran out to Ghislain and shot at him to stop him. But the guy is not so simple. On his horse, he rode right over the flying arrows, dodging them all. And then he landed right in the crowd of opponents and smashed them into pieces. Ghislain, like a monster, knocked down a huge number of opponents in an instant. Ghislain turned to face his comrades from his father's army and told them to stand up. It was their turn to attack and drive the vile Degrads from their native lands. Ghislain's cavalry rode up to the castle, surrounding the Degrad detachment that was located under the walls of the fortress. Ghislain's squad split into several parts and began to clear the enemy army from both sides of the castle. Meanwhile, the third part of Ghislain's mercenaries attacked the main headquarters of Degrad, and they have already destroyed several buildings, killing everyone in their path. Gillian told his comrades that he would distract the enemy's attention, and they should disperse and disable all key objects. They immediately set about executing the plan. The warriors of Degrad, who looked at their opponents with frightened, confused faces, did not have the slightest chance. They were taken by surprise. The knights ran up to the Count, who could also be caught in the crossfire, and asked him to take cover quickly. But Gillian was already approaching them at full speed, and in his hand he held his huge axe. He stopped in front of the enemy commander and announced to Tamos that he was taking him prisoner. But then one knight blocked the way to the Count. It was Aiden Prasso, arrogantly declaring that the Birdiums were idiots for attacking their headquarters with such a small force. The knight asked Gillian to introduce himself to him in return. The man looked at him angrily and said that he had no name. It didn't matter. He was just a weapon of Mr. Ghislain Birdium. At this moment, blood continued to flow like a river on the left side of the fortress. Kaor and Valinda scattered the Degrad troops in different directions, killing some, wounding others so much that they lay in a common pile of bodies, unable to fight. Kaur chopped down soldiers left and right, killing everyone who dared to get close to him. Valinda was constantly scolding him for getting so carried away that he splashed blood in her direction. The atmosphere between them was quite lively. Once these two even had time for friendly bickering. On the right side of the fortress, a young gentleman was waging a fierce struggle. The enemy was in confusion. Ghislaine ordered his warriors to take advantage of this and kill everyone. It was time to attack, and Ghislaine promised that he would destroy their siege tower. The squad bravely rushed into battle, destroying everyone in their path. Unlike the Degrads, who were in a panic, they were in a fighting mood. The enemy commanders were unable to coordinate their troops. They ran away from the Burdiums in terror, fearing for their lives. One of the commanders managed to force at least the spearmen to hold the line. Ghislaine, riding up to this row of fighters, warned them that they could dodge as best they could. They were not afraid, because there were enough of them against one man. So they simultaneously aimed their spears at Ghislaine's horse. The horse was trapped between the long weapons, but Ghislaine was no longer on it. He jumped off it on the move and flew over his opponents, swinging his sword. Ghislaine ran into the crowd and, like a tornado, cut down everyone who was around him. With a kick of his foot, he knocked the weapons out of the hands of the remaining ones and then killed them, confusing them. Seizing one free minute, Ghislaine looked ahead at the fortress. The condition of the walls is worse than he thought, because of the siege tower. At this rate, the walls will collapse before they even break through the gates. The Burdium cavalry tries to hold back the onslaught, but the difference in numbers is too great. If they hesitate, the Degrads will surround them. At that moment, a new team of soldiers ran towards Ghislaine, who were ordered to stop Ghislaine. There is no time. Ghislaine must act before they lose the initiative. Time to drive the wedge in! So Ghislaine drew his thick sword and rushed forward. With a powerful blow of his blade, he cut through the enemy's head, even cutting through the helmet. Then he also cut down other opponents who ran in a line towards him. Crossbowmen began shooting at him from the siege tower, and they simply could not let him in there. But all the arrows flew past Ghislaine, who moved too fast. He also managed to kill the knights on his way. One of the bodies was pierced by Ghislaine and thrown so hard towards the tower that it reached them. The sword of the slain warrior was stuck into the frame of the structure, frightening those around. Then Ghislaine cast a strong thread of mana that extended from his wrist. The guy grabbed the thread onto that very protruding sword and pulled it sharply towards himself. He grabbed onto it and pulled himself to the very top of the tower and burst inside, stunning his enemies. Ghislaine imbued the sword with mana and used it to smash the building's frame. It split into two and fell apart with a crash. Even more Degrade warriors were horrified when they saw that just one man had been able to bring down their siege tower. Victor also noticed this and was quite impressed by the work done by Ghislaine. Victor judged Ghislaine by his strength and skill and realized that he must be serving as a commander. Without taking his eyes off the young man, the knight asked his subordinates how the gates were. The gate defenses were stronger than they thought. They were being held up by resistance from inside, but in about 10 minutes, they would break through. Victor glared sternly at the knight and said that he was giving them only 5 minutes to complete the mission. During this time, he will deal with the Dark Commander. If the gates are not captured by then, they will all die by his hand. The knight nodded his head in fear, realizing that the leader was not joking at all. But then Victor was stopped by an unfamiliar voice which, laughing, called him a tin can. In the mist of raised dust, the silhouette of a warrior appeared, sitting on a horse. He said that Victor was not going anywhere. When the smoke cleared, Kaur, the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, stood before him and said that the knight would have to fight him first. Without waiting for any answer, Kaur urged his horse on and prepared to strike. But Victor turned his horse around without much effort, and it kicked Kaur's steed hard when he rode up. The horse reared up, and Victor meanwhile cut off its head with his sword. The body fell to the ground, but the guy deftly jumped off his horse and jumped towards the enemy. Victor held out his sword and Kaur's weapon hung in the air. The guy expected the fight to be easier, but the knight repels all his attacks. Victor dodged the blow when Kaur tried to pounce on him again and said that he had met people like him many times, namely self-confident mercenaries who imagined themselves to be all-powerful strongmen. Victor swung his sword in a wide arc, accelerating it, but Kaur blocked the attack. But she was so strong that the guy's sword broke in half, and the tip of the enemy's weapon touched his hand, and blood spurted out. Victor told him that there was nothing easier than dealing with an animal that relied only on instincts. He threw Kaur aside with such disdain, as if he were trash and not a person. Ghislaine was right, the enemy is very strong. Victor is Desmond's secret trump card, one of the forces targeting Burdium. Victor is stronger than anyone Ghislaine has ever met except himself. He forced them to throw all their forces into defending the walls, using their numerical superiority. and then he was going to launch the main attack through the weakened gates. Ghislain knew this in advance, so he was able to think of a plan that took all these features into account. However, if Victor moves away from the gate, the operation may fail. Ghislain trusted Kaoru and asked his friend to stop the man when that happened, which is what he was doing now. Therefore, Kaoru's failure did not frighten or upset him. He was prepared for this and had to continue fighting. Meanwhile, at the Degrad headquarters, a fight between Jillian and Aiden took place. Jillian was the first to go on the attack, while Aiden only defended himself with his round shield in the first minutes. The Count began to worry about his faithful assistant, but the knights pulled him back so that he would not accidentally end up in the epicenter of events. At this time, Jillian's squad continued to fight with other soldiers. They need to destroy as many enemies as possible. Jillian is getting tired of this monotonous slaughter that is not moving forward. He has no time to linger here. This massive shield reflects attacks from all sides. The man cannot break through it. He has not met such a strong opponent for a long time. However, we need to come up with some other way to win, otherwise this could all drag on for a very long time. Jillian slammed his axe down on the shield with all his might, hoping to break it in half. But it was no use. Aiden said it was a good hit, but not enough to penetrate his shield. But then suddenly Jillian appeared on the other side, while Aiden was distracted. The man came up behind him and struck him from the side, which the knight did not have time to block with his shield. At the last moment, he managed to do it with his sword. He brought his sword down to the end and cut the throat of Jillian's horse. He didn't expect this and fell to the ground with a crash. Aiden's mare reared up and he wanted to crush the enemy with his hooves. At the last moment, Aiden's proud gaze appeared through the helmet, and he suggested that Jillian simply surrender. But it was not to be. Aiden pinned him with his shield, but the old man found the strength to hold him back. Kaur and Jillian both fought with all their might, but they could not retreat from their goal. The Tehran made another strike at the fortress gates. Finally, this was enough to knock down the massive wooden doors. Ghislain heard this as the sound of the gate being knocked down echoed throughout the area. Alpha, who was already literally lying on the ground, shouted at Vanessa. She had already sucked all the magic out of them. Let her do at least something. The gates were broken through. But Vanessa knew exactly what she was doing. She said it was too early, she just had to wait a little bit longer. Victor arrived at the open gates and ordered all troops to prepare for an attack. He ordered them to get inside and take the castle. The most important stage of their operation had arrived. Victor ordered the messenger to bring Count de Grad while he dealt with the commander of the Berdiums. But then Kaur stood up again and blocked the man's path. He had no strength left, but he had a will of steel. This time, Victor looked at him calmly and said that the guy, as a mercenary, needed to be more careful in choosing what he was willing to give his life for. At this time, Aiden, like his comrade, was gloating over Berdium. Jillian knelt before him and watched as the gates of his castle quickly fell. The surprise attack was effective in its own way, but the result was still the same as it should have been in the first place. They lost. The de Grads believed that it was a mistake to recruit some mercenaries into the key detachment. No matter how good they were, they would not defeat the knights. A true mercenary must know when to retreat and not risk himself and his men. They said that the mercenaries simply have nothing to give their lives for in this war, which is why Ghislain's minions are losing. Kaur looked up at his opponent with anger. So what? Whether you are a knight or a mercenary, on the battlefield only victory matters. So Gillian and Kaur rose from the ground at the same time and made another dash towards their opponents. Aiden swung his sword at Jillian, thinking he could make short work of him. But it was not to be. New forces permeated his body, and he successfully repelled all attacks. And then he grabbed someone else's sword with his axe and lowered it, thrusting it into the ground. Jillian grabbed it with the inside of the axe, so the long handle was stuck tightly there. With a sharp movement, the old man threw the enemy's spear aside and cut the enemy's horse in half. Aiden fell to the ground, nearly choking with indignation. How dare this pathetic mercenary treat him like that? Jillian landed a powerful chopping blow on his opponent's shield. He pinned the man to the ground and said that every defense has a weak spot. Jillian gave his life to become the young master's weapon. Therefore, he will bring him victory and fulfill his duty. Taking out a sword from behind his back, Jillian thrust the blade with all his might straight into the enemy's throat, and the fire in his eyes went out. Kaur decided to use his sword stump as a dagger and attacked Victor. He knows that the knight is stronger than him. He knows that he can die because of his actions. But if he can strike at least one more blow and delay the master a little longer, he will retain his honor before Ghislain. Memories of that evening when he and Ghislain were preparing for battle flashed through his mind. Kaur then vividly recalled their exciting fight when they first met, and asked Ghislain to teach him a few tricks too. to become better. Ghislain smiled amiably. He himself was only too happy to teach his comrade. Fiddling with his things, Ghislain said that the movement itself was essentially unimportant. But if the opponent is fighting you for the first time, he may well fall for it. Victor almost laughed when Kaur ran at him, just like a wild animal that rushes forward. Kaur felt underappreciated, but it fit into his plans. At first he showered Victor with a huge number of quick blows from all sides, and then he ran closer and simply threw his half-dagger into the man's face. He easily knocked off the stump and it flew high into the air. Victor grinned and said that fools always make rash decisions, thinking that they have nothing to lose, without even realizing that this is their last mistake. With a quick movement, he aimed the blade of his sword straight at Kaur to kill him. But the guy brought it to this on purpose. If you use a little artistry, you can hide true power. So at the last moment, Kaur dodged his opponent's sword and slipped under his arm. Then he grabbed the man by the wrist and threw his leg over his arm, pressing down with all his weight. The knight was not ready for this, and the guy had another chance to deal him a good blow. He grabbed the stump of the sword that had flown away from him and pounced on the enemy. He thrust the sword straight into the horse's back, deep enough that it neighed and began to shudder in pain. Victor jumped off his horse at the same moment, and Kaur fell to the ground after the horse. The knight admitted that it was an uncharacteristic move to catch the sword in mid-air when the enemy threw it away. Even in a disadvantageous situation, Kaur laid the foundation for a turning point. It turns out that a mercenary is not just a brainless animal, but a selfless warrior. Victor even praised him for his resourcefulness. Sometimes a person can outdo himself on the threshold of death. Unfortunately, Kaur missed. The knight slowly walked towards Kauru to enjoy his despair. He had picked the wrong guy. Victor was proudly aware of his superiority. He pointed his sword at his opponent and invited him to say his last words. Unexpectedly for him, Kaur smiled triumphantly and said that he had ended up exactly where he wanted to be. Victor's eyes widened in surprise, and then he noticed several daggers flying from the sky towards him. He managed to jump to the side, and they sank into the ground where he had just been standing. Valinda flew down from above and threw a weapon at him. Hovering in the air, she threw a grappling hook towards the men. She hooked it onto Kaura's clothes and pulled him towards herself, straddling the first horse she came across in midair. She dragged the guy away with her, and Victor watched them for a while, trying to understand what Kaur meant. This impulse cost him all his strength. If it weren't for Valinda, the boy would already be a corpse. Still, he's not so stupid as to risk his life for one blow. So his real goal of distracting him was worth risking his life? Victor looked towards the gate and realized that the detachment had not moved forward without him. They were still standing in front of the entrance to the fortress. And inside the castle, preparations for something large-scale were in full swing. Vanessa had just enough mana to carry out Ghislain's plan. At that moment, Victor realized that Kaur's real goal was not to kill him, but only to delay him until his comrades were ready to defend themselves. Vanessa remembered what Ghislain had told her shortly before the battle. When the gate was broken through, Vanessa would have enough magical power to change the course of the battle in an instant. The girl doubted whether she could endure it and whether she could be counted on in such a responsible matter. But Ghislain promised her that she could handle it, and Vanessa tried her best to live up to expectations. The concentration of magical power in the girl became so great that the entire area was filled with a magical glow. Suddenly, Vanessa transformed her into one huge continuous stream of fire, a spell of fire fuse. An explosion of gigantic proportions fell upon the army of fire, and an unprecedentedly large wall of fire stole the entire inner courtyard of the castle. Moreover, the fire leaked out. The warriors of Degrad had nowhere to run. They tried to save themselves, but the stream of magical fire destroyed everything in its path. And those warriors who, having thrown down their weapons, ran away from the castle, were awaited outside by an ambush. Ghislain and his men cut down with their swords all the confused soldiers who ran out to meet him. He ordered his squad to surround the gates immediately. Not a single warrior of Degrad had a chance to escape from Ghislain's elite cavalry. Victor, scorched by the deadly fire, sat among this chaos and could not believe his eyes. An assistant ran up to him and reported that most of the soldiers had burned alive and asked him to give the order to retreat. But Victor didn't do that. The anger inside him was boiling more and more with each passing second. This war was carefully planned by them for many years in complete secrecy. Victor blocked all of Bertium's escape routes and still couldn't take everything into account properly. First, there was the sudden attack that threw him off track, then the crazy mercenary dog that distracted him from the most important thing, and then a high-level mage who burned thousands of soldiers in an instant. All these factors coincided too perfectly to be a simple coincidence. Was Victor trapped? He ordered his men to retreat. They needed a new plan. There are no forests nearby. As soon as they leave the fire zone, they will be able to regroup. The war will drag on longer than he expected, but there is no choice. Victor asked his henchmen to call Aiden to him. But at that moment, as if on cue, Jillian came out of the wall of fire towards him. In one hand he held Aiden's bloody helmet and in the other his blood-stained axe. Jillian asked the man if he was the commander of the Degrads. Victor didn't answer, but the old man knew he was right. He threw Aiden's helmet aside and said that the Degrad army was finished, as was their main base. Jillian pointed his axe at him and suggested that his opponent just give in nicely before things got any worse. But Victor was one of those who would rather die than lose his honor by shamefully fleeing the battlefield. He told Jillian that this would not be the end of the war. He would cut them all up himself and put an end to it. Victor pulled his sword out to the side and prepared for another fight. His war is just beginning now, and he will do everything he can to win. The Degrad army was burning in flames, and a wave of arrows from Berdium's crossbowmen rained down on them from the wall. Not a single soldier was allowed to leave the battlefield, and the number of the enemy detachment was rapidly approaching 0. This is the perfect chance to turn the tide in the Berdium family's favor. So Ghislain orders his men to keep their cool and continue. They will all be killed today. The wounded Degrads don't even have the strength to continue fighting. At this point, Valinda rode up to Ghislain to make sure he was uninjured and okay. Valinda said that she was also completely fine, unlike Kaur, who was quite badly injured. But Kaur, barely able to move, gave Ghislain a thumbs up, as if to say, he's holding up too, everything's fine. Ghislain looked at him and smiled. Joy, pride, and gratitude could be read in his gaze. Valinda said that if she was even a second late, things would be very bad. When they first heard Ghislain's plan, they thought it was crazy. Luckily it worked, but Valinda wouldn't sign up for that again. All the runestones they'd collected were shattered after one shot. Ghislain suddenly looked seriously at the girl in the middle of the conversation and asked her, "Where is Jillian?" Vanessa froze and went cold. She didn't know the answer to that question. Then Ghislain pulled the mask back over his face and turned his horse in the opposite direction. "We need to help Jillian." At this time, the man was fighting with Victor. The furious knight's blows became stronger each time, so it was difficult to withstand them, even despite Jillian's physique. He didn't expect that his opponent could be so powerful. Not only is he very strong and powerful, he is also very skilled and experienced. His fast, agile lunges are impossible to follow, and his somersaulting dodges in the air are something else entirely. During one of these skillful attacks, Victor drew the first blood of the battle. He cut Jillian's shoulder. Victor is insanely strong and fast, and his defense is also top-notch. Then Jillian realized that at this rate he would not be able to resist this man for long. Meanwhile, Victor became even angrier because he had to fight with a pathetic mercenary. He repelled another attack from Jillian. Since the knight played with him a little, the old man already imagined that he could do anything. At one point, Victor's attack was so strong that he pushed Jillian's hands away from himself, and he was unable to withstand the pressure. And then he grabbed Jillian's axe and with a powerful jerk tore it out of the old man's hands and threw it into the air. And in just a moment, Victor's sword pierced Jillian's body right through. Fortunately, the old man reacted instantly and turned the blade in his ribs to protect his vital organs. After seeing Jillian's skills, Victor realized that defeating Aiden was not just a fluke. Only he could take the knight's blows as well. The man said that it would have been very stupid for the old man to have spent all his energy on Aiden and then come here to him. But, be that as it may, Victor did not intend to spare him, so he pressed harder on the sword to finish off the warrior. But then he heard something flying at the back of his head, and his attention focused on it. Victor threw Jillian aside and jumped in the opposite direction. A large sword flew between them and plunged into the ground at high speed. Victor turned his gaze to the side from which the weapon had just come. Ghislain stood there picking up Jillian's bloody axe from the ground, and he threw it over his shoulder. The guy slowly walked towards the enemy. Victor recognized him. This was the same powerful commander of the Berdiums. Ghislain immediately activated the third mana core in his chest. The guy, driven by hatred and adrenaline, immediately ran quickly towards Victor. Before he could even blink, Ghislain flew at him, swinging his axe. But Victor managed to put his sword up and block the guy's attack. Then he pressed his sword even harder and threw the enemy back. The knights grabbed their weapons again and both took a defensive position. Their blades crossed again, but then flew back with a whistle. Then it was Victor's turn to try to attack the enemy from above. He struck Ghislain's axe with his sword so hard that the weapon almost flew out of his hands. The axe blade swung to the side, but Ghislain, as he had many times before, leaned on the blade and somersaulted in the air, changing their positions. He grabbed Victor with his legs while jumping and threw him into a bend. The knight fell to the ground with a clatter of armor, and his ears began to ring. He lost his balance and awareness of what was happening for a brief moment, and then rose to his feet again. Ghislaine's movements are unpredictable. If the knight weakens his defense even a little, he's finished. Has the Birdiums ever had such a strong fighter? Suddenly, Ghislaine said that he knew who Victor was, his powers, his strategy. Ghislaine even knows those who stand behind the Degrad commander. His blue eyes have acquired a red tint in the heat of the fire blazing around him. He knows literally everything about the commander. Victor realized that he had fallen into a cunning trap, but now was not the time to panic. He attacked Ghislaine to take out all the emotions that had accumulated during the day on him, to punish him, to prove his importance. There's no way Birdium knew about this secret operation. Victor is Count Desmond's hidden trump card. How did it all fail? No matter from what angle or perspective the man tried to strike, all his attacks were instantly blocked. He was seething. Did Ghislaine really think that he would fall for his cheap tricks and let his guard down? Then Birdium leaned again on the wide blade of the axe and did a somersault over his opponent. Victor tried to strike the axe to unbalance the enemy, but the weapon was firmly planted. Ghislaine spun in the air and then flew into the man, kicking him in the jaw. He flew to the side, and the guy took advantage of the moment to try to hurt him. It didn't work, but Victor's heart began to beat faster. He almost missed this attack, but that wasn't the end. Ghislaine didn't loosen his grip and ended up delivering the blow under such pressure that Victor flew off to the side and dust rose up in a column. The enemy's helmet flew off with a crash. There were many small scratches on it and one deep one on the forehead. Victor was on one knee, his shoulders slumped with fatigue. His head was down. He raised his wild gaze with difficulty to Commander Birdium. Ghislaine's sword, which had been sent flying at the very beginning, was now a few meters away from Victor. Ghislaine took a few steps towards him. He raised his sword and moved even closer to his opponent. As he expected, the axe was not bad, but the sword still suited him best. Victor looked up at him angrily and asked who he was anyway. Then Ghislaine removed his night-black mask from his face. He allowed the man to look at his face and said that he was the hereditary Count of Birdium, and his name is Ghislaine Birdium. Victor would never have thought that this talented commander would be this young man. Victor sighed in disappointment. He, the greatest knight of the North, was defeated by some pathetic mercenary. Now Victor realized who really was the strongest in the North. The man chuckled. How arrogant. He stood up and said he wouldn't ask how Ghislaine had come up with such a trap. But in war it is natural to use every chance to win. And what difference does it make which way? Because the main thing is the result. Victor activated his mana source and looked at his opponent with eyes shining with light. Ghislaine agreed with the elder's thought and also activated his mana core. The guy looked seriously at the elder and suggested that he attack him first. This battle will be the final one in a battle that has lasted this long, bloody night. Their swords clashed in a heated battle, and the clanging of metal became so loud and frequent that it made one's ears pop. Both opponents fought desperately and were not inferior to each other in any way. The initiative was constantly seized by one or the other, but they quickly equalized. But then Victor tried to make a strong attack, but when he made his lunge, Ghislaine suddenly jumped up and stepped on his hand with his foot. He jumped back from the sword and kicked Victor in the face with all his might, and he made a counterattack, but Victor's broken nose did not prevent him from reacting to it in time. He struck back with his sword so hard that Ghislaine was thrown to the side by inertia and ended up in the air. They stood opposite each other, and Ghislaine looked at his elbow, where a fresh sword wound remained. Victor smiled, pleased that he had also managed to touch the young man, and then he immediately pounced again, so as not to slow down the pace and finish off the enemy. But when Ghislaine tried to wound him in return, the man abruptly turned away, covering himself with a long cloak. The guy didn't lose his composure and somersaulted over the knight to confuse him. In flight, he tried to strike from above, but Victor quickly got his bearings and parried it. The battle continued. Another clash, and another, and another. Because the forces were equal, it seemed as if they could fight forever. This is no longer a question of measuring strength. The one who makes the first mistake and stumbles will lose. As they crossed swords, Ghislaine decided to play on the surprise and suddenly loosened his grip, punching the man straight in the throat. He coughed and fell to the ground, but rolled away from the sword, preventing Ghislaine from inflicting any more damage. Ghislaine had to admit how good his opponent was. There wasn't much difference between Victor and Ghislaine with his third core open. When Ghislaine started the war in his past life by attacking the Desmond house, Victor also stood in his way. That time they were also approximately equal in strength and the fight was heated. It was impossible to predict the winner of the battle, and each of the guys was striving for success. At that time, Ghislaine was fixated on his grievance and wasted too much time. Because of people like Victor, Bertium was doomed to fall. That day, Ghislaine made a firm decision that he still follows today. Those who target his county and the people dear to him deserve nothing but death. So Ghislaine made a final dash and the blade pierced the master's torso, coming out on the other side all crimson. Ghislaine triumphantly won. Victor froze, feeling hellish pain fill his body and disappointment fill his heart. The wound was very large, it pierced his stomach, so he had no chance of surviving this fatal blow. Ghislaine threw the man aside, drawing his sword from him. Victor fell backwards onto the ground. Finally, he asked Ghislaine for permission to ask him just one question. Covered in blood, he asked the guy who he was and where he came from. The Ghislaine Victor knew was a complete loser and trash. He couldn't have changed so suddenly, although it hardly matters now. The answer will not save Mr. Victor. The commander groaned, and the last thing he said was words of gratitude to Ghislaine for the fact that it was fun to fight with him.